You're listening to Well, I Laughed, Part 2 of History's Mysteries, a Soviet Secret. Hey y'all, just as a heads up, at the top of this episode, I am going to put out a trigger warning for pet loss. I tell a story that is very important to be heard, and it's not graphic by any means, but I do talk about a friend of mine who has recently lost a very near and dear pet to them. As well, this episode is, as you can probably see, incredibly long. Grant and I will not be doing this again. If we hadn't had plans already for episode 72, this would have been a two-parter, but alas. And so towards the end of this episode, you'll kind of start to hear Grant and I get a little bit tired, just so you guys know. We were kind of rushing through the end of the notes a bit. So if you have any questions or need some clarity on any of the stuff that we talk about, especially towards the end, please don't hesitate to reach out. I feel as though I've become a bit of an expert on this topic. Obviously, like, not actually an expert, but like, you know, I spent a good amount of time researching, so I can answer any questions that you might have. But otherwise, this episode does get a bit graphic. I do issue trigger warnings before I talk about any of the more graphic details. It's not gruesome in nature, but it is a bit much. So with that, enjoy the episode.
So I'm in the middle of class,
Yeah.
right? And I see my phone light up. And, you know, because we're all just moths to a flame.
Yeah.
My eyes look at it.
We are all iPad children.
Right. My eye look at it just kind of instinctually. And then my phone's like, that's your face. Here's the message. And it's our dear friend Sophie. You know, the one who I saw at the grocery store who then inspired me to buy a family-size amount of pudding. Yeah. Side note on that. I now crave pudding.
Yeah,
like a
it'll get ya.
Viking craves blood. I come home and I'm like, God, use like kind of like a huge bowl of pudding right now. Gotta take this edge off somehow. And I promised myself never to drink alone. Anyways, this is the message I get in the middle of class.
Yeah.
That I am like accidentally forcing myself to read. From Sophie, quote, I bought this shirt for my friend who drinks milk and I thought you'd appreciate it. And then it's just like a lasers, like bomb, fire. And the only words say lactose tolerant. So I'm like, so children, let's talk about the second constructive. Real quick.
I love that, and I relate to that sentiment.
I have two questions.
Yes.
Is this too high up? Is it blocking my face? It's fine if it is. I just want to know.
No, I mean, if you push it this way and then move the mic, you're not like super blocking your
It's
face.
been a week. I don't know if I want to be perceived.
I also haven't really edited edited reels for any of the episodes that we filmed in the studio, so haven't really processed when the mics are blocking our face, because that's when I really think about it.
Well, yours is the face that we got to show.
Okay, well,
I mean, it is.
yours is the one that they listen to.
Sure, but yours is the one that they watch.
When I talk, they say, "Shut up!
Boo, woman!
Sit there and look pretty."
Let the man say vaguely historically inaccurate things to us, and it's what we are here for. To our 8 straight male listeners, I'm never talking about you, baby. This is never about you. What an absolutely wild way to start this off.
I do have something to start with, if you don't mind.
Sure, I have also
that's the
still
wrong
like 6 bullet points that we just didn't cover in the Patreon.
Okay, with love, my notes are
extensive,
about 50 pages long.
Okay, I will. There is
so maybe like triage and give us 3.
I'll just give you 1.
Okay,
and I'll save the rest for later.
Okay,
it's now a running list.
Okay, excellent. Here's my thing. It's a little sad. I have a dear friend who was on the podcast for our ghosted episode, my hairstylist, Jess. And she just recently, with her partner, adopted their first dog. And they named this puppy Masubi. And she's been wanting a dog for like decades. And he's also wanted a dog. It's been a whole thing, the journey to them buying a dog. They've volunteered at shelters, almost adopted a couple dogs that have gotten adopted out from under them and all this stuff. And so they finally get this puppy, Masubi. And then a little while later, they start receiving communication from the rescue that they adopted Musubi from, that they also volunteer at, and then the Colorado Department of Health. And it turns out one of the other puppies in Musubi's litter had tested positive for rabies and was put down. And in that case, Colorado law dictates that owners of potentially exposed animals are supposed to surrender their animal for 120-day quarantine, I believe, or euthanasia.
That's a 4-month quarantine period.
It's a long quarantine period for, especially for an 11-week-old puppy, where you don't know the conditions they're going to be in. And ultimately, Jess and her partner, as well as all of the owners of the other puppies of the litter, were not offered quarantine. They were told there's not enough room for puppies in the quarantine, so you need to give up your dog for euthanasia. And they were not given any alternative. In other cases with, like, I think she saw some other case that happened, like, very recently after Musubi had been put down, that another dog had tested positive or was exposed, and the owners of the dog were allowed to self-quarantine with like strict regulations, obviously. And so the owners of the puppies fought this. Obviously, a couple of the puppies from the litter were the owners were tricked essentially into giving them up. The Colorado Department of Health was saying, like, if you don't surrender your puppy, you're going to go to jail. If you don't surrender your puppy, we're not going to give you the preventative measure that they give you when you've been exposed to rabies, which is illegal, actually. Like, you can't deny someone medical care when they need it and they're asking for it. They threatened a bunch of other stuff. Essentially, they had found out that this one puppy had tested positive for rabies on a Tuesday, and it had seemingly intentionally waited until Friday to start giving out these notices, or Thursday or something, knowing that it would be nearly impossible for these owners to find legal counsel before the 3-day period was up for them to surrender their dog. And luckily, Jess and her partner had ended up agreeing to euthanize Musubi because he had thrown up. And so, like, in front of someone who, like, it was clear that, like, okay, that is a symptom. We've always agreed that we want to do the best thing for Musubi, so we will euthanize because we don't want to be in a situation where he's suffering because of us. So they put him down. All of the other puppies were then tested for rabies. All of them came back negative. There was one puppy who came back positive on, there's 2 types of tests. There's a PCR test and an antigen test. An antigen test is not super conclusive by any means. It's basically up to the human eye on those tests, like looking through a microscope. And so that one was positive, but upon further inspection or upon further investigation, it could have been any number of things for that antigen test, but the PCR test was negative. And then Jess continued to do digging. Turns out the owner of that first puppy had gone to 3 separate vets demanding that this puppy had rabies and get put down. And there wasn't really any evidence of that. Now Jess has been fighting with like legal counsel to get the test of that puppy from the CDC. They will not release it by any means. The Colorado Department of Health has been calling around to vets, basically scaring dog owners in the area about this situation, and a lot of it has been conflated and not true. There's a TikToker, emergency vet or something, that posted about this rescue Mamco splicing a bunch of videos together that didn't actually happen at the same event to make it seem like Mamco was negligent and not in control of their puppies and weren't able to regulate the exposure when these puppies hadn't been vaccinated and the whole incubation period and stuff. And none of that is true from the people that run Mamco and from the people that are close to Mamco. And so essentially Jess is fighting on behalf of all of the other owners of the puppies in the litter. And she is unfortunately having to pay her own legal counsel. And so I'm not one to say that rabies isn't serious, because it absolutely is and should be taken seriously. And I can understand the like public scare around rabies. However, this situation was not handled well. And ultimately, like, an entire litter of puppies got put down for no reason. it's even looking like the more she digs into it, the more she looks at vets that had interacted with the puppies on their way from Texas up to here, that there is a chance that the puppy was never exposed to rabies in the first place. Jess did speak to the 3 vets that first owner had gone to, and they all essentially said, I didn't think that puppy had rabies. So anyway, I asked Jess for permission if I could talk about this, just because there's a petition to try and get more attention to this, because right now, like, the Colorado Department of Health and like some of the bigger legislative officials have like intentionally not taken notice of it, which is a little frustrating. And then she is also has like a GoFundMe. It's called Give Butter. To raise funds for her legal counsel. And so I'm going to put these links on our link tree. And I know a lot of you listen while driving, so it'll be like linked on our Instagram bio link, as well as I'll try and put it on our website. But there's a petition to sign, and it's givebutter.com/justice for Musubi. Musubi is spelled Musubi. And if you feel so inclined to donate to Jess is an amazing person. I think she's realized that her calling in life is like standing up for animals, which has always been something I've known about her, and I don't think she really realized it. Like, one of my first interactions with her was one of the first appointments I went to, we were talking about how hot it was outside and how irresponsible dog owners leave their dogs in cars when it's too hot, and how, like, I'll see something like that and maybe keep an eye on it, but her and her partner will like go knocking around at nearby businesses to figure out whose car it is, or call the police on that like person to get the dog out of the car. Like, they deeply, deeply care, and their heart's in a good place. So if you are so inclined, I would encourage you to go look at that. And that's what I have.
A little humanity, Jess.
Yeah. A little humanity, Jess.
Well, I'm not going to follow up that story with my story, just so you know.
I had another story.
Well, now that we're laughing. No, I'm kidding. Could you imagine? No, I want to hear your story.
I don't remember what it was. I had another elderly moment where I was like, what's your boomer quality? And
Old woman yells at cloud again.
I just hate when people cross slowly on crosswalks. I think that's all it is.
The thing, and I shared this with you coming in,
Yeah.
and I've cooled down a little bit because I've had a little iced coffee, so I'm a little bit more caffeinated, a little bit less hot. My house
Grant
is still
came
gets
in
kinda
and
warm.
said nary a word, and I was like, oh, God.
I didn't even tell you this. I dropped my keys to the rental car outside, and I was just like, I hate this car so much. And so I was like I came in dead silent, and you were like, and I go, sorry, I'm not in a good headspace, and I'm working to get myself into that good headspace. That's what I'm quiet about. Here's my boomer quality.
Okay.
If a crosswalk has been designed for you and is there to keep you and other people safe, and it is less than 10 steps away from you, use it.
Grant's whole face was twitching at different intervals.
At one point on my drive over here, I, for a brief moment, wished vehicular manslaughter on somebody. And that's when I was like, this isn't who we want to be on any day of the week, but especially Friday. And also, you don't really hope that happens to that person. You're just kind of frustrated that they're endangering themselves and standing in the middle of traffic. So that's my boomer quality. What's yours?
Do you think maybe you're a little grumpy because of what we did this morning?
No, actually, because I got to talk about it so often.
Dear listener, we've gone on now 2 sunrise hikes in the last week. I still don't know how I did the first one.
Oh, you're a little wine hungover.
Yeah, after we had. So initially we were supposed to record this episode on Monday, right? Monday, and I had some stuff going on, and I didn't. The episode wasn't fully ready, and so I was like, I had some stuff going on, and so Grant showed up with 2 bottles of wine, and so I did a sunrise hike, wine hungover.
Right, the next day.
Y'all.
Here's what's so funny about that whole thing. So I came over. We recorded it some Patreon, like a bit more casual of an evening, and it was while we were drinking wine and recording the podcast. I just shot a text off to Jacob like, sunrise hike tomorrow, and Jacob and I have done that a couple times. He was like, hell yeah. So I go, dope. Maya, do you want to go on a sunrise hike tomorrow?
Such a rude thing to do.
And Maya's like half out of the chair, wine drunk. She's like, yeah. Good. Excellent. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, now we have to go back next week because Lydia has way too much FOMO.
Also, as I explained to my parents, we are working with a limited window of sunlight before it's just an entire hike in the dark before
really
Grant has to go to work and
we're,
you guys
we're
go back to
already
bed.
pretty close.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
We get the first couple minutes of a sunrise and then you're like, I hate to be that guy.
It becomes, we get an orange band and we get like 3 minutes.
Of it growing.
5 if we're there on time. Not saying anything to anybody about anything.
Okay.
And then I go, well, I think it's about time we start heading down this
He's like
mountain.
literally slapping his thighs while standing. It's the most Midwestern thing I've ever seen.
But here's the thing. I get some fun and great photos of y'all, right? Like, I'm clearly enjoying it. And just,
I've enjoyed it.
On a bit of a time crunch. Yeah. And then on the way down, so the first day on the way down, Maya ran into a childhood friend, the parent of a childhood friend.
A childhood friend's mother.
Right.
Y'all.
And we're not joking when we say sunrise hike. The time right now is 6:05 a.m. in this story. And Maya's childhood friend's parent looks and goes, oh my God, Maya. And Maya's like, hey. She goes, you're not working?
It's like,
it's 6 and they're on the same hiking trail together. And then her next question is,
so
you're not married?
I was like, it's an Asian mother, to be clear, if anyone has any misconceptions about
like
this.
meeting Maya's final boss.
Yeah,
it
was like, whoa.
Nuts. I loved it, though. Loved it.
It was pretty funny. And then there was another moment where we were talking about maybe doing another half marathon. And literally in that exact moment, my knee just like gave out.
So when we say we here, Jacob looks at me and goes, so Grant, any big revelations? Because Jacob and I have done that a couple times, just the two of us. And it's at the end of each of those that I've been like, I want to climb a 14er or like, I want to do a half marathon and then have like gone off to do. And so you guys asked me that question and I was like, no joke, for realsies, seriously. I want to canoe through the Grand Canyon this coming spring, and we have to kind of organize that early. So yes, but something that's maybe a bit easier to do in the short term is a half marathon. And so I go, I'd love to do a half marathon. And then Jacob goes, oh yeah, that'd be fun. Like 2 months out, I could plan for one. Maya, what about you? And her knee answers, but just like quivering. Like dangerously quivering.
Yeah, and then later that night, we go to trivia, and I literally, all I do is lay eyes on Jacob, and I roll an ankle. And I was like, what's happening?
And like truly, like, you know that saying, like, would you take the man or the bear in the forest? Like me, sure, but especially Jacob. Like you're taking Jacob over there. Like we are teddy bears. I mean, I'm verbally mean, but pretty harmless otherwise. And Jacob's just kind.
Yeah.
And your body's like, not them, not
My
them.
body's like, you're dangerous.
Your body's a wonderland. In parentheses, derogatory.
Your body is a wonderland.
How did I ever do this podcast before a straw?
It's pretty game changing, isn't it?
I'm staying locked in.
Yeah.
All right. So this is actually the story that I was going to say.
Okay.
We're back to our normal selves.
Yeah.
Well, I laughed.
Hey.
There it is. So Maya made me, honestly, a really good iced coffee.
Yeah.
And it's pumpkin spice.
It was an espresso pumpkin spice pod because I stocked up on them last season.
Thank you. It's actually so hard for me to enjoy that this time of year because it's usually chock full of heavy cream, which I love, but I can't have, you know.
You're telling me
Much
you're
like
not
wine
lactose
alone.
tolerant?
I'm not. Like, oh, that's how we start off this episode. That's clever. That's clever.
you.
Anyway, so it's fall, and fall's my favorite time of year for like the weather and the aesthetic, and for the snacks and for college football, which is now the thing I want to share with you. I don't know why it took me a year and a half after we started this podcast for me to realize I need to be a special guest on a sports podcast.
Okay. I'm gonna play no part in that. You can figure that out.
I'm like, what? Well, first, what a great way for us to tap into a listener base that we certainly have room to grow with.
Because I can't help there.
No, and I can't wait to have the most unhinged episode with them, right?
Yeah. It'll be good for them, for sure.
Right. Like last time I saw a tight end that was that bad with his hands, and you know how the rest of that joke goes. I wouldn't do it on our family-friendly podcast, but I'm absolutely shaking up some of these. There's one specifically called I-80 After Dark.
Yeah.
I-80 is the main interstate that runs through Nebraska, and it's just sports talk. And I'm like desperate to get on a Nebraska podcast, but I'm even more desperate to get on like a national podcast and insist that Nebraska is relevant to that conversation.
I'm kidding. I like the Huskers.
I think that's maybe the only time she's actually felt like she needed to backtrack something. So like,
Yeah.
She went, and I like just slowly one eye blinked at her.
Like a broken doll.
And she was like, just kidding. I like Nebraska. Because, and I'm going to hold your hand as I tell you this. If you're on my side, then we can bully Danny together.
Oh, we were always on the same side for that,
I
for
know.
sure. And my college does not compete in the same division as yours, so
I really do think that I would be an exceptional special guest. And like,
Yeah.
you know, while their audience is certainly one we could grow into, I'm sure our audience also doesn't really listen to any of them. And so it's
you don't know that. We're about to get so many random Instagram requests that are just
good.
like,
If you're a fan of an SEC team, and I love you, and I'm so glad we've been on this journey together. Goodbye. Like I don't know. I'm kidding.
if you're a
Vanderbilt's
fan of CU
great.
buff, yeah, really don't tell Grant.
Oh my God, you should have. Oh, I told you that this morning too. Sorry, today's just the third day of today for me because I saw.
It's been a really long day.
The problem with seeing you on the mountain in the
Yeah.
morning is that's a whole social interaction
different,
for
yeah.
me, right? That's 2 hours,
Yeah.
and then I go to work, and that's my own little world,
Mm.
and then now I'm here, which is great, and also a different third mysterious little world.
Yeah.
We had back to school night and
Yeah.
at the school that I teach at, and I was like, and I got my degree in history education from the University of Nebraska, so like I'm so sorry Colorado fans, and like good luck Buffs, and it absolutely killed. Like listen, like harmless, slightly theatrical speech and debate teacher who's all like, college football guys, am I right? No, but for reals, go Huskers. Right? They're like, give this man everything. I'd be so good on a sports podcast, they wouldn't know what to do
Okay.
with themselves.
You can't leave me though. You know that, right?
No. I'm not even doing this outside of the comfort of my own home. I'm doing that thing that you always see on those kind of podcasts.
Yeah.
And I say this with love. Like, I think they do a good job of like scratching the niche target audience that they're going for.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I just want to be on a Zoom call with like a dangly cord, like
Yeah.
AirPod that's like plugged into my computer. And
Yeah.
I'm just speaking into the
AirPod that's plugged
what are
into
they
my
called?
headphones.
Thank you. So it's a headphone. And then you know how they had the like little chunky microphone thing, which was so girl, which was so brat.
It still
Bring
is,
those back.
yeah.
And it's like it's a microphone, but it's also how you control your volume and also how you skip the song. And it's like Apple, like no one asked you to do that much. This is the Army switchwatch of buttons. Anyways, I just want to be like, well, actually, if you look at Nebraska's secondary and the rate of turnovers they had against UTEP in the third and fourth quarter, I actually don't think you're going to have that much success against us when trying to move the ball. And then if you can't set up your ground game all that well, then I don't think you're really going to be able to put up the kind of points that Nebraska's more versatile quarterback's going to be. You see, that's a real thing you can say on a podcast about sports.
Yeah, so anyway, if anyone has any bookish... Apparently we're trying to get on other podcasts now.
This entire opening chat, for different reasons, has just been a bunch of plus 15, plus 15, plus 15, plus 15, plus... No, plus 15, plus 15, plus 15.
Well, in other news, I started on our gallery wall.
I really did shave my head for that photo, didn't I?
Yeah.
Great.
I also hung wigs. I think you can maybe see one behind Grant's head. Thanks to, I
Love
think
that frame.
it was Izzy that sent those to us.
These are fun. That was
Right?
fun art.
Someone's photoshopped me into a
Oh,
plant.
that's right, because you work at a plant.
and then and then that's Frankenstein's monster.
I didn't show it to the freshmen because I don't
Yeah.
value their opinions socially, but I did show it to some of my varsity students because I do, but don't tell them. The picture of you and I at that, you can't tell it's a bar. It's just like a black background.
Oh, the
but
one
you,
that
right?
yeah,
where
Lee
we're,
sent you today.
we're both in
Yeah.
great wigs.
Yeah. Oh, that
I
picture's
want-
amazing.
I want that one.
Okay,
I
we
should
can make that
I
happen.
immediately sent it to Griffin and Taylor,
Good.
and Griffin was like, "You should make that the cover of your podcast." And I was like, "Absolutely, you should." I mean, no, I mean, there's like a whole branding thing. Like, there's a strategy.
I mean,
I mean,
For some episode, the thing is, we can change the cover for different episodes.
Oh, cute. Fun. Oh, fun. Wait,
It's been a lot
for
of
the
work.
next live episode?
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
can do that.
Because it looks like we're about to drop an EP album.
It really does.
Like
it really, really does.
Like, imagine Matt and Kim had a cousin named Grant
it
and
looks
Maya.
like Paramore, but like the Kroger version, you know?
I
Like,
swear once a year they defrost Paramore.
They do.
And put her on a stage with like 100,000 people. And everyone's like, oh my God, where's she's been? And then they put her back in the freezer next to Walt Disney.
But she always comes out with like Billie Eilish or something like that. And it's like insane and amazing
Right.
and ethereal. And then you never see her again. It's wild.
I need for them, and I'm now speaking for Greg because I'm a considerate person, my father. I need them to get mixed up and de-thaw Avril Lavigne next year.
She has been de-thought, I thought once. She wasn't performing, but I did see her out and about. It was scary. She looks the same as she did back then, but older. It was weird.
My dad's retired now, which means life got a lot more simple for him.
Yeah.
And like in many ways, he is a skater boy.
And he was a skater boy. She's a later boy.
This is probably trademarked. Singing podcast. You have like 4 hours worth of notes.
I have a long story.
Should we
y'all.
freshen up our drinks first?
What? Okay.
I really am in a much better mood.
I'm really glad that
Tambion.
today's episode is
Brought to you by Maya.
Monet,
Nice.
or Monette, as some people have been known to call her. Is interactive, dear Grant.
What? If there's a Kahoot, I'm going to freak out.
No, there are a lot of journal entries, though. And
Ooh.
if I send you said journal entries when they come up, will you read them?
Oh, I would love
Excellent.
that.
Excellent. I'm going to send you the first one. It's not for a second.
And teaching this strategy is called warm calling.
Good.
Good. Get her?
Cool. It'll be a bit in.
Okay.
Okay, so unfortunately, Grant already kind of knows what the story is. And by kind of knows, he knows the vague premise of the story because I maybe gave away too much on a Patreon where I drank 2 bottles of wine. As in, I told him the years and that it was a cold case. And he was like, well, was it that? And I was like, God damn it.
No, the thing that you said that gave it away was, well, unlike yours, Grant, it's an actual history mystery. And I was like, oh, there's only like 3 of those.
There's so many more. I sent Jacob a whole list of possibles if he wanted.
I'm not going to say more because I've already spoiled too much for you already. But dear listener, she didn't know about the soccer team that went down in the Andes. And by soccer, it might have been rugby. But you know what I'm talking about. I was like, how have you not heard about this?
Do you want to do the episode then?
No, I want to hear the episode.
Also, the last little announcement is that we had mentioned a while ago that my friend Maddie would be doing the third
yeah.
episode for History's Mysteries. She had something come up, so she's not able to do it anymore. Really sad. That sounded ingenuine. It is really sad. But we luckily have a dear friend, Jacob.
Oh, we got a guest star.
We got a guest
So
star.
funny. We asked him and he said, yes, I demand full creative control. And for whatever reason, we were like, sweet, cool. We don't have to tell him anything. And then
And then this morning we were like, so have you prepared a story?
he was like, prepared a what for who, man? And then I was like, all right, that's right. Lydia listens to every second of this. And
You
Jacob will
are
like
there in the room.
Jacob will like the TikTok and then immediately scroll. Because he's a supporter.
Yeah. So today's story is an actual mystery, unlike what some of us in this room might do.
Okay, you tell me then why we didn't all know about Jean de Clisson before.
It's not a mystery. There's no questions left to be asked.
Just the largest one. What are we doing to women in history?
I hate you so much. This was your theme.
I know.
Okay. So the introduction, we're going to Zurich, Switzerland in 2013. Specifically, we're going to a movie theater in Zurich with a man named Johann Guame. I'm assuming on that pronunciation. Don't come at me. Grant, do you remember what movie came out in the later parts of the year 2013? It's a bit of a cultural staple.
Inception?
Maybe it might have. That's not what I'm talking about, though.
Contagion?
Nope. You're in the wrong venue.
Is it a happy movie?
Genre. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, it is.
27 Dresses?
Frozen.
Oh, that's really funny. Sure. Wait, 2013, really?
Yeah, November 2013.
Wow.
Grant, what do you think our friend Johan took away from that movie?
From the movie 2013?
The movie Frozen.
In 2013?
Yeah, in 2013.
And who's Johan again?
He's a man in Zurich, Switzerland.
Oh, okay. That's all you have said so
I've
far.
literally given you no information because you know too much.
I think he probably took away from that movie that we're all snowflakes and we're all different. It's a moment from The Bold and the Beautiful. Do you know what I'm referencing?
No.
Okay, so it's Trixie and Katya.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, you don't understand. We were the kind of poor where we would go outside with construction paper and capture snowflakes and come in and look at them under like magnifying glasses and stuff. And then Katya goes, and the lesson was we're all different. And she does like a little tongue wink thing, like the literal tongue wink emoji. And so I thought that's exactly what you were queuing me up for.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what he took away from that.
Did he also take away that it's a really lovely married couple who wrote most of the music for it, and they wrote it for the children? No. Pete, I want you to remember I am the same man who was like, I have opinions about Nebraska's secondary defense.
I know that you are complex and many faceted. Anyway.
I looked at a kid the other day and I go, I contain multitudes. And they were like,
okay. So it's a beautiful story about generational trauma, female empowerment, a very sweet snowman, a reindeer, and rocks for some reason. What Guame actually took away is that he needed to go to Hollywood immediately so that specifically, there's a scene where Anna and Kristoff are running from the avalanche caused by Elsa. You remember? Yes?
Sure.
She builds a
I
castle.
was in college when this movie came out.
Does that mean you haven't seen it?
Yes. That's definitionally what that means.
Grant!
Yes.
Grant!
Yes. I mean, I've seen bits. I know enough to make it through a conversation.
So Anna and Elsa are sisters.
Josh Gad is a big voice actor in it. I mean, that's huge.
Anna and Elsa are sisters, right?
Right.
Elsa is the one that inherited all the powers and generational trauma. She was told, like, shh, pretend that doesn't
But doesn't
exist.
she like ice burn her sister too at one point? Oh, and their
Yeah, a
parents
little
die,
bit. Yeah,
right?
their parents die.
And she's locked in a bedroom.
She locks herself in a bedroom
And
because
is
she's
this-
scared of hurting other people.
Is this the version of Frozen that had the like kind of like saucy scene at a sauna?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Do I know more about this movie than you?
No, I'm trying to remember where a sauna might have happened. I don't remember. There isn't a saucy scene, but I know exactly what you're talking about. It's
Thank you.
the big summer blowout.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm so grateful for our listeners who just everything they've heard
They're
so
like,
far.
What the fuck is this story?
Someone on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
I saw
Go
the
on.
comment, if that's what you're getting at. Okay, so there's a scene where Anna tries to bring Elsa back down the mountain. Elsa escapes. She's like, I am a danger to everyone, builds this whole castle in the sky.
Right.
Anna comes up, and she's like, you actually froze, like, the entire place, so you need to come back
Hey,
and fix that.
monster! You broke things.
And Elsa went, oh my god, I can't believe I actually hurt people, and causes this whole storm, causes an avalanche that chases Anna and Kristoff, like, kind of down this mountain. Anyway. Johann Guame, it turns out, is a Swiss scientist who studies avalanches. He's an associate professor for ETH Zurich. ETH is the German acronym for the English translation, which is Federal Institute of Technology.
Okay.
He's also the group head at the WSL Institute for Snow and Avalanche Research. And he has not followed the advice of Elsa from Frozen and let it go. God, I'm funny.
I know you told me a story on the mountain some point this week.
Yeah.
Where you were like up at 12:30 researching, and I know that's when that
Oh,
was.
that's
and
100%.
And you were like, elsewhere
I
in your
was
home, Casey woke up to a laughter on the cusp of the wind, and he's like, "Where's Maya? She's in danger." And you're like, "Didn't let it go." Oh, hey, Casey, what's going on?
For reference, it was 12:30. Casey had gone to bed early. He woke up at 12:30 being like, Maya's not in bed. She must not be well. And he told me the next morning that when he woke up, he thought it was like 4:30 in the morning and that I like really had like screwed up.
Meanwhile, insert here, you're that Sarah Paulson meme of just like covers up white
Yeah.
face.
Yes. Yeah. So he did not follow the advice of Elsa from Frozen and let it go. Same though, because he wanted to take Disney's modeling software and adapt it for research purposes relating to a very, very old case where an avalanche is one of the many contested conclusions of the case. I am not even fucking shitting you. This is a real story. You can Google the name of this case and then Disney, and this will be the first thing that shows up.
I just want to point out how glad I am. Glad that it was this little German professor boy who was like, I must get my hand, whatever. This German snow modeling and not like the U.S. military.
Yeah.
They can build their own modeling system, darn it. Yes, they can.
You good?
I don't know.
Okay.
Today I really don't know.
This case is gonna.
You know I do all my best work
in
in the first
ways.
2 paragraphs.
I know. Page 1. Okay.
Nice.
So we're gonna look at the case today, dear listener, on the advice of our friend Mikhail.
Mikhail?
It's Makayle.
M-A-K.
Yeah.
A-Y.
L-E.
Mikhail.
Okay. Thanks to what he said.
Aristocracy.
I think they're she. They recommended this on Spotify in the Spotify comments on episode 67, right when I was about to start researching like Roanoke or something. We are going to be covering the Dyatlov Pass incident. I'm very excited.
Or as I called it, wait, hold on. We haven't even revealed the country of origin yet, have we?
No, we haven't.
Okay, I want to hold on to everything.
Yep. So our story begins. Next sentence. Our story begins in 1959
How many
in
times
Soviet
is this
Russia.
story gonna be?
That was not as funny as we're making it.
Okay, so now I can share what I was going to share 90 seconds ago. When you asked me initially, if you're like, are you doing that? Do you know what history mysteries came from the insert time period here?
I literally already said 59.
Right. I think I said, well, you're talking about the Soviets who got lost in the snow? Like, that was my answer.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so the next part of this is meet your characters, which I formatted as like their
nice, good.
I also formatted it as if like they're a heist. They're about to do a heist. Like, yeah, you need certain people, so it's like the leader swoops in from the side.
I'm ready.
Okay, the leader is Igor Alexeyevich Dyatlov. The most experienced of the group and the group leader. He went on a lot of these trips, and it seemed like his mother was not super thrilled that this is how he spends his money. I think, I didn't write down his name. There it is. He's 23. He's a radio engineering student at the Ural Polytechnic Institute. Acronym is UPI. And it's a different name now. I have it written down later on. But it's a very prestigious school, and it was very difficult to get into. So it's a really cool thing that he got into it. It's also a college a lot like mine that's just science, technology.
They don't bother with those humanities being
don't.
what they literally have to offer legally.
Yeah, we don't bother with those majors, though. So despite his mother not loving that he goes on these trips, he does always bring her back a token from all these gifts. So that can be anything from like plants or crystals or fun rocks or whatever.
That's a good son. That's a good son.
That is a really good son. So when he was getting interviewed to go into UPI, he was in the interview room, and the fan that was in the room broke, and they asked if he could fix it. And so he said, let me try. Do you have a screwdriver? And so he like kind of took it apart, and then he was like, well, actually it's not broken. You just haven't been oiling it as you should. Like it'll work fine if you oil it. So he oiled it, and it worked fine. And basically from then on, he like nailed that interview, and he got in.
That was the interview.
Yeah, probably.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, 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 the leader.
Exactly.
He also built his own telescope so that him and his friends and family could view Sputnik, which had just been launched a few years prior in 1957. And he also fashioned the special tent that they would use for this particular expedition. It could sleep, I think, 10 or 11 people. And then also he fashioned the stove that it's not the stove that they would use for cooking. It was a stove that would heat the tent, and the stove and the tent kind of work together. It's actually a pretty cool setup. Like this stove is kind of like elevated in the sky, and then, or not in the sky, in the tent, yeah. And then there's like a whole system that comes up and out of the top of the tent. So da da da, the lover. Zinaida Alexeyevna Kolmogorova.
It was sad watching you do the song by yourself. Cue me in next time.
Okay.
There's like a hand up.
Ouch.
You were like, da da da, the lover. And you're listening to Delilah.
Oh God. Okay, Zinaida.
So sorry.
Goes by Zena. Jesus. She is 22 and also a radio engineering student with Igor. She is one of only 2 girls that will be on this trip, but don't underestimate her. She has done a lot of these same types of trips with Igor and some of the other people on this expedition. On another trip, she was bitten by a viper. She refused to lighten her backpacking load. And she even completed a lot of challenging hikes, or I think she finished the rest of that hike with the viper bite with the same load. She then completed a lot of other challenging hikes similar to this one and was even the lead on several.
So there just was like not a lot of therapy available in the Soviet Union in the 50s.
In the Soviet Union during the Cold War?
I don't know.
No.
I mean, I do know. I have
Yeah.
a literal degree.
Yeah.
But.
So she was described as the engine of the university. She's outgoing and energetic. Igor also has a thing for Xena. And there are some sources that will say that they're together. There is no solid evidence that they were like a couple at the time of this hike. But yeah, Igor has a thing for her. We know that. Are you ready?
Da, da, da. That's all
the
I
brave.
The brave.
AKA the other lover.
So the
Say it with me. Hot again.
It's just leader, that's a role. Lover, that's a role. Brave, that's an adjective.
Yeah, these became adjectives because there's like 11 of them. 10 of them. Okay.
The also an engineer. Da da da.
Literally. Okay.
So wait, hold on. We are meeting the second and final woman of this 11-person cast.
No, this
What
one's,
is this? A
one's
Sondheim musical?
This is a man.
That was funny.
This was good. Now that I think about it.
It's a good joke when I insist that you appreciate it. Da da da. The Joker.
Annoying.
For those of you just pulling into your parking lot, I'm so sorry. 1, we told you nothing before you got to work today. And 2, I'm sorry that da 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 is like now stuck in your head.
Okay, so the brave, aka the other lover, is Yuri Nikolayevich Doroshenko. He is 21. He's a 4th-year radio engineering student. He kind of had an interesting upbringing. Not really interesting for this time period, but he was very poor growing up and was often known to not be wearing adequate clothing for the temperature because he often couldn't afford them. His mother had been saving for several years to buy him a warm coat. I'm not sure if it's a warm coat that he would have had in the future or the warm coat he took on this trip. On a different trip that he and Xena were both on, so the reason he is the other lover is because he and Xena were together. So previous to this trip that I'm about to tell you...
So sorry, real quick.
Sorry.
So leader has a crush on lover. Lover is dating the brave.
Dating.
What, formerly?
Yes.
So they're not together on this trip?
No.
Okay.
So on a different trip...
Is this literally the plot of the book that I'm reading right now?
On a different trip where he and Xena had both been on, previous to this trip, they had rarely talked. Xena was helping set up the tent and saw a large brown bear. And she made some kind of noise of like alert or like terrifying. I don't know if she screamed or whatever. And Yuri Doroshenko chased this bear away from the group's tent with nothing but a geologist's hammer. And that was the moment Xena fell in love.
What? I'm sorry, like, was he naked? Like, what's going on there?
He wasn't naked, but he did scare away a bear for her.
I hope a geologist's hammer is like different than just a hammer.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it is different, but not that much. So they dated for a while. At the time of the trip that I'm about to talk about, they were no longer together. And now, Grant, I gave you a passage to read.
Oh. For reals?
Yeah. This is a letter Xena sent to her friend Lydia Grigorieva on January 22nd of 1959. So this will be a few days before the trip. She's going to refer to someone called Yurka. Yurka is her nickname for Yuri Doroshenko.
Sorry. Before I start to read this, can you please right here add in that Ken Burns Civil War documentary audio with like the violin?
Cannot and will not do that.
Do you know what I'm talking about though? Then I'm going to... God.
We'll do it after. We'll do it after.
Do it in post.
We don't have the time.
or the trade rights. Letter from Xena to her friend Lydia, January 22nd, 1959. And you understand
Lida, I think.
Immediately spelled differently.
So I think she's going to call her Lida and then Lidushka later on, just so you know. It's like a...
And you understand, Lida. Yurka is coming with us too. I didn't want him to come. Can you imagine how the healing wounds will be opened again? I was very calm in Kamensk, although not a day passed that I didn't think of him. But I managed to remember without pain in my heart, only sadness. Yes, Ladushka. Third name. What if I was like, yes, Maya. Yes, my bear. Yes, Wawa. Like, just
I think that's what she's doing too.
Okay.
Like, I think adding Ushka at the end is like a diminutive.
like the Ito.
Yeah.
Yes, Ladushka. Who to believe after all of this? And here we are again, together, on an expedition. He asked to join the group. They took him, but they didn't tell me to the very end. He settled the whole thing with the backpacks, and he was allowed to go hiking. Ladushka, this is going to be a very hard trip for me. You understand that, right? Me.
Yeah.
You understand that, right? I think I can treat him like everyone else. I will at least try. After all, he was able to go with a group where I am, which means I must also pull myself together. I'll try, but it's going to be difficult because I love him. Ladushka.
So obviously from that letter, Yuri Doroshenko is the one that initiated the breakup.
Give me 800 more, please.
There's only a few more that are as dramatic as that.
I am a performance artist first.
Okay. I'm going to send you the next picture, so don't look at it. Ready?
Yes.
Da, da. This is a mess. I hate it here. We are 40 minutes. We are an hour into this episode, and I have made it 2 pages.
I was looking at our very cute little ceramic cranes, and you asked me if I'm ready in the way I ask my students if they're ready. What I'm really trying to say is I need you to focus now. So when you were like, "Are you ready?" I was like, "Yes." I'm dead silent.
Da, da, da. The Athletic.
Nice. To the 8 of you out there who opened it up this morning and was like, oh, hell yeah, 6-hour episode from Grant and Maya.
Sorry. Okay. Rustem Vladimirovich Slobodin.
Okay.
He's 23. He has already graduated from UPI a year prior in 1958 in engineering technology. He is a long-distance runner. He had one special ask for this trip from Igor, and it was if he could bring a special item in his backpack, because they have like the backpacks, and so they have to like coordinate who's bringing or like how much food each person's carrying, how much clothes everyone's way. He wanted to bring a mandolin with him for entertainment, like on the trains and at night, because
Like
the nights are long.
Yep.
And they said yes, so he brought his mandolin. He was known to be a man of very few words, and there is not a whole lot known about him. Are you ready now?
Yes.
Da, da, da.
She's
the
giving
stinger
me her,
slash the moneymaker.
She's giving me her best, like.
Da, da, da. I'm a conductor.
It's absolutely giving elementary school music teacher December 22nd in their high school, in their elementary cafeteria. The moneymaker.
The moneymaker. The money manager. So she's I called her the stinger slash the money manager. This is the second woman of the group.
A second woman.
Yeah. This is Lyudmila Alexandrovna Dubnina. She is the youngest of the group. She is 20. She's an economics and engineering major and also a track athlete. She is definitely the least experienced of the group. This is her first class 3 expedition, which is just a determination of how hard the hike is, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. So this is her first expedition of this type, and she is the only one on this trip that this will be her first expedition of this difficulty. She was known to be kind of quiet and shy, but she was very outspoken when it came down to it, if it was something that she deeply cared about. She was a staunch communist, probably because her family was a staunch communist. And
Sorry,
she's
that was
20.
like shocking to me, and then I remembered we were in the Soviet Union.
Russia. Yep. But it seems around this time, one of the sources I used for this story said she was beginning to loosen her pleats, like the pleats of her hair. So she's beginning to find who she is outside of communism. LOL, everyone's freshman year at college. She is tough as nails,
Baron
though.
Trump at NYU right now.
Yeah. So she is tough as nails, similar to Xena. She's had some like traumatic hiking experiences, but has come back for more. No one in the group doubted her. One time, in fact, she had been shot by accident by a hunter while she was on one of these hikes, and she persevered quite cheerfully, according to the classmates that were with her, but she did have to have help making the 50-mile journey back.
That's crazy because Dick Cheney is literally in the news right now.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
The charismatic.
Increasingly less confident.
Oh yeah.
Where was the Maya that wrote that Frozen joke? She really let it go.
She's okay. The charisma, as I call him, Nikolai Vladimirovich Thibault Brignoles. He had a French last name, which did give him a lot of trouble growing up because we're in Soviet Russia.
Right.
He's 23. He graduated a year prior, again, in civil engineering. He had a tough upbringing because of this French last name and because they're like not Russian. His father was sentenced to a gulag, a work camp, for the entirety of the time he was alive after Nick was born. It sounds like he was released for a period of time, conceived Nikolai, and then was sent back to the gulag or sent to a different gulag or something like that.
What is this, Anna Karina?
Basically. So anyway, his father was essentially worked to death. He was... Nikolai, I'm going to end up calling him Thibault, but in my notes I had called him Nick. I found out later that his nickname was Thibault.
Okay.
So Thibault was known to make friends very quickly and was very serious and mature for his age because of this kind of tough upbringing. He was known as a very diligent and hard worker and well-liked by everyone he met. Arguably, he was almost a little too enthusiastic in some of his projects. One of his professors reviewed his senior project with lots of compliments, saying that this is a great project, but ending with, quote, "The overall assessment of the graduation project is excellent. I would like to wish the student a little more composure, purposefulness, and orderliness in his future work." One of his friends would later say that Thibault enjoyed great fame and popularity in student dormitories.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
I tell ya. Are you ready?
And he's French.
This is my worst introduction one.
So excited.
Ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
The
The weirdly older one.
when the professor is like literally right there for you to take.
Yeah. No. So this is Semyon Alexeyevich Zolotaryov. He goes by Sasha. I'm going to refer to him as Semyon. He is 38. He is the only one that is not a student.
That's not old.
Compared to 20?
No, I know.
I'm not saying it's old. I'm saying it's older.
I'm also not saying it's old.
Do you want to do the notes?
No.
Okay.
You know that this is my favorite job.
No. So he was 38. He graduated in 1950 from the Institute of Physical Education, so not from UPI. He was not previously known to the group, but asked to join a few weeks before and seemed to be embraced by the group very quickly. He worked as an expedition instructor and needed one more expedition to get a higher ranking at work. If he did enough miles or whatever, got the certain certification, he would get a pay raise at work, and he needed to do it now. So he needed to add miles to get the promotion, essentially at work because he was previously signed up. He needed the miles to get the promotion, and to get these miles, he had previously signed up for a 25-day hike. But if he did this, he wouldn't have had time to visit his mom after the hike and before his work's busy season started. So he opted to join, or asked to change to join, a 15-day hike with Igor. And so the UPI asked Igor if this person could join, because Semyon was about to be hired on by UPI to be one of their sports instructors.
Into the wood to get the promotion, to save my relationship, to get my mom a gift.
Yes.
Into the woods.
Into the woods. Into the woods. Okay. The interesting thing about Semyon is that he had previously been a frontline soldier in World War II.
Oh.
And had been given medals for his time at the war. To give you an idea of his generation, he was drafted, obviously. So of the men born the year that he was born, only 3% survived.
Yep.
So that's an entire generation gone.
Yeah.
So he's seen some shit. He seemed, from everything that I could see, very cheerful and fun to be around.
They still don't call it World War II in Russia.
Yeah.
They call it the Great Patriotic War because of how just devastating it was, especially to young people in Russia.
Yeah. So he was added to the group. He became very close with Thibaut Nicolay. Are you ready?
Da, da, da.
The cool guy.
Came back real strong with that.
Thank you. This is Alexander Sergeyevich Kolovatov. I'm going to call him Sasha. I'm a little confused about...
There are 2 Sashas on the trip.
There are 3 Yuris, my dude.
All they need is a Jean.
Yeah, literally. So I am a little confused there. There are some references that just refer to a Sasha, and I'm not actually sure if they were referring to Alexander or Semyon. I think a lot of the times they're referring to Sasha. You'll see. It's not a huge deal when you look at the case, but this one is the one that I'm going to refer to as Sasha. He was 24, not very well known. It seems like he was very private. He was a 4th-year student in physics. It seemed like he had also a bit of a rough childhood. His father, at first it was a okay childhood. His father was a higher up at one of the gulags during World War II. So the family that lived there was well off. Obviously they're at the highest status in that social ranking.
Right.
But then his father was killed in a train accident on the train tracks.
Oh.
And anyway, him and his sister and mother were thrown off of the property. Yeah. And so he was allowed to get an education for free if he worked for 3 years after graduation, which I understand is a pretty normal thing in Russia. And so after he gets his education, he has to work for 3 years where the government puts him. And so the government sent him to Moscow to work in a secret military institute. He already had a degree in metallurgy, but now he was studying for a nuclear physics degree. So he's a smart guy. And he had a job working at the Ministry of Medium Machine Building. Do you know what that is?
No.
Sounds super innocuous. It's the ministry that oversees building nuclear bombs.
Oh. Medium?
Yeah, medium.
Huh. I have nothing to say to that. Yeah. That's just wild to me.
And he was kind of overseen, or the place that he worked was overseen by F.M. Slavsky, who played a really big part in some of the design of Chernobyl.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
The initial construction or the cleanup?
The initial construction.
Okay.
The big faulty stuff. What they call the it's the thing that they put dead people in, the coffin. Is what they call it, the thing that he helped design. So in one of Zena's diary entries, she refers to Sasha as the senior instructor of the Korov sport base. So that's interesting. Are you ready?
I am.
Da, da, da. The Joker.
Okay. Is this the second joke? Oh, no, I was the Joker.
Yeah, you were the Joker.
You called me the fool.
I called you the annoying.
We're glad that we didn't lose that.
Okay, so this is Georgi. We're going to refer to him as Yuri because that's how everyone refers to him, but his first name is actually Georgi. Alexeyevich Krivonishenko. He's 23. He's often getting into a lot of hijinks and was thought of as the life of the party. He graduated in UPI in 1957 with a degree in construction and hydraulics. He worked at a nuclear plant, specifically a plutonium production site for nuclear weapons and nuclear fuel reprocessing. His job was overseen so strictly by the government that Igor actually had to ask his work for permission for Yuri to go on this trip.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
And they obviously approved. So, and are you ready?
Da, da, da.
The kind.
Oh.
Yeah, this is our third Yuri. Yuri Yefimovich Yudin. I'm just going to call him Yuri Yudin. He's 21. He's an economics major. He was considered the soul of the group. Cheerful, resourceful, and energetic. He was described as not cool, not sarcastic, but he got along really well with the girls and was kind. And from his journal entries, it seems like he was very introspective. So to recap, we have 10 people going on this trip, 8 men and 2 women. Igor Dyatlov, Zina... Why did I not copy down her last name? Zina Kolmogorova. Oh, God, that's why. Zina Kolmogorova. Yuri Doroshenko, Rustem Slobodin, Ludmila Dubinina, Thibaut, so Nikolay, the French guy, Semyon, Alexander a.k.a. Sasha, Yuri Krivonishenko, and Yuri Yudin. All of the members of this group were Class 2 rated hikers on this trip, and doing this trip would give them, at least Igor and some of the others on the trip, enough miles or experience or whatever to get their Class 3 or expert ranking certification, which was a big deal in hiking.
And outside of hiking, they're also all individually quite accomplished.
Yes,
it sounds like.
They're all incredibly intelligent. Don't scroll like too far, but it's not super important. These are pictures of the members of the group.
They are young.
Yeah.
Some of their fits are wild, like in a good way.
Yeah.
Igor looks like he's fun.
Yeah, right.
Love Rustum's small little hat.
I know.
What was the name of the weirdly older one?
Semyon.
Ah,
Yeah.
you mean the only one with like a proper
With
photo?
a mustache, yeah.
And like a tie.
They all kind of had proper photos. I tried to pick one that like pictured their face
Sure.
in the best way, but
And that like a lot of these people like, lived lives.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't
Isn't that crazy? Okay. Okay, so the journey is the next part of the story. I'm not sure how the whole ranking system goes for hiking for the certifications, but there was a whole process in getting the certifications. So in order to get the miles under their belt, in order to classify for the next level or whatever, Igor needed to get the route approved by whatever overseeing committee.
Okay.
And then it would be approved and either sent
To
back
like prove
or
it was like difficult enough or whatever.
difficult enough, and so that they would kind of know where he was and all of that.
Right.
And it needed to be like enough days and whatever. I think if they took too long on this trip, it would kind of disqualify it.
Right.
Okay, so I saw a source that said the route itself was not really agreed upon or known well. I think this group might have been the first group to do this particular route.
Okay. And they're doing it in January.
Yes, I think that adds to the difficulty rating of the hike. Igor had to talk to some geologists and pilots who are familiar with the area to get the route down. And he was also supposed to get the route approved to going, but there's evidence that he may not have done that. And they needed, in order to get their next certification or in order to get the miles under their belt, they needed to document the entire trip. And so for this reason, these groups that would go on this thing would have a group diary. And this was not just a Dyatlov group thing. This was like a thing that was seen in other groups as well. So they would take turns writing in the journal about like, today we crossed this river, saw this, the wind is like this, and the temperature is like this, and stuff like that.
Oh, Louis Merriweather Clark and whatnot.
Yes. So this journey would take these individuals around 3 weeks total and would take them along the Lozva River to Mount Kolat-Syakhl, and then they would ascend Mount Atorton with an elevation around 3,877 feet above sea level, and then they would start heading back south and ascend Mount Oyoko Chakur. So there's translations for all of these, and some of them are Russian names, some of them are Mansi names. So Mount Kolat-Syakhl translates to the dead mountain.
Oh.
Which is not meant to be ominous. It's more like the barren mountain, like nothing grows there.
Sure.
Mount Atorton in Mansi, which Mansi is like the indigenous group in the area. They're a bunch of nomadic reindeer herders.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Mount Atorton roughly translates to don't go there.
Oh. Okay.
And then the last...
So their journey takes them through Nothing Lives There Mountain and Don't Go There Mountain.
And then circle back around to Old Man Mountain.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, so I mean, that's cool.
okay.
So even today, this pass is very difficult to do, particularly in the winter. There is a 2021 documentary that I watched on this, and it took the team 8 days to do just the portion in the mountains.
Okay.
And it would have taken, I think, the other group maybe closer to 12, something like that. It was quite a bit longer. And the documentary crew did it on snowmobile for the on.
Oh, they weren't even walking it. They were literally driving
Well,
it?
the group wasn't walking it either. It's all cross country skiing.
Okay.
So I mean, like, that doesn't necessarily make it easier, but
No.
the people that
Maybe a
do
little
it
bit
today,
faster.
yeah, tend to do snowmobiles.
Just 8 days of riding snowmobiles out in the mountains? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just logistically, I'm like, that's so much fuel. Like, you're carrying that with you? Like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah. So this isn't like today or in the U.S. where you can just drive up to a trailhead and go on a hike. This journey would include the travel to get there. So a breakdown of their travel, again, it's estimated to be around 21 days. Day 1 through 2 is Sverdlovsk to Polonchno by train. Day 3 would be that same P city to Vijay by truck. Days 4 through 6 would be Vijay to the second northern by ski, which was about 55 kilometers. In the end, they ended up negotiating for someone to take their packs via a horse-drawn sled so that they could ski that leg without their packs.
Nice.
Day 7 and 8, they went up the Ospia River. Day 9, the plan was to pass in the upper Lozva River. It would be 38 kilometers that day. Day 10 would be their ascent up Atorton, 14 kilometers. Day 11 would be Mount Atorton to the upper Ospia, so now they're starting to head back down, which would be 20 kilometers. If you want to look at the picture I sent you.
A text message from Maya.
So it'll start at the
whoa.
little home icon, and that's where the hike starts. So I believe
And then they do
days...
like a big loop.
Yeah, day 4 through 6 is up to Vijay and the second northern. 7 and 8 up the Ospia River. 9, pass in the Lozva River. 10, ascent up Atorton, which is that uppermost point. And then they start heading back down. There's the Unya River, the upper Vishra River, upper Niol's River, and then they ascend their last mountain, Oiko Chakur, along the northern Toshimenka to the hut. I think the hut would have probably been a Mansi Hunter hut, maybe.
Okay.
Along the northern, continuing along that northern river, back to Vijay, which is then where they're back to civilization and can reach back out to family and friends. And then they would go back by truck.
It really is. It's like a huge
It's a huge
circle.
Mhm.
It's like you go up and you go through a couple of different, like flatter areas, and then it's like one huge mountain, second huge mountain.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the mountain in the center that they keep circling around?
I am not sure.
The star in the center.
Yeah. I don't. I don't know what that mountain is.
Don't get a clear phone case. It's impossible to hold on to. Like negative friction.
Good. Okay, I'm going to send you the next little thing, so don't look at it.
Let me get out of the first little thing. All right. I'm
okay.
out of it.
Okay, I mean, it's coming up like right now, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. So that was the planned route. On January 23rd, so the day after Xena sends that letter that I had you read.
The Dushka.
Yes. They left Sverdlovsk and made it to Sarav, which is part of the train journey up. And so they were in Sarav by the next morning where they had a train layover, and they were there for about 11 hours from 7:30 a.m. to 6:45 p.m. At the train station in Sarav, they got a not so warm greeting from the people that were there, namely the police. They were not allowed into the train station. I'm not sure if they got out and then had to go back in for their next train or whatever, but they weren't allowed back into the train station to warm up from the cold because this was considered loitering. And now I'll have you read that passage.
What?
Mm-hmm. And this is an example of the group diary. This particular thing that Grant's about to read is written by Yuri Yudin. The Kind.
Group diary, Yuri Yudin, The Kind, January 24th. We arrived in Sarov, a town. We traveled with Blinov group.
Which is just another hiking group led by a different person.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
They have things for hunting and other accessories. At the station, we were met with hell of a hospitality. They didn't allow us into the building. The policemen stare at us suspiciously. There is no crime or vandalism in the city, as it's supposed to be in times of communism. And then Yuri Krivo started a song. The cops grabbed him and took him away.
Yes. So
they're like, why on earth have you come to this like edge of the world?
they're like not even halfway up, though. They're just in this town.
Sure, but it sounds like a small town where they're like, we don't
like,
get a lot
out.
of your kind around here.
That's exactly what it was, yeah.
Okay.
So I've seen a couple different stories on why Yuri Krivonoshenko, the Joker, started singing. One said it was to cheer the cop up so that he would let them in. Another said it was to try and make money because Yuri Krivonoshenko had just asked the Yuda, the money manager,
Right.
For money for a cafe. And for some reason she said no. I mean, they're like students traveling on a budget.
Right.
And so he went around asking for money after singing them a song. And it could have been like multiple versions or multiple parts of all of those. Look at her little leg.
I've been watching her the entire time.
Yeah. So he was taken by the police and almost charged with deception or disruption or something like that. But the others on the trip went to the police and like argued to get him back, which is a big deal in the Soviet Union. You don't really argue with authority.
I don't think my father, the man who ran the largest gulag in East Russia, would be very
really
happy
like
to hear about this.
Yeah, exactly. You get it. Okay, so this is okay. I'm sending you two, and you're gonna read them kind of right after one another. Okay. So apparently, Yuri Krivonoshenko loved music. I'm not sure if this is the song that he especially loved, but his favorite song was a song called I Love You, My Life, sung by the so-called Soviet Sinatra, Mike Burns.
Yikes.
Yeah. And so the lyrics of the song go, I've got so much, a vastness of the land and a seaplane. I have long known of selfless men's friendship in the ringing of each day. I'm so happy that I'm restless. I've got love. My life, you know what this is. I've got love. My life, you know what this is. And now I'll have you read the first one that I sent you, the one from Lyuda Dubinina's diary.
A reading from the Book of Maya.
From the Book of Lyuda.
I don't know if you don't have any church trauma, but that's how you would start a reading from the Bible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You went to a private element, like a religious elementary
I was
school.
fully there.
Ludmila Dubinina.
Ludmila Dubinina.
Diary.
Yes.
January 24th. We arrived in Surov very early. We were not allowed into the station with the backpacks. We settled nearby the station. The boys crossed the overseer. That's me. The accusations of stinginess and greed. Alas, the canteen at this point is a great luxury for us. There was one small incident. Yurka K. was taken by the police, charging him with deception. Our hero decided to walk around the station, handing a cap for change after singing a song. Yuri had to be rescued.
She sounds so over it. And
She sounds like literally week 2 of every Euro trip with your friend group.
Yeah, you're like, Jesus Christ. So after this, they try and get into a nearby school, which is 1st through 2nd grade, to warm up and store their gear.
They're just like breaking into government buildings.
No. They ask to be let in.
Oh, okay.
There's like a janitor or something that they ask if they can store their gear there, and the janitor is like, yeah, or is like, I guess not super excited about that. And then they say essentially,
could imagine.
Yeah, we'll offer to talk to the kids about like what they call tourism, which is just like hiking and stuff like that with backpacks and their experiences and stuff. And so
they're living the dream. They're like,
right?
I'll sing you a song and tell you a story, and you give me food and shelter,
please. Okay, and so the kids and staff, it seems, were wary at first, but then the kids warmed up to them, and then you'll read the next thing from the group diary, Yuri Yudin's entry.
Okay. Group diary, Yuri Yudin. So it's a group diary entry. So what? They just like are passing the book around?
I think it's each day it's a different person.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the same day.
Can't write anything too scandalous about the other people because they could read it.
Yes. But they all seem to have their individual diaries as well.
Group diary, Yuri Yudin, January 24th. Questions didn't end. We had to explain and show to every kid everything, from torches to tents. Love alliteration. From the Russians are so good with literature. From torches to tents. It took us 2 hours, and kids didn't want to let us go. They sang songs to us. The whole school saw us at the station. Everything ended as expected. When we were leaving, the kids yelled and cried, asking Xena to stay with them. They promised to behave and study well.
Isn't that cute?
Yes.
Yeah. I think Liuda's diary, I can't remember if I have you read it, said that the kids were all crying because they loved Xena so much.
I love this. If you could give me more diary entries to read from
perfect.
people just in general in the future, let's go ahead and norm that as a story.
Okay, perfect.
Story element.
I'm going to send you one, so don't look it up. Okay, so when the group got to the train, they were approached by a man who then reeked of booze, and this man accused them of stealing his booze from his pocket. It was so the police get involved for the second time in one day.
Okay.
And it's obvious to the officials that he's lying because he like smelled of booze, and he also had no evidence that they did that, and also the group had been at the school all day accounted for, and so they luckily got let go just in time to catch their train. On the train, they got up to the same kinds of things that any co-ed group of 20-somethings get up to. They talked about love and sang songs, and being the fiscally responsible group that they are, got away with hiding Lyudmila under the seats when the train conductor came to take tickets. This is backed up by evidence. There were only 9 tickets in the Dyatlov
They really
group's
are
back.
saving
money
where they can.
Yeah, exactly. So the group then arrives in Ivdel around midnight.
Isn't it kind of heartening to know that like young people are always kind of young people, regardless of the time or other situations?
Yeah, the
like,
story really solidified that.
Yeah, there's just like a lot of Sorry, I'm coming down from my coffee buzz that I was absolutely on 30 minutes ago, and it's like, you know, human nature stays the same, and I was just like, it unites us all, and I think that's really cool.
You have a diary entry to read, and it's a long one.
Oh yes, Ladushka.
This is Lyudmila Dubanina's diary.
Say that again.
Lyudmila
Dubanina.
Yep.
Diary. January 24. We sang and sang, and no one even noticed how we started to discuss love issues, talking about kisses in particular. Ludmila.
No, this is the communist.
So this is not the one who was writing to Ladushka.
No, Xena is the one that the children loved.
So this is just a love train.
Yeah, love
Destination
train.
Unknown. We talking about kisses in particular. We talked all kinds of nonsense. Of course, everyone was interested. Everyone wanted to speak out. Eventually, trying to shout each other and prove their own opinion. Sasha
Kolevatov.
Thank you. Was the best in our debates. Probably he expressed not only his own thoughts, but anyway, he obviously won. He arrived. It's crazy to me that they're writing this in a diary he will read in 4 days when it's her turn to.
No, this is hers.
Oh.
If it says Ludmila's diary on top, that's her diary. It'll say group diary if it's the group diary.
So they have a lot of time to write.
Yes.
Get away from your phones and just start a group
start
diary
writing.
and several individual diaries. Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. I'm only halfway through.
Yeah.
We arrived at night in Ivdel. And bunked at the station. We settled in the corner, spreading the tent, and laid down to sleep at once. I stayed watch. I used the time to sew overshoes and copy songs. Yurkina Olva from time to time shouted, probably from boredom and hunger. I lasted till 3 a.m. At that time, I lay down. Only Borya continued to sew something for a long time, but he finally retired. Xena?
This is a different. So the 3 people she has just mentioned and will about to be mentioned are members of the other group that they're traveling with.
Okay. Xenia often picks on me. Sometimes he even says offensive things. He seems to consider me foolish. It's my fault that I like to add fuel to the fire. Damn me. Damn me and my foolish womanly ways. Go back to sewing shoes in this train station at night.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the Blinov group is the other hiking group. Their group would be called the Dyatlov group. This other group would be called the Blinov group. At 6 a.m. on January 25th, the next day, they boarded the bus to arrive in Vijay around 2 p.m. And this bus seems like it was just the most uncomfortable. I just sent you a picture.
Hell yeah. Oh, is that a foot?
Yep. Describe it to the people, Grant.
Where does I'm usually pretty good at this kind of challenge.
It's impossible to describe. It's like a picture of people sitting in a bus, but it looks like they're all like kind of sitting on each other's laps, like 3 deep.
It's like if you had a handful of people and then you drop them into a bag,
like,
this
that's
is
what
they
they
would look like.
Yeah.
You can actually not really see a bus or anything. There's a person whose foot is just like sticking out and it's being propped up by what looks like a pickaxe.
Yeah, it
Because
does.
there's a whole person
Holding
under
it up.
under the foot.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read Lyuda's next diary entry, but then I'm giving
They're
you
warm though.
yeah, and then I'm sending you a really long entry to read right after that. So Lyuda's diary entry from January 25th. The bus came right away. We climbed quickly. Had to travel on 3 levels. Thibaut had to push his body to the ceiling. Olva first stood in, and then there was an illegible word that they couldn't figure out what it was, position, but soon she couldn't stand it anymore and got down on her knees. And now you can read yours.
Now I get my big long one.
Yeah, your big long one.
Group diary, written by Sasha, January 25th. The 25-seater bus was forced to accommodate a full 25 plus 25 backpacks packed to capacity and as many pairs of skis. We were full up to the ceiling. First layer passengers sat on the seats, on a pile of skis or backpacks. Second layer passengers sat on the backs of the seats, finding a place for legs on the shoulders of comrades. It was not so tight, however, as not to sing. So we did it almost all the way to Viger. The trip was not uneventful. The bus made a small detour away from the highway in the village of
Shipitkno.
And we were given the chance to step out, which we did with pleasure. 4 of the most agile went far ahead to the settlement of
Talitsa
to see the power station. Tyler asked field trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love him, but that's like, no, I'll just run and look at the power plant, and then I'll run back. It only take like 2 hours, and we're like, yeah, that's fine.
Whatever, we're gonna go get brunch.
Oh my God, yes. To see the power station. Suddenly, the bus, we rush out the door, but alas, it was too late. The bus passed by, and we were forced to chance after it as fast as we can, hoping fate would be merciful and perhaps we would catch up with it. I am part of the Agile 4. Good job, Sasha. However, the first 100 meters clearly demonstrated the advantages of a 50 horsepower engine. Our heels flashed far behind the bus, and the gap widened. The prospect to walk about 30 kilometers on the highway with no breakfast and lunch already seemed quite real when suddenly I mentioned that fate is merciful. The mercy came in the form of a girl going to
Viger
that hailed the bus and stopped the object of our persecution. A minute later, we were already safely sitting on the second floor of the seats and traveling to Vichy. Mm-hmm. So does the bus not see them, or do you think the bus truly doesn't care that they're running after them?
Yes. Or maybe they just can't see out their mirrors because there's just so many freaking people. Sure,
but you would think you would know if there's that many people.
You would think. Yeah, you would think. So this is the last evening that the Dyatlov group is with the Blinov group. The Blinov group is going to go ahead to either the 2nd Northern or the 41st Settlement. And the Dyatlov group is spending the night in Viger. And it seems like the group was sad to be parting with them, but the mood was quickly changed around by going to see a movie that was playing in town Viger. And the movie was called Symphony in Gold.
I imagine some of these towns have like 4 buildings. The fact that one of them is a movie theater is kind of wild to me.
Yeah. So this is Lyuda's diary from January 25th. We are extremely lucky. The Symphony in Gold was showing. We left all of our things in packs at the hotel and went to the club. The image was a bit fuzzy, but it didn't overshadow the pleasure of it all. Yurka Krivo, sitting next to me, was smacking his lips and oohing with delight. This is real happiness, so difficult to describe with words. The music is just fabulous. The mood after the movie greatly improved. Igor Dyatlov was unrecognizable. He tried to dance and even started singing Oh Jackie Joe. We are on duty with Yuri today. He decided to cook noodles on the stove, but it was very difficult to heat the stove with such raw firewood, so it took a lot of time. Finally, we began to eat. During the meal, a discussion arose about the rights of boys and girls to freedom, etc. In my opinion, such discussions lead nowhere, but we are doing it anyway to vent the soul. We went to bed late, had to lay down in beds by 2. Only Yuri Krivo and Sasha slept on the floor between the beds. So they had a really good night, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Got to go see a movie. It's funny, they will refer to Igor Dyatlov as being unrecognizable when he's happy, which I think is funny. I think also, I don't think I mentioned this, at some point on the trips, the guys all agree, maybe on like a dare from the girls, to not smoke their cigarettes. So at some point they might get a little snippy with each other.
Because they're having nicotine withdrawals?
Yeah, and so that could be part of why she's saying like Igor was unrecognizable, because he's so happy right now. So in the morning of the following day, okay, I'm going to send you the next 3 little things.
Okay.
Okay. In the morning of the following day, January 26th, they have an easy morning. They kind of wake up relatively late. They start getting ready to go into the mountains, packing up their gear. They ready their equipment and post some letters to their family. Igor Dyatlov is, at this point, he meets with a local hunter of the area. His name is Rempel, R-E-M-P-L-E. And Rempel tells Igor, that the route that he's planned is a lot harder than what needs to really be done. Igor could go down through the valley, and Igor kind of says like, no, we need the difficulty rating for this hike. I think Igor really approached Rempel.
They're not going to lie. They're not above that.
No, they're Igor essentially, I think, approached Rempel to compare maps with Rempel because he's a local hunter.
Okay.
And he had been, like, all of his knowledge of the area secondhand from pilots and stuff like that.
And I'm ready to go. All right.
Hello, yeah.
Hello, my old friend.
My old friend.
Hello, my little Friday night little treat. Ooh, I can really hear myself now.
Okay, I sent you...
Am I to read something?
Yes, I just talked about Rempel. Do you remember that?
The town where they had a great time.
Rempel, the hunter.
Oh, no, sorry, hit me with that again real quick.
No, you're good. Rempel, so Igor meets up with this hunter, namely to compare maps, because it's like a local hunter, and he got...
And there was only one bed in the end.
Only one bed.
And that night, they mapped out each other's bodies.
I'm gonna kill you. Jesus Christ.
Well, we're on what, page 3?
Probably. Okay, so he wants to like compare maps with Rempel because Rempel's a local hunter. And Rempel tells him, yo, this trip is going to take longer than you think it is. And Rempel also advises that they take a slightly different route that'll be a little easier and a little quicker. And Igor says, no, we need the difficulty. So they don't change routes. But he meets this hunter named Rempel at the city. So then I sent you the letters home that Xena wrote. Igor and Rustam also wrote.
It is giving huge Mandalorian vibes. Like,
yeah. Yeah.
Such specific references. Okay, this is Xena's letter home. Hello, my dear mom, dad, Tom, Galia, and Lucia. Greetings to you from... greetings to you from Xena. Well, I am away from you again, and we are now in Sarav. We will have a transfer here, and I am writing to you. Well, how is life? Anything new? We are going camping. A group of 10 people. The group is good. At the plant, everything is okay. They let me go. I have all the clothes I need, so do not worry about me. This is a good son.
This is the daughter. This is Xena.
This is a good daughter.
Yeah.
In defense, you introduced us to a lot of people.
Yeah.
How do you life?
I think it's supposed to be like, how are you or something.
Sure. Yeah. Write to me in...
Vijay.
I'm looking forward to it. How has the... Oh, geez. Has the cow calved yet? I love her milk. How's mom's work? How's dad's health? Moms? How are Galia and Lucia doing at school? Lucia, try not to have C's this semester. And Galia, turn D's in sports to C's. Spend more time on the skis, and you need to run more. See you soon and goodbye. Big kisses to you all. You're Xena. Write to me. I'm looking forward to it. Okay?
So the plan is they'll post these things, and then when they get back to Vijay, they'll be able to check, and they'll have responses.
It's also like, hi, y'all. My life's so much fun. Look at the fun thing we're doing. Mom, Dad, are you dying? Siblings, do much better in school.
Yeah.
Also, you fat, run a little bit. I love you all so much. Write me back in Vijay. Ciao.
Yeah, basically. But you can see she's like a very caring sister, you know?
I can see that, yes. Yes, I can.
You have
I
two.
can see
You
that.
have two more postcards to read.
Oh, you want me to read them all at once? Oh, I thought it was
yeah,
like
no, they're all at
one and then wait and
no, they're all at once. Do you need a second?
and then okay. So here's the second one. Oh, and there's two. There's two in here. There's two in here. It sucks. Like a little Christmas gift.
Yes.
This is a postcard from Igor. Hello, everyone. Today, the 26th, we leave on the route. We arrived well. On February 12 to 15, I will visit.
Sverdlovsk.
I probably will not go home. So let Rufa, sister.
Well, that's my note.
Right.
His sister.
So let Rufa bring linen to our room for a trip to Penza. From there, I will return on March 5-7. Greetings, Igor.
Yep.
So it's January, and he was like, I'm going to be pretty busy in January and February. I'll see you in early March.
Literally.
I mean,
yeah.
that is
Also,
literally...
tell my sister to take care of my things.
Stay out of my room.
But bring linens.
Rustam postcard. Hello, sedentary citizens of...
Sverdlovsk.
Yesterday, we safely reached the village of
Vijay.
Vijay?
Mm-hmm.
Now we are taking a truck to the starting point, 2nd Northern. The weather is nice and warm. It's -10 to -15 degrees Celsius.
I think that's just 10 to 15 degrees Celsius in this point.
Okay.
It's still cold.
Everything is good. I am sorry I didn't say goodbye. I got carried away. All the best. R. Slobodin.
Yep. Okay. I'm sending you the next.
I just feel like an equal member of the podcast right now, like of your
Good.
story specifically.
Good.
Sorry.
That was the whole plan.
Our story.
Our story.
Our story.
Okay, so
Like we're getting married. Our story.
began. So Dyatlov was supposed to.
What if that? The girl I met in the elevator freshman year of college would one day be my best friend.
It's so
Maya,
amazing.
you and I have been through so much together, like Rush Week and Homecoming.
Rush Week gave me
I've been to
anxiety.
that wedding. This memory can only be unlocked with a hint of liquor on my lips. Because I'm like,
Cheers. Yeah. When can I get up to get a refill?
a sorority sister at a wedding. Groundbreaking.
Yeah. That was good. Okay. So I sent you 3 in a row. Eventually, you're going to read the first one first. And then,
Just in case you were wondering if you had my full attention yet or not.
Yes.
Back to silly little bits.
Yeah. Well, I'm not ready for you to read it yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So give me a goddamn second.
Too much attention. It's actually just attention back on me.
Yeah.
But in a fun way.
Okay. So at this point, Dyatlov, because they're about to officially like not be on a truck or a train or a bus or whatever, they're supposed to send their checkpoint to the like oversee people to let them know like we're starting. So Dyatlov supposed to send a checkpoint notification of their trek to whatever governing body he was supposed to send the route to, but there is also no evidence that he sent this either.
Yikes.
Yeah. In the early afternoon of this day, I think this is the 26th, they find a ride to Settlement 41. It's 25 miles north of Vijay via a logging camp truck with, quote, ineffective brakes and broken springs. So it seems like they were trying to get to the 2nd Northern. So it kind of goes Vijay, 41st Settlement, 2nd Northern. And they were
Okay.
supposed to go to the 2nd Northern.
They kind of ran out of names the further north they got.
Yeah.
Huh?
And so, well, they're both, I think the 2nd Northern is definitely an abandoned gulag. And then the 41st Settlement, the 41st Settlement, I think, is still a work camp. I'm not sure if it was a gulag.
Gulag Light.
Yeah. Anyway, so it seems like they were trying to get to the 2nd Northern, and for whatever reason, they ended up deciding to stay in Settlement 41 for a night.
So
And
these people are like, you know what would be fun to earn our merit badge? Let's hike around an environment so unforgiving that they put prison camps there. So that way if you escaped,
let's
there
actually
was
hike
no escape.
northern and harder. Yeah.
No one of the villagers are like, what are you doing here?
So the guy that I mentioned, Rempel, the hunter,
Yeah.
was actually someone from one of those gulags, I think, and eventually just like, I don't think he had a life outside of Russia, so he just decided to stay and find a job. Yeah. Okay, so it seems like they were trying to get to the Second Northern, ended up staying in the 41st settlement, and it's perhaps because, as you'll see, there is some films that are showing in the 41st settlement, and they had just seen Symphony in Gold, so they're like on a roll, you know? So
their great Northern Russia movie tour.
Exactly. So they rode in the back of this logging truck. It's super cold. Their diary says the temperature in Vigier that morning was negative 17 degrees Celsius, which is 0 degrees Fahrenheit, about. And then you'll read the first one that I sent you, the group diary from Yuri Krivonishenko on January 26th.
Group diary, Yuri K, January 26th. Had breakfast in the dining room. I love goulash. Sorry.
Take me back. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll read it in a second. Do you know what goulash is?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so I am sure goulash is like an actual meal that you can have in Europe. In our home, and I think this is true for a lot of Midwest homes, and our food culture is unrivaled in its uniqueness.
Yeah.
Goulash was when your dad had to cook. So he would boil noodles and he would brown,
I already like it.
And then he would brown hamburger.
Okay, I like it
He'd
more.
drain the grease.
Okay.
And then he'd open up the fridge and
Just put whatever in.
He'd be like, "What sauces do we need to get rid of?" So it'd be like, my dad would be like, "Why are there 3 open barbecue containers in here?" And then he would literally like bring it to the sink, put a little bit of water in it, shake it to make it all viscous. You could like fully empty the bottle and pour it in because all the water will cook off and it'll like cook into the meat. And so then once you have all of that, you then just take your strained noodles and you add it in and you put it on the table. And then you just have, you love green can of shakeable Parmesan. And then you microwave some green beans and you're like, nutrition. There you go, kids.
Have you heard the TikTok audio that's like, go to the grocery store, buy a bottle of hoisin sauce. No. Get home. Oh no, there's already a bottle of hoisin sauce. Go to the store.
That's
get
so
a bottle
real.
of hoisin sauce. And it's literally a guy with bottles of hoisin sauce. So funny.
Because you always see it and you're like, oh, hoisin sauce. I love that stuff. And then you're like, oh, why do I have 3?
Why do? Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. My parents were, I think a lot of Midwestern parents were so smart, so strategic, so thrifty, because they were like, we have to feed these children literally every day, like so many times every day. And that's why I realized when I was an adult, I was like, oh, like we had the same 7 meals basically every week.
Yeah.
And it was just like enough of a rotation for you not really to notice. And I struggle with that because I struggle to parent myself. And I know how to brown meat and like, make an incredible, elaborate stew.
I know how to order on DoorDash.
The amount of true. The amount of times I will cook a meal whose ingredients cost more than like an entire week of groceries that my parents would have like spent, because like they're pulling all this together with like $40 in 2005, and I'm like, all right, perfect. And now after spending $60, I have replicated a $22 meal from Chili's.
Yep, I get that. Okay, read the diary entry because we're less than halfway through this story.
Time is meaningless when I'm with you.
Oh. Are you gonna spend the night?
Maybe. I mean, we don't have to do a Patreon tonight. We already have that.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
No, actually, I do have work in the morning. It's like literally 2 lines.
Yeah.
Had breakfast in the dining room, goulash and tea. When they handed us the lukewarm tea, Igor Dyatlov, thank you, said with a smirk, "If the tea is cold, then go drink it outside. It'll be hot." Original thought.
I just love that so much.
I know someone translated
Don't put that
these.
down. I have another one for you in just a second.
I know someone translated these for you. I like to think you learned Russian to translate it.
Yeah. Okay. So once in Settlement 41, they are warmly greeted and are allowed to stay in the dormitory after being treated to some more movies. They watch My Apprenticeship, Est Takoi Peren, which I don't know what that means, and Symphony in Gold again. And then
a lot of movies.
Yeah, you'll read the group diary entry from Yuri K.
Group diary entry, this one?
Yes.
This one says from Sasha.
Yeah, I had them mixed up.
Group diary from?
The Yuri Krivonishenko.
On January 26th.
Yes.
While traveling, we sang songs, discussed various topics like love, friendship, cancer illnesses, and cures. In Settlement 41, we were greeted warmly. They gave us a separate room in the hostel. We talked a lot with the local workers. I remember particularly the red-bearded man. The beard, that's what his friends call him. Ognev is an old friend. He is described in
Lydia Dubinina's
private diary. Lunch was served. We ate, and we are now resting. Some of the group is watching a movie in the adjacent room. The rest of the group is rummaging through their backpacks. Rustic is playing his mandolin while talking to Kolya. I am going to do some adjustment to the equipment.
And then you can read the next one right away.
They're just having a lovely time.
I know.
Group diary, Nick, January 26th.
This is Tebow.
This is what?
Tebow.
Tebow.
Name, yeah.
I can't, although I tried.
That is all he wrote.
So it was his turn to write.
And someone handed it to him and they're like, you have to put something in this diary to be considered. And that's what he wrote.
I love you. I love you.
Yeah.
It is wildly messed up that you would give me my own student's diary entries here on a Friday evening.
Okay, I'm sending you the next one, but I have literally one thing to say in between. So meanwhile, Yuri Yudin wrote like 5 paragraphs of review on each of the movies, specifically about the movie Symphony in Gold. This is what he wrote. Grant.
I feel like I'm doing more of the storytelling on mine.
Yeah. That was the point.
Yuri Yudin diary, January 26. Symphony in Gold, austere.
Australian, I think is what's supposed to be. Yeah, I don't know.
Australian. About ballet on ice. The ballet itself is a good show. Good skating rinks, skill, technical performance. But feelings, thoughts, and dances? None. Maybe.
And then this is all crossed out.
Maybe, since music to me is only an income.
And then the rest is
No,
not
I don't want to share that. I don't want to share that. It seems to me that way. The light music in places is excellent. It can't be better. But in general, I couldn't feel the person, his soul. Maybe that's why everybody that saw the movie was saying, quote, it feels so good. Nothing is missing. They say, like life itself. So introspective.
Right? That's what I said.
Oh, moody.
Yeah. And that was like paragraph 3 in his diary entry. He reviewed all the other ones and they were all longer than that.
Cut to me in my classroom. Are you sure that's what NYU wants to hear in your college admissions essay?
No.
I just think don't scrap it, but maybe let's not settle on it yet.
Maybe let's continue on. Okay. So the next day, January 27th, they begin the day by writing down some Mansi words in their notebooks and their respective translations, presumably to help them understand and translate the writings they come across and maybe communicate if they happen across a Mansi individual. Uncle Slava, who I believe is one of the workers at 41, and his horse sled. This is where they negotiate to have Uncle Slava drive or take their packs on the horse-drawn sled to the Second Northern, so that they can do this first leg on their skis without their packs. So this is 7 hours straight of cross-country skiing to get from Settlement 41 to the Second Northern.
I bet their legs looked amazing, though. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
So the Second Northern is an abandoned geological site / gulag that had been abandoned 7 years prior. At the Second Northern, one of our 3 Yuris ends up deciding to bail on the trip. Yuri Yudin, the kind, the one who wrote that journal entry that you just read.
Who realized life is about movies.
No, he has sciatica.
Wait, for reals? Is that
yes,
why he abandoned?
He actually has sciatica.
So then now I ask you in a really fun and charming way, what's sciatica?
It's an issue with the nerves in the body. It causes a lot of pain, I believe.
Not great for a gulag in the northern winter wilderness.
People hypothesize that it was the trip on top of the truck, the one that they described as not having adequate brakes or springs, that probably initiated the flare-up. And so he wanted to do this first day to see if he could do it. And at this point, he was already slowing everyone down, and so I think he decided we especially as Americans and as Coloradans,
let's name it and praise it, as we like to say in my old school. And that is realizing that you are not up for the trip that the others are trying to have, and just no shame in being like, hey, y'all, I really do appreciate the opportunity you gave me to be a part of this.
Yeah.
I know what your guys' vision for this trip was. I bought into it, and I don't know I can hold up to it anymore.
It's
so
like
instead of
massive
bending the
respect.
trip
Yeah.
100%, he's
Yeah.
like, I'm out, but you have a great time. I'm going to go get some cold tea and goulash.
Literally.
Maybe build a life up here.
Yeah.
To really get to know that character Redbeard. Flesh him out more, you know?
There's a picture of him, and he's cute.
I bet he is.
I'll show you a
I bet
picture
it
later. Yeah. So, like I said, it was the sciatica. Udin's supplies that he was carrying for the group needed to then be redistributed across the other hikers' packs. At this point, he decided to gather geological samples for the university before beginning the journey back, but he decided to stay the night with them one last night, and then he would travel back with maybe Uncle
Cute.
Slava. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay, and then I just sent you 2 more. The first one is Zena's diary from January 27th.
All of these, by the way, just because it's winter and they're traveling and whatnot. I just want to get stuck in a snowstorm in a cabin with you guys.
That would be so fun.
One time
I love
on
a
like,
snowstorm.
yeah. One time on December like 26th or 27th, I drove from my family's home in Nebraska up to Leadville to go join the Bohawks at a little mini cabin.
That's amazing.
And so, but it started to like, not blizzard by any means,
That's my
but like
favorite thing.
snow, the final leg as I turned off the main interstate into the mountains. And so like the windshield wipers are going and it's toasty, but I still have like a beanie on, and I come up to this like little mini cabin that the Bohawks have rented, and it's like gold on the inside because you can see all the lights, and you open it up and it's just like warm because of like how close.
Yeah,
That's what I want.
let's do it.
That would solve so many more things for me.
That would actually maybe solve all my problems right now. If you add it with no service, no cell service, that'd be
Part of me was
perfect.
like, well, let's just do it, girl. And then I'm like, oh, it's still 100 degrees in
It's
this
still
state.
way too hot. Yeah.
Like we are in shorts. Okay. Zena's diary, January 27th. Today is the first day of our journey. The backpack is not much, but somewhat heavy. Yes, Udin is leaving us today. His sciatic nerves inflamed again, and he is leaving. Such a pity. We distributed his load in our backpacks. It turns out that on the last day, we see some kind of civilization, stove, people, etc. Today, we arranged out our backpacks to go on horseback, and we are waiting them to be ready, and we will go skiing. So in other words, they're going to like have a horse pick up their bags, and then just going to ski around in the backcountry.
No, now they're taking the backpacks from this point on. They will have them.
Okay,
and then you can read the next one right away.
And then this is a group diary entry written by Yuri D. Now we're down to 2 Yuris, really.
Yes.
We helped Uncle Slava unload hay from a carriage and waited for the horses. It went to get more hay and wood. We waited until 4 p.m. The boys started copying some songs. One man sang beautifully. We heard a number of illegal prison songs. Article 58 counter-revolutionary crimes. Horses slow. What a pleasure to go without backpacks. We covered 8 kilometers in 2 hours.
And then I just sent you a picture of what they looked like on their way to the second northern.
They look like they're having fun.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Beautiful. Snow covered, surrounded by trees,
But it still looks
crisp
like
air.
warm-ish, you know?
Yeah.
It says this night, this is Yuri's last night with them. They stayed up joking until like 3 a.m.
They're taking a photo and someone's back is still turned because they're like in the middle of conversation on the horse.
Yeah. Okay, so we are officially going into the mountains this next day. So into the mountains, this is January 28th. This is day 6 of the trip. It's -8 degrees Celsius, which is 17 degrees Fahrenheit. Yuri Udin's final day with the group before leaving. Ludia gives him a small teddy bear keychain looking thing that had been serving as the group's mascot. Before he leaves, Igor Dyatlov tells Yuri Udin to let the people know, like out and about, that they'll probably be a few days delayed from their original time because of what Rempel told him at
about how it takes
Vigée.
longer than you think
about
it's
how
going
it'll
to.
take Vigée. So instead of returning around February 12th as the earliest day back, returning around February 14th as the earliest day back.
Okay.
And now you can read the group diary entry from Liuda.
Group diary entry, Liuda, January 28th. After breakfast, some of the guys, led by Yuri Udin, our well-known geologists, went to look for local minerals. They didn't find anything except pyrite and quartz veins in the rock. Took them a long time to wax their skis and adjust the mounting. Yuri Yudin goes back home today. It is a pity, of course, that he leaves us, especially for me and Xena, but nothing can be done about it. So Yuri Yudin, he was a looker.
I think he was closer with Xena and Lyuda than the guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
The suspended stove radiates heat and divides the tent into 2 sections. The further section is occupied by me and Xena. Nobody wants to sleep by the stove. We agree that Ukra Cry.
That's Yuri Krivonishenko.
Thank you.
Yep.
We'll sleep there. We'll sleep there.
Yeah.
On the other, is it just because it's too warm?
It gets too warm.
Okay.
Too hot.
On the other side sleeps the person on duty.
Sasha Kolevatov.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yurka couldn't stand the heat, and after laying down for 1 to 2 minutes, he got up and moved to the second section, cursing and accusing us of treason. After that, they still argued about something for a long time, but at the end, all was quiet. I love that they're in the middle of the Russian wilderness.
Yeah.
It's like below freezing.
And they're like, it's too hot.
Someone turn off the heat, open a window.
And this is where you can kind of see some of the snippiness of the nicotine withdrawals.
Right.
And then you can read.
They've also been
Xena.
together, for 5 days already?
This is day 6. I
Okay.
believe. Yeah.
So Xena's diary entry. So this is now Xena's personal diary entry.
Yes. And this you can tell is kind of like she was writing things as they were going, probably.
Left forward.
Sasha Kolevatov.
Thank you. Tested his device, then quit.
Side note, we don't know what that device is, nor will we ever know.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Tested his device, then quit. Second halt. It was much easier to go yesterday without backpacks. Snow, 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 snow. On the bank's frozen river, snow, snow. Boundary stone. Lunch was an hour at 4 p.m. After lunch, we did just one more hike and stopped to rest. I mended the tent. We laid down to sleep. Igor was rude the whole evening. I just couldn't recognize him. I had to sleep on the wood near the stove.
Yes. So we see more of the snippiness. It was like a pretty warm day, so they took a bunch of pictures. Yuri Krivonishenko is arguably the best photographer of the group, but they all kind of have cameras. So we're going to see a lot of photos from here on out. So all the photos that I'm going to show you are on this, so don't scroll like too much.
Okay.
But they're all captioned. This is Yuri's last time, and then their journey shortly after. But I think I captured most of the people
It's
on the trip.
beyond picturesque.
Right? Yeah. So there's pictures of Lyuda hugging Yuri Yudin, and then there's pictures of Xena giving her farewell to Yuri, and then they fall while she's hugging him, and so he's helping her back up. And then there's just kind of pictures of the rest of the group while they stand around a bit.
Nick has a crazy cowboy hat.
Yeah, so that photo of him and Semyon, they had traded hats.
I know they're snippy and there's definitely nicotine withdrawals, but they were still goofing around.
Yeah, they really are.
God, they're young.
Right?
You think about where they are, and sure, they're seasoned hikers, but they're still so young.
They're so young.
Also, they are eating with these coats. One of them has this little snatched waist.
Yeah, the cinched in waist. Yeah.
Rustam has a nice little hairstyle to him too.
Mhm.
And then you have just the definition of a communist hat in Yuri
In
K.
Yuri K, yeah, Krivonishenko.
Which one was the one that was a big communist and was starting to loosen?
Lyuda, the girl in that picture that you were just looking at.
Right.
The blonde woman.
Okay. Thank you for the pictures and the diary entries.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's been so fun so far.
Okay, there are a few more diary entries though, and I'm going to send you one to read right away.
All right. Xena's diary, January 29th. Today is Yurka's birthday. We go first to Lozva.
Lozva, that's the river.
We go first to Lozva, then we turn to Aspia. Surroundings are beautiful. Along the Aspira Mansi has passed. A trail is visible. Grooves. A path is visible. We often see Mansi signs on the trail. I wonder what they will write about. Now the Mansi trail goes south. Now we sit, the three of us, Rustic, Yukra, and I, waiting for the rest. For the night stopped near the ski tracks. We are burning firewood with Yukra. We talked about the past. Such a playboy.
So Yurka is the nickname that she uses for Yuri Krivonchenko.
These people just kind of lose their minds in the wood a little bit. They keep talking about like past crushes and how horny they are and how much they would love a cigarette.
Exactly.
And getting on each other's nerves.
So this is kind of what they were seeing in terms of the Mansi writings
Oh,
on the
interesting.
trees. It's like the bark is peeled off, and then there's some of the indigenous writings carved into the side of the tree. The next day is January 30th. This is day 8. It's listed as negative 17 degrees Celsius in the morning, negative 13 degrees Celsius during the day, and then negative 26 degrees Celsius at night, which is negative 14 degrees Fahrenheit. This is Sasha's birthday, but then it's also listed somewhere else that Sasha's birthday is November 18th.
Huh.
So we don't know why if he lied, if it's a joke that he lied. That
Any
it's
reason
then...
to celebrate, you know?
Exactly. So I'm going to have you read the unknown diary. This is a personal diary. We don't know whose diary it was, though, and this is an entry from January 30th.
Okay. Unknown diary, January 30th. In the morning, it was 17 degrees. Now it's getting colder. Volunteers
S. Kolevatov and T. Kibo
are repeating their duties as a punishment for slowing the group yesterday. It took a long time to start a fire. In the evening, it was decided that we will leave the tent exactly 8 minutes after waking up. Oh boy, have I been on those kind of trips.
Yeah.
Oh boy, have I been like, I think it's just fine. We just all need to agree that, like, literally no later than 9:17.
Yeah.
No later than 9:17.
Just read the next couple sentences.
8 minutes after waking up. Therefore, all have been awake and waiting for the command, but it is useless. Around 9:30 in the morning, we began slowly to rise. Nick T is joking about something in the morning. Everyone is reluctant to get up. Today, as yesterday, we were all following the path of Mansi. Sometimes Mansi writings appear on trees. In general, all sorts of obscure, mysterious characters. There is a slogan for our trek, in a country of mysterious signs. If we knew these letters, it would be possible, without any doubt, to go down the path, confident that it would lead us to the right place. Here, the trail takes us to the shores of the river. We lose track. In the future, the trail follows the left bank of the Ospey River, but the team of deer crossed the river, and we were going through the woods. At the first opportunity, we will turn back to the river, as it is easier to follow.
Yep. And then there's another entry by Xena. Don't read the last line.
In bold?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Little teaser for you guys.
Yeah.
Little cliffhanger. We go on Ospia, the river. Cold. I don't know what that word is.
I think that's the Mansi word for cold.
Okay.
Asierm or something. Yeah.
Cold. Mansi Trail ended. Pine forest. There was sun in the morning. Now is cold. All day long we walked along the river. We'll spend the night on a Mansi trail. Kolya didn't get to be a watchman, so me and Rustic will stay on duty today. Burned mittens, too, in Yurkin's quilted jacket. He cursed a lot. Today, probably, we will build a labaz.
So labaz is a cache, and that's how I'll refer to it from here on out.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure if it's labaz or laybaz or whatever. Basically, they're gonna store some of their equipment because they're going in that kind of loop, and they're at that place kind of at the top where they're kind of like loop really narrow and then kind of meet back. And so this is the chance for them to build this cache, and that will lighten the load for them to summit a Torton.
We're going to leave some stuff and come back for it.
Yes. And so I have some pictures of Xena's diary, and you've already read what comes after.
And this is now where things start to get interesting.
This is about to be where things get interesting.
Right.
So this is the journal entry that you just read. It's all in Russian, so you can't like actually read what it says.
Right.
And then if you scroll to the like over here, there's a blank page.
Right.
And then if you scroll to that one, that is a note that was translated, and it's like saying like if you close the aperture on the camera, it'll like it's instructions for how to operate a film camera essentially. Okay. And then if you scroll to the next page, the last word on the last entry of Xena's diary is a word that translates to Rempel, the name of the hunter that Igor met in Vijay.
And it's written top left like it looks like it's the start of something maybe, but that's it.
And that's it. And we will never get any answers for that.
And we're confident it's the same handwriting.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
I'm excited. Like up to this point, it's like it's a camping trip that is slowly getting more and more miserable.
Yes.
I also don't think burning mittens is usually a good sign of a winter camping trip. But what do I know?
Yes. So day 9, January 31st. I'm going to read this next entry. This is the group diary written by Igor Dyatlov. So today the weather is a bit worse with wind and snow. Until now, we walked along a Monsey trail, which was crossed by a deer hunter not long ago. This hunter we know is not Rempel, just so you all know.
Okay.
The hunter didn't follow the beaten trail, and we are now following in his steps. Likely this was a hunter on a reindeer, which is crazy to me. Yeah.
I'm imagining like horns.
Yeah, I mean, crazy.
Yeah.
So walking is especially hard today. We can't see the trail, and we have to grope our way through at times. Can't do more than 1.52 kilometers, which is 1 mile, per hour. Trying out new ways to clear the path.
Oof, that's a slow pace.
Yes. The first in line.
The average human like casually walks like a mile every 20 minutes.
Even when we're hiking 14ers, it's like I can usually count on doing a mile every like half hour to 45 minutes.
Right. You can usually get like 2 in every hour when you're like, even if you're being pushed.
Yeah.
So to do 1 mile an hour
is insane.
That's so
because
slow.
the snow is just so deep, and they're skiing, and they have packs.
You're moving, but you're also not moving because it's so slow.
It's got to be so
You're
frustrating.
so tired, and you're getting colder because your blood's not flowing as much. That's tough. I mean, I'm not trying to say like I know what they're like in this like Russian wilderness,
but it's got to be hard.
Right. It has to be miserable.
So they're trying out new ways to clear the path. The first in line drops his backpack, skis forward for 5 minutes, comes back for a 10 to 15 minute break, and then catches up with the group. So essentially what he's saying is that they're skiing in a line, because if you've ever cross-country skied, which I haven't, but I've seen pictures, they have grooves in the snow that you'll follow, and it helps your skis because it's like pretty well set oftentimes, and so you can ski, you can basically just walk forward and the grooves will kind of lead your skis. And so what he's saying is that the first person in line will drop the load, create those grooves, come back, pick up the load while the rest of the group is skiing what he's just kind of carved out, and then they'll kind of swap around like that. So it's hard. He then goes on. It's hard on the second hiker though, who has to follow the new trail with full gear on his back. We leave the Espia Valley. It's upwards all the way, but goes rather smoothly. The end of the forest is getting closer. I can't even think of setting up a labaz here. It's nearly 4. Have to start looking for a place to pitch the tent. We go south in the Espia Valley. Seems this place has the deepest snow. Wind not strong. Snow 1.22 meters deep.
How much is that in feet?
1 meter is about 3 feet.
And it's 1.22.
22, yeah.
So it's like almost 4 feet of snow.
Yeah.
So if you fall down into it, it's coming up to your tits.
Yeah. There I was, tits covered in snow. So tired and exhausted, we started the preparations for the night. We built the campfire on the logs, too tired to dig a fire pit. Dinner's in the tent, nice and warm. It is hard to imagine such comfort somewhere on the ridge with the piercing wind, hundreds of kilometers from human settlements. So essentially what we learned from this group diary entry is that Igor has changed his path a little bit.
Okay.
He is going up from the Espia River Valley. And this is where it gets a little convoluted. The first thing I'll show you is just an interesting picture. This is a picture taken around the time that they think Igor changed his mind. So you can see
about the path to take.
Yeah, so Igor is on the far left of the photo.
Okay.
And you can see he's talking to everyone else.
Right.
Informing them of like the next leg of this journey.
Sorry, someone's doing the classic lean my whole body weight against my ski poles.
Yes. Yep.
Because my legs are so tired.
And my feet, I can't feel anything.
You know it's bad when you're having a fun recreational day out and you're like, you know what hasn't taken the full weight of my body lately? My belly
arms.
button. Let me go ahead and let me just go ahead and have that sandwich I had. Let's just go ahead and lean it.
Because despite how uncomfortable that is, it just like your heels are like, oh thank God.
Why are skiers and Coloradans, why are we like this? What
I don't.
what is
Why do we
possessing
do
us?
this?
Have you ever gotten to the top of a mountain to ski
Yes.
and it's like terrifying? You're like,
Almost every time.
oh my God,
Why am I doing
why
this?
did I get this high
Why
up?
did I pay for this?
And then the worst part is like literally the only way down is the scariest way I can think of to get down.
What?
Also,
Yeah.
like none of the trees are tall. They are all stripped of anything
Mm-hmm.
that would slow down the snow, right? Like the idea of setting up a cache, yeah, I get it. There's no like obvious landmark or anything. It's like it's a mess.
Yeah. So at this point, it gets a little convoluted in like what they do.
Is that nothing grows on it dead mountain?
We're starting to get
Yeah,
up on it.
you
Yes.
can tell.
Yeah. And so Igor's changing his route for some reason. So I showed you this image, right?
Yes.
So that's the original path. You can kind of see up top how it kind of loops around and makes this little loop kind of at the top looking thing. So this image, you can see that's a zoom in.
What is this?
Things that you can't see yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this image, the purple is the planned route.
Okay. Oh, and the blue is where they are?
The blue is where they go.
Oh.
What I just described to you is the first tent on that blue line. So they start heading up Mount.
So it's this right here?
Yes.
Oh,
No, you're good.
let's leave an emoji reaction on this map. So sorry, to explain to our listeners what
Yes.
what you're showing me right now. So you think of like a very narrow oval, but there's like definitely space in the center, and you assume that the space in the center, and you can kind of tell on the topography of the map, it's like just one huge ridge after another,
Yes.
and they are burning straight through the center of it.
Yep.
They're not following any clear landmark or anything. They're
Mm-hmm.
kind of. Part of me wonders if they're rounding a hill, thinking that it's the hill further to the west or the east.
Yeah. So
But-
what they're doing is there's two river valleys. What they need to do, they're on the Uspia River. They're trying to cross over this pass to get down to the next river valley, which is the Lozva again. And then the plan is to camp on the Lozva and then follow the Lozva to Mount Torton, which they will then summit. Instead, they somehow end up farther away from the Uspia, and they're crossing the pass to get to the Lozva farther. I actually don't know what the direction of
I'm
this
guessing
map
it's
is.
east and west.
I'm guessing it's east, so they're farther east than they should be.
West, if they're going, if
Farther
it's to the left
west,
side,
yeah, farther west than they should be, and so it's unclear if this was accidental at first, and then Igor corrected
Right.
and tried to figure out what to do now.
Realize what was going on.
So, they're ending up essentially almost summiting Kolatsiakl.
Right, dead up its face.
Yeah, because they were supposed to initially summit Otorten, then come down and summit Kolatsiakl, and then come down and summit the other one. So the way one source, and if you're interested in this case at all, there is a website called Dyatlovpass.com, and it has literally a treasure trove of all of the case files, all of the information, all of the diary entries, all of the photos. It has everything, and it does a really good job, the website itself, of not taking a side on anything.
Okay.
They do have a book published that does take a side, but that information is not published on the website. So the way that Dyatlov Pass explains this decision is that there's a pass to get from the Uspia River Valley to the Lovza River Valley, and the plan was to summit Mountain Torton from the Lovza River Valley, but that would mean a loss of altitude at the point that theoretically Igor realized that they were off trail. So there's the question of the Labaz. One is made. There are several translations of Igor's January 30th diary entry saying that building a Labaz is not feasible for their conditions, but we know that they do end up making it because we find one.
Okay.
The new plan that the website then laid out is that they're going to go back down a little bit.
Oh, they're going to backtrack a little bit?
A little bit to find a place that they can easily get back to create this campsite and then build their cache. And then the next day, they will, instead of descending down to the Lovza River Valley, will then instead just take the ridge over to the summit of Mountain Torton and then take the same way back. Instead of doing a loop, they're just going to do it out and back, essentially. The plan is to then camp. There's like a lake near the summit of a Torton. And so the plan is to then the next day go over to this lake, and then the following day summit a Torton, and then come back down, get their cache, and then continue. So assuming that Igor either didn't intentionally do this or maybe he did change the plan.
Right.
Or whatever. Side note, the 2021 documentary that I watched on this, it's 2021, by the way. The main man of this documentary just like takes himself so seriously. I've told Gareth the story like 3 times because it's the only story that I can tell.
I'm honestly shocked she didn't start off this way.
He started off this documentary with being like, so many podcasts and documentaries have covered this case without adding any like valuable material to it. And it's like, motherfucker, that's exactly what you're doing. Anyway, at the point, so the doc team recreates this travel, and they take a snowmobile, like several other of the investigative journalists I've seen that have also taken snowmobiles. So they're in the same place. They're in a tent. The main guy, I think his name is like Liam, is talking to the expedition leader, who's like a native Russian. This is like his professional job.
Okay.
He's wearing a beanie with a brim. Liam.
Oh, no.
In 2021.
No.
It was like striped blue and gray.
And you're listening to the Joe Rogan Experience.
I was like, what are you doing, my man? In 2021,
Yikes.
bro.
Look at this photograph. It's giving huge Nickelback energy.
Mm-hmm. And now we're going to continue into the next part of this story.
Okay. Vibe shift in the studio too, listener.
If this wasn't clear, this is a cold case. We are not going to get a solid answer from this.
It's a mystery to history?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa,
that's crazy. That's so out of the blue.
I gave you clear answers in my story.
Okay, well, it was a history mystery. So we're going to now talk about February 1st. There's no diary entries on this day.
Okay.
So there's quite a bit of speculation.
From anyone.
It's theorized that the group started late after their exhausting hike the previous day, and that had poor weather conditions, and they only ended up making it 2 kilometers up Mount Kolotsiakol.
Yikes.
Yes. So they built the camp that night.
Is that just barely over a mile?
Something like that.
Like if it was clear, they would be able to see their old campsite.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
The visibility is really bad. It's not clear. I don't think it was snowing or anything. I think it's just like
it's Russia in the winter.
It's difficult conditions. Yeah. And I think part of it is they started late and the sun sets early and rises late.
Right.
And so essentially I think they ended up gathering firewood in the Ospia River Valley before they headed up. And they only had enough firewood for a certain number of days. So the plan was to have a cold night on Kolotsiakol, and then they would the next night have a warm night at the lake and have like a relaxing evening on the lake. And so this isn't necessarily uncommon for these kinds of trips. It's not uncommon for if a group leader sees a potential challenge to do it. Especially if he's worried about timing,
right.
like Igor was, because he'd been told that it's going to take a few days longer, and he's worried that if it takes too long, he's then not going to get that certification from the people, or from the governing body of whatever. And so he makes it up Kolotsiakol. They end up doing a cold night without firewood. They're saving their firewood for their warm night. In addition to the group diary that they had, the one piece of evidence that we do have of this night is that the group created a fake newspaper.
Oh.
So maybe like conditions got too bad and they decided to just stop, and so they just had a really long night or something, and then created this newspaper. It's called the Evening of Torten. Torten is the name of the mountain that they're about to summit. There are some snippets in this paper. For example, one snippet is the science column. The science column reads, "In recent years, there have been heated debate about the existence of Yeti. According to recent reports, Yeti lives in the northern Urals near a Torten mountain." And then there's
really? Is that true? Like is that where the mythology of it comes from?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Where I think it's probably scattered and then they all kind of merged. There is another entry. There's like 4 or 5 on this paper, and it looks like a real newspaper. It literally says Evening of Torten on top of like volume 1, February 1st, 1959. The next thing says it's an ad for a philosophical. Oh, fuck. Philosophical seminar. And it says, quote, "On the topic of love and tourism takes place daily on the tent premises, parentheses, Central Hall.
Love and hiking
Basically.
here in the main tent.
Lectures are given by Dr. Thibault and postdoctorate of love science Dubinina.
So it's two men lecturing how to have love and hike.
No, one man and one woman.
Oh,
It's,
okay.
Nick and
Lubinia.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Ludmila. So to recap, because that's a little confusing, I understand. The plan is to build a labaz at the January 31st campsite, gather wood for when they come back to the labaz, and then also their evening on the lake. They then head up Mount Kolotsiakol with their remaining gear for the Atorton ascent. They have a cold night there. On February 2nd, the plan will then be to hike to the lake Lanthu Sapatur for their warm night. Then February 3rd, ascend Atorton, and then come back down to their cache. I'm going to show you two pictures. These are, I think the top one is taken by Krivonoshenko, and then the bottom one is taken by a camera that they're not sure who owned it.
Okay.
That's the...
Oh, that looks so miserable.
So the first photo
Oh my God,
is
that looks awful.
taken from the back, and you can see like 4 or 5 hikers in front all skiing uphill, clearly.
Yeah.
The second photo is a photo of them setting up their tent on Kolotsiakol.
That's them attempting to set up the tent.
Yeah, they're digging out snow so that they can set their
Yeah.
tent up on more level surface.
Yeah. I mean, they're cool historical photos, but
You can tell that it's not fun for anybody.
no, it's not even fun to look at.
And it's also like, it's clear it's not blizzarding. It looks like it's more like just wind blowing snow up from
Right.
the ground. Also of note, the tent that Igor had built was meant for forest camping because they were going to be on the riverbanks most of the time.
Right.
And so they were propping these tents up by like their skis and poles and stuff
Okay.
like that. This is the last time we will ever know for sure what happened to
Okay.
this group. So
The newspaper is one of the last things they put together. That's kind of spooky.
Yeah. February 12th, the group is expected back in Vichy to send a telegram back to the sports club at the Ural Polytechnic Institute, but they do not arrive, and the telegram is never sent. February 13th comes and goes, and they do not arrive. February 14th comes and goes, followed by the 15th. Getting delayed is not super unexpected because of weather conditions, and Yuri Yudin had known that they were going to be a couple days delayed. But the family begins to worry. The
Sure.
families of all of them begin to worry. The 16th, 17th, and 18th all come and go with no word from the group. The families begin demanding a search.
Yeah.
And then one is finally initiated by the school on February 21st. And it's comprised of students, like volunteer students from the sports club, teachers, and then eventually will be joined by like government officials and stuff like that.
So the search for them starts on the 21st?
Starts.
Or like, I mean, it takes off from the
It takes off. Like they're landing in the area via helicopter or
on
whatever.
the 21st.
On the 21st.
Okay, so they're not like leaving, you know, like, so
Yeah.
like they're in the area by the 21st. It's not like, and then by the 24th they were there. Okay, so then my next question is,
Yes.
when is the last time that we see them? Sorry, when is the, like, what's the date of the last time that we know for sure that these people are doing something?
These pictures were taken for sure on February 1st.
How do we know they were for sure taken on February 1st?
It was like camera dating or
Oh, okay,
whatever. I don't
cool.
know. Yeah,
But
yeah.
like, that's not in question. They're like,
That's not in question at
okay,
all.
so 20 days between the last documented
Sighting.
proof of them
Yeah, and
by
there's no
themselves.
photos after this.
and 20 days later a search begins.
Yep.
Ugh,
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, again, this is a cold case. The Dyatlov group is never seen alive again.
Okay.
The search party consists eventually of government officials. Some Mansi people offered to help in the search on reindeer.
They're like literally searching for dead bodies, but it's like just so cute.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just picturing their little reindeer pods. Okay, so and then also other members of UPI's Explorers Club, as well as members of similar groups from the nearby area. Yeah. So in case it isn't clear, again, just so we're not getting any hate, this is an unsolved mystery, and I know I've just made you like love these characters because
Yeah.
that was my intention.
Da 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 da.
Da, 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 da. The leader. So this is an unsolved case as long as you don't live in Russia.
I need to pause for a second. Sorry. Yuri Yudin, the one who leaves them. Does he make it back okay?
Mm-hmm. He survives and he dies in 2013.
Whoa.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. Okay.
So unless you live in Russia?
So it's unsolved unless you live in Russia. Russia has solved the case.
Okay. And are you going to tell me their
I'll
answer?
talk about
Okay.
it, yeah. So this is after the fact. The search initiates on February 21st. Nothing is found officially until February 26th. The first thing that is found is the tent.
Oh.
This, however, is where things begin to get weird regarding the investigation. There are two members of the search party. One's last name is Pashin, and the other, like Pashin, and the other's is Cheglikov. So Pashin's journal says, quote, on February 23rd, we were dropped off by helicopter. Once we descended, we found ski tracks from the hikers. Here we pitched a tent and spent the night.
They found the tracks from the hikers almost 20 days later?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. The next day, we divided into groups and went to look for the hikers. As a result of the search, we found the tent with belongings. And this is backed up by Cheglikov's journal. He says, on the second day, which is the 23rd, we found the tent of the hikers. It was badly snow drifted. We did not go inside.
So as in like it's buried, like the entrance is buried or it's been collapsed?
It's a little collapsed. I'll show you a picture.
Okay.
If both of these people claim that they found the tent on the 23rd, why then was it not reported found until the 26th? So apparently they found it, noted that they found a tent, went back to the search group, and then didn't say anything. Because the tent is then found again by Slobstov and Shavarin and Pashin again on the 26th.
So the guy discovers it twice.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
When they start ascending Kolatsiakal, Pashin refused to go with Slobstov and Shavarin.
Why?
I don't know. The only explainable reason I can think of is that he knows the tent's up there and he doesn't want to be involved in its finding. But then why write it in your journal?
Right.
You know?
Also, you're there to search for them. Like, what do you mean now you don't want to be involved in it?
Yeah. So today, many people think Pashin at this point knows something that the rest didn't and he doesn't want to be implicated.
Oh.
So
Whoa.
when the tent is found, it's collapsed and partially covered in snow. I'll eventually show you a picture of it. And there is a flashlight. It looks like it's been like laid on top of the snow and is in the off position. But when they pick it up, when Slobstov and Shavarin pick it up, they're able to turn it on, which makes me think that it's Pashin's or one of the two that found it initially.
It's like an explorer's.
Yeah, it's because there's no way that it could sit there for 20 days and still be able to turn on.
You don't think so?
The batteries,
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think so. I mean, our camera turns off when it gets too hot for like
Right.
5 minutes, you know?
Right.
So I don't know. But the presence of the flashlight has raised a lot of questions.
Right, because in my mind, it's like you leave the flashlight on the tent, you leave it on, you can see where you need to go if you're going to wander away from the tent.
Yes, but
you know
it's
where
in
to
the
work
off
back.
position.
Right.
Yeah, which
but
is
it's
weird.
working. So did someone turn it off at one point?
Maybe.
Okay.
So they look inside the tent. The hikers' belongings are all relatively neatly arranged and undisturbed. For example, there's boots, clothing, and equipment all arranged neatly on either side of the door of the tent. The door of the tent was set up so that it was uphill, which is unusual. It should be
Right.
facing like downhill
Away
or
from
like
the wind and
yeah.
stuff.
But it was they were on either side of the door.
Can I
They-
ask a question? Sorry if this is a silly
Yeah.
one. Listener, sometimes Maya gets so deep into the
Yeah.
research, she does become a little mini expert on it. And I will toss her questions that she can clearly answer that are not part of like what she's planning on telling us. Is the tent like insulated enough that the hikers could have survived the temperatures without firewood? Like, could they? I mean, I'm sure it would have been miserable, but like between the combination of like their own clothing and the tent's insulation and their own then residual body heats collected together, could they survive without wood?
I trust that either Igor knew that they could, or that they would have used a small cache of the firewood that they had collected.
Okay.
For
Because the
the
cache
stove.
is reachable from the.
They also have some on their backs because they're planning on camping at the
Right,
lake for their
right.
warm night.
Okay, so they
So-
have some wood.
Yeah.
And do they find firewood in the tent?
I think so. There's some discourse about that, about whether or not it was lit
Okay.
or not. I think it was set up and maybe was not lit yet.
So clearly the like angle I'm exploring
Mm-hmm.
here, the like thing to cross off, it's not like they find the tent and it's like, this is freezing. They would have frozen to death and they burned through everything that they could.
No,
as
they had
left.
stuff that they could have
stayed.
used.
Okay.
Yes. So additionally, inside of the tent, they find food that is sliced up on a plate as if they were about to sit down for dinner.
Oh, I hate that.
There's a cup of cocoa that has been clearly left undisturbed for long enough that it had frozen in the place that it had been sitting. And there are like sleeves of crackers left unbroken. The tent is also sliced open from the inside.
How can they tell?
They brought the tent back and had a seamstress analyze it. And from the way that like the puncture wound happened, it looks like the fibers are bending out from in.
Okay.
This implies that whatever happened, they did it to cut the tent from the inside to the outside. Were they escaping from something on the inside? Does that imply that they were not being attacked from the outside?
Do we think they were attacked? By what? By
like I
who?
said, we'll talk about it. There's
Okay.
a lot of potentials, but none of them seem likely.
None of their diary entries, and I'm assuming you're not excluded anything.
Yeah,
Like none of their diary entries seem to be like, and the Mansi people don't seem thrilled that we're here right now, right? There's like
yeah.
the small town people shocked they're there.
I'm really excited to see what you think happened after I lay out all of the
Okay.
theories.
Am I frustrating you with my questions?
No,
if you're
no,
just
no,
like,
no.
let me ask, let me
Dude,
just tell you.
I have been so in this. Literally today while I was at my hair appointment, I had to be like, I have to stop adding things to these notes because we're never going to get through all of them.
It's actually, I mean, it's so sweet because this morning, you know,
Yeah.
3 days ago,
Yeah.
you were like, I can't even look at you right now. I want to talk to you about it so bad. Jacob, let me tell you the story. And I went, oh my God, here you go. again."
Yeah.
The one thing
Literally.
you have said to me
I
so
told
far.
Jacob about it on the way back.
Now that I wasn't in
It
your
really
shot.
helped me, yeah. The other thing that they find at the site of the tent is one of the cameras. The camera belonged to Yuri Krivonishenko, the like avid photographer, and it was set up and pointed towards the sky. The interesting thing about this camera is that it was cocked as well. So film photography, there's two things that you can do to it to take a picture. You have to cock it to like move the film so that you're taking picture on the new slide of film and then
Right.
take the picture. Experienced photographers will hardly ever cock the film before they take the picture, because if you leave the like shutter exposed for too long, it'll ruin the film on either side of it.
Okay.
It has a tendency to do that. And so it's really unusual to do this unless you're trying to capture an image that is so time dependent that
You don't have the time to cock it and do it.
you don't have
you
the-
just want to do.
if you miss it by a millisecond, you're
You
gonna
miss
miss
it.
it. So
Okay.
he cocked it because he's trying to take a picture of something really fast. And this is frame 34. So this is theoretically the picture he took. This is the last frame on the Krivonishenko camera. And he took we're smiling because Mo is like burrowing into a plant right now,
right.
not because of
She's trying to get into a blanket, which is just pillowing up on a ficus.
Yes. Yeah. This is the last photo that was taken on
Shockingly bright for the middle of nowhere.
and the middle of the night, theoretically.
Okay. I mean, spooky, but in a fun way.
Describe it to the people.
We just lost something. Mo looks guilty.
Oh, she just knocked over the power.
Okay, so here's the photo. In the dead center, there is a light coming in, and then on the left side of the photo, you have more light that's almost like in boxes coming in.
It's bokeh. It's bokeh. It's a photography, like it's an effect of the lens.
Okay.
So like if you ever see a photo that's like of a light, but it's out of focus, that's kind of the effect you'll get.
Right. There's the fact that it's. I'm gonna pause for a second. Okay, so the photo. So part of the bokeh is that then what creates the square image?
That's what the square is. That's why it kind of looks like square-ish. So it's just out of focus of a light.
And then everything else is pitch black except for starting in the center and moving to the right a little bit. There are some like faintly noticeable lines, like white-ish lines, but it doesn't strike me as snowfall or snow at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost looks like he took a photo of like an incoming headlight. Is my first like real reaction to it if I had to pin it to something.
Yeah.
And the light looks too close for it to be like starlight. Like it's not like he like was in the middle of the night and was like, "Oh, it's gorgeous." Yeah, it's super close.
It looks almost like something might be falling down the side of like the frame or something like that.
Okay.
So in total, in and around the tent, there are 4 cameras that are found. The one that belonged to Igor, the one that belonged to Rustem, the one that belonged to Yuri Krivonishenko, the one that you just saw the frame from, and then Semyon's camera. So outside of the tent, they also find 15 to 20 meters of footprints.
What?
Leading away from the tent. Most of these prints appear to be barefoot. And the prints are absolutely, according to like analysis of the strides, are walking, not running, which is really important.
Because they're barefoot.
Yeah.
I mean, coming in from a hot tub back into the cabin, you are like...
Yeah, so they're either wearing... There's like a few that might be wearing shoes. Most are either barefoot or in socks.
And they found boots inside the tent.
Boots inside the tent. Ski boots and regular boots. The tracks lead down the slope. And eventually, they find a large cedar tree that is about a mile away from the tent.
Okay.
Farther downhill.
Which is almost a whole day of traveling based off the rate that they were going.
At least an hour, yeah.
Right.
And this is where things take a turn for the worst.
Is the cedar tree uphill or downhill?
It's downhill.
Okay.
For sure. It's more...
But it's more lateral?
It's more downhill. It's almost towards the Lovza River.
Is it like, were they trying to round the peak? Is there like a way you could argue that that's what they were trying to do?
This picture that I showed you, this tent is where their tent went. These the thing I blacked out is eventually where they're going to find
human remains.
Yes.
Okay.
And that tree is the cedar tree I just described.
Okay.
The like little tree thing.
So you have the tent, and then they somehow managed to, from that tent, get back to their original course.
Almost, yeah.
But like scattered out. But then that original course isn't actually along the river yet, is it? Or yes, this is the river valley.
It's kind of, yeah.
So some of them might have actually reached the river without any of their supplies or anything.
Yep.
Oh.
Here's where I'm going to warn you. If you are super sensitive to like descriptions of deceased bodies or anything, or like maybe like, at this point, the circumstances of the events, and you don't really care to know the details or the theories or anything, I might advise that this might be the end of the episode for you.
Oh, okay, interesting.
We are going to talk a lot about theories, so like if you can't stomach it, I'm going to do my best to mention trigger warnings before I talk about anything nothing's too gory, but there are some descriptions that will like give you chills. And yeah, that's the warning I'm going to give for right now.
So can I share, before you get into this specifically, this is it kind of vaguely, I mean, the trip was super interesting. Kind of vaguely knew that I made it to a mountain. I didn't know they had gotten off course. I thought they all got crushed to death in their tent. And the mystery was, how did these experienced hikers
We're going to talk about why that's what you think.
Oh.
Yeah. So just don't scroll, because this picture I put in like the wrong place.
Okay.
Or don't look at the notes on it. So this is what the footprints look like that they found.
What?
Okay, so what I'm going to explain to you what
They're
you're
like
seeing.
sticking out.
So
what?
Because they were barefoot, the heat of their feet melted the snow enough to create ice, and then wind swept the other snow away, and so that's why the footprints look like they're sticking out of the snow instead of in.
Okay, so there's like the actual footprint itself, and then it's like each one of them is then surrounded by what looks like a stone, but is actually snow.
Yeah.
And there's at least, it feels like an inch, maybe more, of elevation above the rest of the snow.
Yep.
That's actually so unnerving.
Right?
Okay, you have to make sure that this photo is available in the drive.
Yeah, I will.
Because this is, before I even put the episode title, it might be like, look at this photo.
Yes.
Hey. We promised you feet content. You might be cutting that.
Sucks.
I'm gonna let you listen.
No, I like that. I like that.
Let you listen and decide if that was well
that's a good
timed
break.
or if that was tasteless.
Okay, so we're going to February 27th. This is now a day after the tent has been officially found.
Okay. But potentially up to 4 days after it was initially found.
Yes. So they start following those tracks. It leads down to the
And
cedar
27th
tree.
could very well be 26 days after these
Yep.
people were
Perished.
Yeah.
Yep. The first 2 bodies are found on February 27th. It is both of the Yuris that are on the trip, Yuri Doroshenko and Yuri Krivonishenko. They are several hundred yards away from the tent. They're essentially laying in their underwear. I mean, they're not actually in their underwear, like for the temperature. They're in their underwear.
Yeah.
Like they're wearing like
They're
maybe
in
like
t-shirts and shorts.
essentially. Yuri Doroshenko is wearing a cotton sleeveless shirt, short sleeve checkered shirt, shorts, swim trunks, and underwear that had a large hole in the thigh, mismatched wool socks, and no shoes. Yuri Krivonishenko is wearing an undershirt, a long sleeve shirt, swim pants, long underpants, and 1 torn sock. To give you some clarity, Yuri Doroshenko is the one that Zina was dating at the before all of this started. Yuri Krivonishenko was the Joker, the one that sang in the train station and got arrested. This particular note, I'm going to put a trigger warning in front of this. It's a little descriptive. Maybe skip forward 30 seconds. It doesn't appear in every source, and some argue its credibility because of around the time it appeared. But Krivonishenko had burns on his body and a piece of his own flesh in his mouth that he had bitten off of his own hand. Additionally, there are pieces of human flesh found lodged in the tree bark, indicating that maybe someone had tried to climb the tree. That's the end of the trigger warning for that section.
What?
Yes. It's thinking that maybe they tried to climb the tree to see back to where the tent was because they're at the edge of the tree line.
Oh, they're trying to get an elevation kind of thing.
Yeah, because there's some broken tree branches as well.
But what are they doing out there so poorly protected? Even in the middle of the day?
That is answered. That will be answered. Poorly protected will be answered.
Okay.
No shoes I can't answer. But poorly protected as far as clothing, I can't answer.
And then the biting off of one's skin.
That I'm not sure if it's actually true.
Okay.
Because that happened essentially the Soviets classified this whole case. That specific piece of evidence does not come out until it's declassified 30 years later by the lead investigator. So who knows if it's true or if it's made up to kind of accentuate the importance of the case or whatever. It seems like a weird detail to bring up if it is fake. But beyond that, they find 2 other bodies this day on February 27th.
Are the first 2 they find the closest to the tent?
No.
Oh.
So that cedar tree is about a mile from the tent, about 300 meters up from the cedar, so in the direction of the tent.
Okay.
They find Igor Dyatlov.
The leader of the trip.
The leader of the trip. His positioning and location, the positioning of his body, imply that he was maybe trying to get back to the tent.
He fell trying to get back to the tent.
Mm-hmm.
What on earth were they all doing out there? Sorry.
Here is a really sad fact. It doesn't necessarily need a trigger warning. Igor was found with a picture of Zina in his breast pocket. Yeah. And we know that she was still kind of pining after Dyatlov or Doroshenko.
Okay.
Around this time. Igor Doroshenko was wearing he was better dressed than the Yuris underneath the cedar tree. He's wearing an unbuttoned sleeveless vest with fur lining, a blue sweater, a long sleeve shirt, a blue singlet, ski pants, but no shoes. Farther up from Igor.
Closer to the tent or just further up?
Closer to the tent.
Okay, so the tent's on the hill and then we're kind of going downhill towards the tree line.
So we started at the tree line and now we're slowly working our way back up.
Because the tent is up the hill a little bit. So when they theoretically left or ran away or whatever, when they left the tent, they ended up going downhill.
Yes.
And then it looks like maybe attempted to turn around.
A few of them maybe tried to get back to the tent.
Following the light of the flashlight.
Yes.
On the top of the tent.
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
So Igor is found 300 meters up from the cedar. And then farther up, closer to the tent from Igor, 630 meters total from the cedar tree. So she's about 300 meters farther from Igor. Zina Kolmogorova is found. She also looks as if she's trying to get back to the tent. She's found in the fetal position. Zina was wearing 2 hats, a long sleeve undershirt, a sweater, a checkered shirt, another sweater with a torn cuff, sports pants, trousers, ski pants with holes, and 3 pairs of socks, one of which had insoles, but no shoes.
So she has even more clothing than the first 3 victims.
Yes.
But still doesn't have shoes on.
Yep. So now nothing is found for a few days.
How did they find the 2 by the cedar tree before they found the 2 closest to the tent?
I think they were more buried under the snow.
Okay.
Yeah. March 2nd, the Labaz is found, the cache that they had made.
Oh. So far at this point, they have found 4 of the 10 victims.
4 of the 9.
9 victims,
yeah.
right. And then the cache, okay.
And now the cache. The Labaz is found with skis marking it and a cut up ski pole near it.
Okay.
The ski pole looks as if it's been like really cut up, not like sawed off or like broken off or whatever. Like it's been cut into pieces. We know initially that they had asked for an extra pair of skis and an extra pair of poles and were initially denied by
the sports club.
Yeah, the sports club. But like later on, they were then allowed an extra pair of skis, but no extra pair of poles. So we don't know whose, which is
that was
bullshit.
Yeah.
But also like we don't know whose pole that was that got cut up at the cache. And then there's another few days of nothing being found and searching. March 6th, Rustem Slobodin is found, and he is found between Igor and Zina. So there's the cedar tree. Then Igor is found closer to the cedar tree on his way up to the tent. Rustem is found next closer to the tent, and Zina is found closest to the tent.
Or reverse, because for me, the whole universe right now revolves around the tent and the fact that people were trying to get there.
So it's Zina, Rustem, Igor, and then
The
Yuri
2 Yuris.
Doroshenko and Krivonishenko.
Okay, so they now found 5 of the 9.
5 of the 9. So March 6th, Rustem Slobodin is found between Igor and Zina. So he's total about 480 meters up from the cedar tree. He also appears to have been trying to make his way back up to the tent. He was wearing a long sleeve undershirt, a shirt, a sweater, 2 pairs of pants, 4 pairs of socks, and 1 felt boot on his right foot.
But nothing on his left foot.
It seems like maybe the other boot was found in the tent. I can't totally remember.
Okay.
There was like one boot that like the pair wasn't there in the tent.
I mean, so one of the things, I'm sorry,
No,
but
you're
it's
good.
like, it sounds like they were set up for an evening in the tent,
Yes.
tore their way out
Out of it.
Why? And then
Walked away.
And that perhaps like didn't run, walked away. And we have the footprints that show that really frozen in time that it was a walk. Like it's not a running pace. Walked away. So it's like, were you being attacked? Because it's like, the urgency would explain why they don't have boots.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But there
Then
is an
why walk?
urgency. And then how do you know if you're like down the hill in the tree line, how do you know it's then safe to go back? And that is then where you all
But
perish.
then it probably took you at least 45 minutes to an hour to get down to the cedar tree.
Right.
Here's one thing I put in notes. I'm not sure where I put it. I'll probably mention it again. There is a small fire that is found near Yuri Doroshenko and Krivonishenko.
Like in the tree line.
Yeah, there's a fire that like people analyzed. It clearly burned for about at least 90 minutes, but the people that analyzed it could not figure out why it went out, which means someone put it out.
Okay.
And that could explain some of the broken branches nearby, but there was a fire there at some point. So yeah. All of the causes of death for these 5 individuals is hypothermia officially by the like medical examiner.
Is that the international accepted answer or the Russian accepted answer?
Probably Russian.
Okay.
Yeah. The causes for erratic behavior are attributed to paradoxical undressing, which I think I've talked about. When you are dying of hypothermia or suffering from hypothermia, your body, some of the chemical like signaling misfires in your brain, and your brain tells your body that you're really hot. And so people will undress when they're about to like perish from hypothermia. And so that's why you find people like that died of hypothermia nearly naked. We're going to talk about why this doesn't make sense for this scenario. The number one reason being that these people were incredibly educated in hiking in this scenario. So they know that if your brain is telling you to undress, don't, because there's so much going on.
And it's so confusing to me that like why would these kind of hikers let the tent get so cold that this is what they would actually risk, right? Like if it's like hypothermia madness, right? That's something that they're prepared for. And I think all of them would agree, I don't want to go mad just to finish this hike. Like, let's burn the fuel,
And
hike down tomorrow. Like, we'll have to call it. But
I'm not actually sure. I can't remember like with 100% certainty. I do think the stove had been lit when they found the tent. Like they
So there's heat coming from inside the tent.
I think a cold night for them did not mean that they like did not use any firewood. I think
Right.
it just meant they used
Less.
firewood to preserve it for later. The really heartbreaking part about this is that Yuri Yudin is called in to ID all of these bodies.
The people who he was the last one to see any of them alive.
The government tried to persuade the parents of the individuals to bury their children quickly and quietly in Ivdel, citing party conscience, and then tried to threaten them from having the funerals in Sverdlovsk, which is where like the college was, which is where they all probably lived. Ivdel is like one of the last places that they were that was like
Right.
a city, but none of them were like native
From
to
there.
Ivdel.
Right.
And so luckily the families were all like, fuck no, we're not
Right.
doing that. We're burying them where we want them to be buried, which happened to be at the UPI, like
Cemetery,
the
sure.
cemetery-ish. There's 2 cemeteries where all the bodies are buried. It seems like the people that had graduated or had no association with UPI were buried in one, and then the people that were still students at UPI were buried in another. Even though the families of these individuals were adamant about burying them in the place that they wanted to bury them, the government still tried to censor the details of the funeral from making it to the general public. At some point, though, a student at UPI, here I'm going to send you this really quick. A student at UPI, Yakimenko, it's his last name, put up flyers announcing the funeral for these 5 individuals. And I just sent you a text that shows his quote.
Can I
from
look at
this.
it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it can be read right now.
This is the banner.
Yeah,
Or
this is his quote to whoever
Okay.
About this incident.
I hung up the announcement of the funerals in the foyer of the main building of the UPI. Half an hour later, I was summoned by the party committee of the UPI, where the secretary, Kasuin,
Yeah.
reproached me for disturbance and made me remove the flyers. I refused, but someone took them down anyways. The reaction of the secretary of the party committee is incomprehensible. Evidently, he is afraid of something. March 9th, an update. Today will be buried only 4 people, and Yuri,
Krivanashenko.
for some reason, in another
Ivanashenko.
cemetery. Although his parents did not object to his son being buried with the others, we hung up another announcement about the funerals. It was immediately taken down by someone. We are outraged. Decided everyone to go in their faculty and, by course, walk around each classroom and inform the students about the hour and the place of the funeral. So they're like, fine, just word of mouth.
Yeah.
Okay.
So March 9th then comes. This is the day of 3 of the funerals. So Yuri Doroshenko, Zina Kolmogorova, and those 2, Yuri Doroshenko and Zina, are buried in Mihailovsko Cemetery, and Yuri Krivanashenko is buried in Ivanovsko Cemetery because Krivanashenko had already graduated UPI.
Okay.
So this was the date for those funerals. Thousands of people came out to the funerals. They were not allowed through the main gates of the main cemetery, Mihailovsko Cemetery. They had to go in from an adjacent street and disassemble the fence to get into the cemetery.
Like the spectators.
Yes, the
Okay.
people that wanted to come view the funeral. These 3 had open caskets, and people noted the red brick color of their skin.
Oh, that's so much frostbite. Yeah.
We'll talk about it. It's
Okay.
potentially radiation.
What?
Yes. So they were lowered.
What?
We'll talk about it more. Yeah. They were lowered into their graves by fellow students, despite the students being forbidden from leaving class to attend. We have a little more, and then we can take a quick break. But here is a picture of the funeral. You can see how many people show up. That's
yeah,
just
it's
for
a
the
huge
3.
crowd.
Yeah.
Literally, they're speaking on the top of a car cab.
Yeah. And then if you swipe to the left. You'll see this is a photo. This is the most tame photo I could find of the body. That's the body of Xena with her family, and that photo was taken theoretically by her
family
sister.
is, I mean, obviously devastated.
Yes.
They did a great job taking care of her. There is definitely, so her face itself isn't deformed. So you did a good job picking a picture, but you can definitely tell there's like discoloration
looks weird.
in certain parts of her face. Like, I don't know how to say it. Like it just looks like this huge spots like in an otherwise pale face.
And you saw a picture of what she looked like before. Like, that's not what she looked like.
No, it's not like this is like a birthmark or whatever.
Yeah. If you are interested in seeing more of the postmortem photos, go to dyatlovpass.com it's dyatlovpass.com. They have the postmortem photos. I would only recommend the like strongest of stomachs, especially for not these 5 are okay. They're traumatizing to look at just because their bodies are kind of frozen in the position that they were found in, which is traumatizing. But like, just if you go at that website, definitely like
prepare
take
yourself.
Caution, because it's rough. March 10th, the next day, Dyatlov, so Igor Dyatlov and Rustam are buried in that same cemetery that Xena and the other Yuri Doroshenko were buried. At this point, Sasha, so Alexander's mother, by this point, Sasha has not been found, his body. Her quote is, "I was present at all the funerals of the group. Why were their faces and hands all so dark brown? How can we explain the fact that the 4 of them who were beside the fire, they were obviously alive? Why didn't they try to return to the tent? If they were considerably better dressed, as far as I can see from clothes missing from the tent, if it was a natural disaster, then for sure, after being warmed by the fire, then the guys could have crawled back to the tent. The whole group wouldn't have perished from an Arctic storm."
So she's already, knowledgeable about what has been found.
And pissed.
They have maybe not realized that their strategy is going to be to like hold all this information, and the families have been told a lot initially, and they're mad. We'll be right back.
100%. Yeah. And we're live.
Hooray.
We're live on both. Okay. Where did we leave off, dear Grant?
We were about to talk about autopsies. We just finished the funeral.
Okay. The funerals. They were buried, you know? They do that thing. March 17th, I'm not sure who the first investigator was, but he was fired and replaced by Lev Ivanov.
Did the first investigator maybe tell families too much? Was he too honest?
Most likely, given what we know now about the history of firing people in this case. Yes.
Okay.
Is being too curious, asking too many questions, telling too many people too many things.
He came in truly trying to figure out where were these kids and then what happened to these kids, and then telling the families the whole unfiltered truth.
Probably. We don't know for sure. Again, here is another trigger warning. Sorry, just back from break. But I'm going to talk about the autopsy of the first 5. So if you do not want to hear the details of what their bodies were found like, skip forward maybe 5-ish minutes.
Cool. I'll be right back.
I knew you were going to do that. Okay. So the first 2 were Yuri Doroshenko and Yuri Krivonashenko. Yuri Doroshenko was found with before I say this next part, there are some details I'm going to mention on some people that are not then mentioned on other people. For example, their complexion.
Okay.
That is not due to the fact that was not present. It is more probably due to a poor investigation.
Okay.
For example, Rustam was found in what's called like a coffin grave or something like that. It's essentially like he was found laying down in such a way that it was clear he fell down while he was still alive. The heat from his body melted the snow. And so the snow underneath him was ice, actually. And then that's how they were able to find him.
Because the wind blew it away.
Well,
eventually.
no.
Like everything but him away.
It's just because he like sunk more in. Like it's a very specific phenomenon where like the snow around him melted into ice. This is not explicitly mentioned on Igor or Zina, but that does not necessarily mean that it was not found on Igor or Zina.
Okay.
Or it could mean that Igor and Zina died on their feet.
Okay.
But that's, again...
Like, we're up and then died
and then died and fell. But again, it's poor investigation. Like, we don't know. Like, there's no explicit note that says they were not found in this scenario.
Right.
It's just Rustum that says that. Okay, so Yuri Doroshenko was found. His complexion was that of brownish purple.
Okay.
Yes. He had cuts and bruises to the eyes, nose, and lips.
Can I say real quick? Brownish purple tracks for what I assume a freeze burn would look like.
It's probably
dark.
more reddish.
Okay.
Overall, it seems to gear towards like purple red.
Okay.
Coloring. So he had cuts and bruises to the eyes, nose, and lips. He also had bruising and abrasions on the inside of the arms and into the armpits. He had burned hair and charred socks. He had
What?
Yes. Liver mortis spots that were shown on the opposite side on which they would have been expected by the positioning of the body. So liver mortis tends to happen on like where the body connects with, it's like bruising almost. Yeah, it's like if you pick a pumpkin that's been sitting on the ground, like that brown spot, it's similar to that. So the liver mortis was found on the top side.
But his hair and socks had singe marks on them.
Yes. Probably beat from maybe being too close to the fire if he was dying of hypothermia.
Okay.
And then his body after it had died indicates that it had been moved because of the liver mortis spots being in different spots. Yes. Yuri Krivonoshenko had a similar thing with liver mortis. It was on the wrong side of where it would be expected. He had bruising to the forehead and around the left temporal bone. Knuckles and fingers were bruised and swollen. He had burns on his left leg, blackened fingers, and third-degree burns on his shins and feet. Inside of his mouth was a chunk of his own flesh, and then liver mortis. Igor Dyatlov, his complexion was listed as bluish red. So you'll notice I didn't have a complexion for Krivonoshenko,
right.
But that's not because it wasn't unique. Igor Dyatlov had bruising to his knuckles, damage to both ankles, with skin-deep scratches as well as to the wrists. This almost implies that he had been tied up over clothing, perhaps. But again, we don't know. Zina Kolmogorova.
And Igor was found on his own, kind of on his way back to the tent.
Yes.
Okay.
Zina was the one found after Igor. She was the closest to the tent. Complexion of purplish red, bruising to her face and knuckles. She had a 30-centimeter long bruise along the back and kidney area. It looked like she had maybe been hit with like a rod, essentially, and the wind knocked out of her. Rustin Slobodin, he was found with bruised knuckles, face, and lips. And the interesting thing about him is that he had a massive fracture to the side of his head.
Okay.
This potentially, because of the cold weather, could have been caused by like a more minor injury that had then expanded because of the cold weather.
Okay.
But again, we don't know.
Is there a possibility that others could have arrived on like foot or helicopter or reindeer hoof or whatever, and that because they weren't barefoot, their footprints weren't preserved in the same way theirs were?
Potentially, except that we did find booted footprints in that area.
Around the same time?
I think still the heat from the footprint.
Okay.
I'll show you pictures. There are still booted footprints that are near the theoretically barefoot footprints.
Okay.
So the official cause of death for all 5 of them was hypothermia, regardless of any external injuries. Questions remaining from the autopsy, at least that I wrote around the time that I wrote these notes. Both of the Yuris, Doroshenko and Krivonoshenko's injuries weren't that bad when considering Rustum.
Okay.
Because he had like the injury to the skull, right? So why did Doroshenko and Krivonoshenko not try and turn back? What could possibly explain the variety of injuries as well as the placement of the bodies? Why do they all have injuries that are commonly associated with a fight, like injuries to the knuckles, face, and like side and that kind of stuff? Those are all common, like almost bar fight injuries. Why would they walk a mile after seemingly like walking, and then proceed to lose their minds trying to get back to the tent, especially knowing that that mile would have taken them 45 minutes to like an hour to complete.
Right.
And then also, where are the other 4?
Right.
So.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an intergroup fight? I keep thinking there's an intruder coming.
That was my initial thought, but you'll see why I don't think that anymore. Okay. It's possible that could have been an aspect of what happened, but it's definitely not what caused
like the 5
final.
chased the other 4 away, which explains why the other 4 are further away. I'm assuming that's why we haven't found their body yet.
Nope.
The other 4 are closer.
They're kind of in between Igor and the 2 Yuris.
So
where they're
they
eventually
find
found.
5 and bury them, but like
you'll see
area,
why they kind of miss the other 4
still.
Yes. Okay, so then the investigation starts because they still have search parties out there, but they don't know any answers. So there's an investigation, and here's kind of what they start discussing. The photos are developed from all the cameras. So I showed you the last photo from
February 1st.
Yeah, from February 1st. That was on Yuri Krivonishenko's camera, the creepy one. Notably, Lev Ivanov, the new lead investigator, asks his personal friend to do the development of the photos because he does not trust the government to get the photos back to him.
Oh.
He also notes, Lev Ivanov also notes that there are trees found in the area kind of around the cedar tree that have unusual burn marks kind of to the tops of them. The fire, like I mentioned, the fire found by the 2 Yuris was analyzed and shown that there's no reason the fire they built should have gone out on its own. It was built well, and there was still plenty of fuel for it to continue burning. If they had lit it right then, like when they found it, it would have burned. But they said that from what they had found, it looked like the fire had burned for about 90 minutes, meaning that they must have put it out. Which then asks why.
Right.
Were they worried about the smoke from the fire alerting their location to someone? Did someone else put it out? It also appears that there are missing diaries. We only really have diaries from the 2 women, Zina and Yuda. We have Yuri Yudin's diary, obviously, because it was on him.
Are the 2 women's diaries found in the tent or on them?
I think in the tent.
Okay.
I think in the tent, for sure. There are a few other diaries. I think there's a few that are lost, and I can't remember exactly whose they were. I want to say it was Thibault's, so Nicolay's, and then I don't think I ever saw any diaries from Semyon. I don't know if I saw a diary entry from Sasha. If you look on dyatlovpass.com, they have like a tab for diaries, and you can literally like look at the group diary and then each of the individual diaries they found, and you can see which ones they don't have.
Okay.
And then there is one unknown diary that they don't know whose it is. So that also adds more mystery to it. Like, even if we don't have these diaries for sure, it could be one of that could be one of the missing ones. Okay. Also, by the cedar tree, there is a leather strap or something that could be used. It could have been one of 2 things. It could have been a military strap that would have been used to like wrap feet. But then the question is, where's the other one to wrap the other foot? Or it could be used by Mansi to pull things. It's like kind of wrapped around a tree, it seems like. But it just seems super random. The footprints leading away from the tent have caused like constant questions ever since this event happened. The stride length is confirmed to be walking, not running. They had started walking kind of in a group. Like the picture that I showed you, they're like kind of walking all over the place. Yeah. And then as you go farther down, they start walking in a straight line. And it's almost like they're being herded, maybe.
Okay.
It seems like they'll diverge from a path to maybe walk next to each other, and then they're pushed back into
Oh, that's
the
what you
straight
mean. I was
line.
gonna say, like, I would
Kind of.
fall in line just that makes it easier
It's also
to walk.
true because
Yeah.
like it doesn't necessarily mean they're hurted. It could be that they've been like cross country skiing for so
Right.
many days that that's what they're used to, you know,
Right,
because that's how
right.
you cross country ski.
And it makes it easier.
Yeah, it makes it easier. You follow in footsteps. The big thing here is that all of the footprints seem to be individual. Like no person is depending on another person to walk.
Okay.
That's
So
kind of
no
the big
one's
thing.
limping.
No one's limping. No one's being carried. No one is like being dragged is a big thing. They're all individual, but again, because of the way that they're walking, we can't necessarily tell how many footprints there are.
Right.
Okay, so then they start talking to some of the other groups that were hiking in the area. There's a group I'm not sure if they were led by this guy. It was Vladislav Karelin. This group is there 2 weeks after the incident. They're interviewed and he says, quote, "In the morning, I hear through a dream the shouts of those on duty to cook breakfast that morning. Guys, look at this. I jump out of my sleeping bag and out of the tent. I was without my boots or outer clothes. Up in the sky, I saw a bright spot. It's formed like a sphere. Quickly, it disappeared behind the trees. At the time, we could not even imagine what it was." So this kind of aligns with the photo of the bright lights that we saw from Krivonishenko's camera. And if this is another quote from him a few years later when he's being interviewed. That same guy that said that.
This is
first
the guy
quote.
that survived? Sorry.
This is Vladislav Karelin. He's a group that was in the Urals 2 weeks after the incident.
Okay.
Again, at this point, 2 weeks after, you have to remember that
They
the
haven't been
news,
discovered yet.
Dyatlov's group has not been even reported as missing at this point, essentially, or like really
Right.
found. Carolyn then says, quote, "A few years later, I saw a show on television. It was rocket launches from Baikonur. I saw the same image on February 17th, 1959. It was the launch of a rocket." So he's saying that the image that his like teammates called him out of the tent to view, where they were all like, "What the hell is that bright light?"
Right.
Now he's saying 2 years later he saw something on the TV and he was like, "Those bright lights look exactly like this showing of a rocket being launched."
So, okay, but like, I mean, like the rocket would for sure explain the burn on the top of the trees, but it's like, you know, rocket land, boom, crash, and then there's
Yeah.
lots of rocket pieces, and the people are like burned, and like would explain the radiation, but not necessarily like the scattering or like them coming out of the tent.
Yes,
You know,
100%.
like it answers some of the questions, but it doesn't even
And that's
approach the others.
A very common thread in this
Okay.
case. The questions resulting from Carolyn's testimony or like answers to whatever questions is, if this rocket was involved in the Dyatlov incident, why would the Dyatlov crew run from the tent?
Right.
Because even these two, this group was like, "Look at this light." And then they like looked at the light and then continued on with their day.
Right.
You know, so why would the Dyatlov crew run? Why would they take a picture of it?
And it's like, is it just the worst events possible? Is it like there's a fight, some of them want to leave, some of them don't, so someone cuts the tent open and goes, "Now we all have to leave," but they're pissed, so they're walking, but then why don't they have boots? You
And
know?
then why don't they turn around?
Right.
Yeah. And the other thing that doesn't support that it was a rocket for the Dyatlov group is that there's no debris found
Right.
on site.
Well, I mean, everything's still super preserved, you know, and like their
Yes.
wounds are largely because of the weather, not because
Yes.
of like a blast.
So Lev Ivanov has Boris Bykov, who's a friend of the Dyatlov group. Essentially, this guy is interviewed in the 2021 documentary, and he says that Lev brought him a bunch of pieces of like photo paper, essentially, and asks him to print a lot of copies of like maybe the photos of the case or something and distribute them to the family of the hikers, other people in the area, because Lev said someone was trying to blame the incident on infighting between the hikers. And while like some of the injuries of the hikers align with infighting,
Right.
it still doesn't explain everything, you know? And so I think Lev at this point already knew that misinformation was getting out there and he was trying to prevent it in any way possible. So the government tried to quietly bury the bodies far away from their home city, as we mentioned. Unfortunately, this led to the media and public really noticing everything that was going on. And so thousands of people attended the funerals, and those people at the funerals noted that there was a lot of members of the KGB that were around. Notably also Rempel, that hunter that had told Igor, like, this hike is going to take you longer than you think.
It's dangerous out there.
Rempel was interviewed by the authorities, and he told authorities that he had offered a slightly easier way to get through the pass and warned Igor it would be difficult the way he had planned. But Igor then told him that they needed the rating of the hike to get their certification. So now we're like months from the initial 5 being found. We're now...
Is this a part of the world where it ever all melts?
Yes, it will. We're now going to get into May of the same year. So March, April, May. What are the months? So like 3 months later-ish, 2 months later, there's an indigenous Mansi hunter of the Kurakov family. So the Mansi people tend to divide themselves by family. So this is a member of the Kurakov family who is out with his dog. The snow is beginning to melt. He notices what appears to be cut branches forming a path around 150 feet from the cedar tree, the one where the 2 Uris are found underneath.
So the Mansi people are still active in the area. And then he finds a path of cut like branches and stuff, 150 meters uphill or downhill from the cedar tree, towards the tent, or
I think
other
kind
direction?
of towards the tent.
Okay.
It's not sure when this man reported this to the search team, but at some point the search team comes back out, or maybe they've already been out and he's like, hey, check over here. Someone spots some clothing, which looked like it was cut with a knife. That's like kind of around in the snow. And so they start digging. Around 10 feet under the snow, they find a den that has been kind of dug out. There are cut branches that make a makeshift floor. And they kind of have hypothesized that all the cut branches have been used to create this floor.
Like an insulated floor
in
situation.
The den.
That's within the snow.
Yes.
So it's
under
a little
the
insulated.
sun.
Okay.
Yes. On May 5th of 1959, Vladimir Askadanzi, who is a friend of the group, another student tasked with probing the area to look for the hikers, finds something interesting. Here's another trigger warning. It's a bit graphic, maybe like skip forward like a minute, maybe a minute or two. I didn't know what probing meant until they described it. It turns out they give the search party avalanche probes, and these are long metal like probes that have hooks on the end. So he had been probing the area, and most time he would hit snow or moss or rock or whatever. So he's probing, and he hits something soft, and he thinks it's moss. And just another trigger warning, it's a little graphic. He pulls out a piece of flesh. It was Liuda. A piece of Liuda buried 12 feet under the snow. She was found collapsed kind of over a ravine. It's not like a deep ravine. It's like a river, and it's like a little deep to get down to it.
Okay, sorry, real quick. The den with branches.
Yes.
Is there a chance that someone made a bed and then the snow covered it? Or is it suggesting that someone dug a hole intentionally and created like a little lodge?
It's assumed that these last 4 built this place to kind of survive out.
They built a den.
They built a den.
So it's not like the den of a like lone hunter
Yes,
who might have done all of
they
it.
think they were found very close to it. So
they think it's their den.
It's their den. Yes.
And this is something that, with their expertise, they would have done to survive the climate.
It was not far. Yeah.
To like try to get out of the element. So like it fits the MO.
It fits their expertise.
Okay.
Yeah. So they find
Why would they be out of the den then? I'm sorry.
No,
sorry.
yeah. You're asking all the right questions. Okay. So they discover the remains of what is thought to be a snow den. Lyudmila Dubinina, Alexander Kolevatov, Nikolay Thibault Brignol, and Semyon Zolotaryov are all found in the ravine lying close to one another. Essentially, Lyudmila is found lying face down. I've seen 3D renderings of this. She's face down in the river. And then Semyon, Alexander, and Thibault. So Semyon, Sasha, and Thibault are all found kind of like a little farther upstream, not like literally like a couple of feet farther
Okay.
upstream.
Not like abandoned her.
Yes,
just like
they
in
were
the
like
area.
yeah, and it looks like two of them, and I don't remember which two. I want to say it was Sasha and Thibault were found almost like spooning each other as if they're trying to keep each other warm
Right, save
in this
some heat.
scenario. All four of them are found better dressed than any of the previous bodies.
Okay.
The most notable thing, slight trigger warning for like emotional damage. Some are wearing clothes of their dead friends.
Oh.
Yuri Durashenko and Yuri Krivonishenko are thought to be the first two that died and are also with livor mortis on opposite sides of their body and are the least dressed of the group.
They stripped him.
Yes.
Which, I mean, in a survival, that makes sense.
That makes sense. But
If it's like, these are people I love and I'm so sad, but I got to stay alive, it's a whole other thing if it's like, we hunted you and killed you and now we've taken your clothes.
it seems like they were trying to stay alive as best they could, and so these two had already passed, and
they stripped them. But they're so close to the tent in that moment. Like it's I mean, you know, it's an hour of work, sure, but you're not like a day's journey away. You know, if the wind stops blowing for a second, you can see the tent.
that's
Why don't you go? They do go up, don't they? That's what you said.
they're slightly farther up from Yuri,
Okay.
from the two Yuris, but
But
they're
then
not
why did
as
they
far
all-
up as Igor.
So did they all head to the tree line? Was the fire for all of them? And then
I
they
think so.
passed. But then if the two Yuris pass first, why do these four get the clothes and the other 2 or 3 don't? Yeah, the other 3 don't.
Yeah,
And it sounds
We
like
don't
they're kind
know.
of all clustered together
Yeah.
in the same. And then why build a den if the tent is that close?
yeah.
Okay.
So, so yeah, they were wearing some of the clothes of their
my
dead
God.
friends.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
When Maya gets in on a story, like when she gets in on it, like when the red string comes out and it gets like connected together,
The red string is out, baby.
I get some of the most loving and enjoyable nutso text messages at like 1 a.m. in the morning when my, by comparison, painfully common life crashes into her like manic rabbit hole. And I know I just hit us with a lot of adjectives, but basically one night I'm like trying to sleep and I hear like a bing. And I like grab my phone and I look at it and it unlocks and it's Maya's message and it just goes, emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
And I come out, oh man, oh, this story right now. Oh, and I now realize
We haven't
where
even gotten
we're
to the
at.
worst part.
That's not what prompted it? Okay,
No.
I'm going to shut up.
Okay.
I just figured you'd then immediately worked that into your notes. No. I don't.
I really wish that was the worst part.
I
It is not.
truthfully do not know how this gets worse, but I will listen.
Okay. So I'm going to now describe the situation that the bodies were found in. This is not graphic, just if you're aware. Semyon, the weirdly older one, is found with a notebook in his hand and a pencil or pen. But nothing is written in the notebook. So that's the reason that we think we don't have a diary from Semyon, is that was his diary and he literally wrote nothing in it.
Okay.
But also kind of diffuses the idea that he was buried in snow, because if he was buried by the snow, he would not have a notebook and a
You
diary.
wouldn't have gotten that stuff out.
Yes. The interesting thing about how Semyon was found is that he was found with a second camera around his neck.
Not his.
No, it was his. No one else, however, knew about it. So why does he have a secret camera?
How does one on a trip like this have anything secret?
Literally. Yuri Yudin attributed that he had no idea about its existence. It doesn't seem like anyone else knew about it because he has his other camera. We've
Right.
seen the photos from it. This is his secret camera. This camera, however, was submerged in water, so not all of the films were able to be developed. Well, I mean, they're all developed,
Sure.
but you can't really tell
get what you
anything.
can.
Here is the first frame and the only frame that you can really see anything on. I'll ask you not to scroll down. This is the first photo.
Oh. So you get the lines again, like you did with that first photo.
I'll tell you what I see.
A huge light on the left. Maybe stars, but I might be making something up. And then like 3 black blotches at the very end bottom edge of it.
Here's what I see is, have you ever taken pictures of fireworks?
No.
Because you kind of have to get low, and you might catch some heads that are blocking out the light of those fireworks.
Oh, you think those are 3 heads down
do.
there at the bottom?
Yeah, because he was found with 3 other people. And then what's that light?
So you think he took a photo of the explosion?
I think he had a secret camera because he knew that whatever thing he had to take a picture of could ruin the lens of his camera. Because if you take a photo of the sun, it'll burn through.
You think he went out there knowing he was going to take a photo of something like this?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he asked to join the trip, even though he didn't know anything?
I have a lot of theories about why he was joining the trip. I do think he had a secret camera for very specific reasons. And I think that this photo kind of explains that.
You think he knew more than the others?
I'm leaning towards that. I'll walk you through some of the theories.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Because, I mean, he's not accepting the trip thinking he's going to die.
I would hope not, but I don't know. And that photo is insane.
You say insane with love. I don't know a lot about photography. I don't know if it looks like anything to me.
It doesn't look like anything. The fact that he had a secret camera really...
Sure.
Because you know when your camera is going to get, like, fucked up for real. I had an incident where I was taking a photo. I was trying to photograph the sunset at some point, and I had a really experienced photographer with me who had taken like a bunch of photography classes from my class, and he was like, you shouldn't point your camera at the sun for that long, especially with the settings that I was at, because the basically the darker it is, the more open all of your like photography settings have to be, and the more exposed your like the mechanics of your camera are. And so you can damage even like this camera that we have. If I were to point it at the sun for too many hours, like, yeah, it would burn up and I wouldn't be able to use it anymore. And a film camera is way more sensitive.
Okay. So like on one side of this coin, it's like you do not do a trip like this with any extra weight than you need.
Yes.
Right. But on the other side of things, people like live by that philosophy and then almost always pack 1 or 2 stupid things. And so if this
like
guy,
a mandolin.
Right.
Literally.
And so if this man just like truly loves photography and he's like, I don't want to run the risk of breaking a camera and then not being able to take any photographs, I'll pack 2. Is there a difference between having a secret camera and having a second camera, right? Like were both the cameras the same? And because it was Yuri Yuri
Krivonashenko.
Right. Did Yuri just see 2 cameras and then in the way our heads do, just assume it was the same camera and didn't realize he was seeing 2 cameras? Because he'd get one out.
This is frame number 1 is the big thing that makes people think that he had this camera knowing he was going to ruin his camera because he had taken other photos. This is the first frame on this camera.
Okay.
I mean, like, it doesn't answer everything, but it's still, like, weird, So, in general, there's not a diary recovered from Semyon at the site. There are a few missing diaries, it feels like. I think Thibaut, I don't think we have one for. There's a few others. Maybe Igor, we don't have one for.
Is there a chance they burn it to start the fires?
It's possible.
Okay.
Yeah, it's possible. It does seem like there is a theory that they don't have a ton of stuff in their pockets. There's like matches found, but overall, like for people that should be on like really long intensive hikes, the number of stuff you should have in your pockets should be way more than what they were actually found, and that was all back at the tent. Okay, so I'm gonna stop trying to say my own personal theories just to like give you your own like space to develop your own theories. But at this point, so they find these 4 other bodies. The helicopter pilots for the search party, fearing the risk of radiation poisoning, refuse to transport the bodies until the bodies are all put in zinc-lined cases.
So they know or they suspect?
They suspect.
These bodies are chock full of radiation.
Yes.
But just these 4?
So now we're going to talk about the causes of death
For these four.
for these four. This is also the autopsies. So again, if you're not interested in hearing some of the more graphic descriptions, I would venture you to skip forward maybe like 15 minutes. I will do a quick recap of the causes of death of all four of these individuals afterwards. So Alexander, Sasha, is found with no hat or shoes. Otherwise, he wore a sleeveless shirt, a long sleeve shirt, a fleece sweater, a jacket that is slightly unzipped with burned sleeves and some tears. He also is wearing shorts, light pants, ski pants, canvas pants, and burned socks. So again, like really well dressed, no shoes. The medical examiner has a quote on his autopsy that says, "There is a wound of undetermined shape behind the right ear. The neck is long and thin and deformed in the area of the thyroid cartilage." But he does say that Alexander, aka Sasha, officially died of hypothermia, regardless of external injuries. But he does have a deformed neck, and his complexion is gray-greened and purple.
Oh.
Yes.
Deformed as in like broken or melted?
Potentially strangled.
Oh.
But he died of hypothermia. No.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
But his neck is deformed. Thibaut, Nicolay, he had shoes, 2 hats, a shirt, a wool sweater that was inside out, which is not uncommon for hikers because they'll wear them inside out to like dry them.
Right.
Fur jacket, gloves, underwear, sweatpants, cotton pants, ski pants, socks, and felt boots. His complexion was of a greenish gray color. He had a skull fracture to the right side of his head around the temple. It was so severe that there are shards of bone in his brain. The medical examiner, his name is Boris Vozorodeny, quote, "I don't believe these wounds could have been the result of Thibaut simply falling from his own height, i.e. falling and hitting his head. The extensive, depressed, multi-splintered fracture could be likened to the result of an impact with an automobile moving at high speed.
Oh.
The damage could not have been done." He was asked by Lev Ivanov, could this damage have been done by a rock being thrown at him? And he responds, the damage could not have been done by a rock being thrown or something like that because there's no soft tissue damage. There's no bruising.
What? How do you damage the skull without damaging the tissue on the outside of it?
We will talk about it. But yes, that is a huge question. Ultimately, the death of Thibaut is ruled not as hypothermia, but as a result of violence.
Blunt force trauma to the head or whatever.
He is asked, the medical examiner is asked, how long could Thibaut Brignol have lived after the trauma? Could he have moved on his own, talked, etc.? This is another trigger warning. I'm giving you one last chance to opt out of this answer. After this trauma, Thibaut Brignol would have had a severe concussion. That is, he would have been in an unconscious state. Moving him would have been difficult, and, close to the end, movement would not have been possible. I believe he would not have been able to move even if he had been helped. He could have been carried or dragged. He could have shown signs of life for 2 to 3 hours. Oh. Yes.
Is that the emotional damage part?
No.
Okay.
This is the worst part. If you have been really on the edge of what you can handle, the autopsy report for Semyon and Lyudmila are a bit more graphic. They definitely gave me chills. If you're accustomed to true crime, you'll probably be fine. But it's not gory in any nature, but it is
specific.
Holy shit. So this is your warning. I would skip forward maybe 5 minutes. Semyon was found wearing 2 hats, a scarf, shorts, long sleeve shirt, black sweater, and a coat. His chest was crushed in.
Okay.
With broken ribs, etc. His eyes were missing out of their sockets. Like they were either decomposition or whatever. No eyes in the sockets.
Is the
of his
theory
skull.
that they were decomposing already?
Depends on who you ask.
Okay.
He also had an open wound on the right side of his skull. Semyon's body, this is something super unique about Semyon. Semyon's body was never positively ID'd by family. Yuri Yudin had been asked to ID the other 5, and family kind of had been asked to ID these 4, but like very vaguely. I'll say this again for the people that are skipping for trigger warning. The family did not know the extent of the injuries on these 4 until 30 years after the incident when the case files were declassified. So Semyon's body was never positively ID'd. All others were, so they had just guessed that this was Semyon. And that gives you an idea of how bad these bodies were, that some people were unable to be sure
That they found 3 or 4 months later.
Yes. So the medical examiner, this is a quote from the autopsy, said, quote, "The multiple fractures on Zolotaryov's ribs with hemorrhaging into the pleural cavity were caused while still alive. And as an effect from a high power impact to the chest of Zolotaryov at the moment of his fall, squeezing or throwing, Zolotaryov died as a result of violence." So the injuries that were caused to Zolotaryov happened while he was alive based off of blood flow.
And they are roughly in the same area as the other victims.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is Ludmila. This is by far the like worst of them. It's not. It's on par with Semyon, but it's definitely worse. She arguably is the best dressed out of any of them, aside from she had no shoes. She was wearing 2 shirts, 2 sweaters. One of those sweaters was from Krivonishenko. She was wearing socks, pants, her ski pants, but they were burned. She had 1 foot wrapped in a sweater and no shoes. She also, along with Semyon, was missing her eyes. Her nose was broken and flattened. She had a caved-in chest, broken ribs. One of the ribs was piercing her heart. She had large bruising on her thigh, about the dimensions of 10 centimeters by 5 centimeters. She was found face down in the water in the ravine, so she had exceptionally bad decomposition on her face.
Right.
This is a quote from the autopsy. "I think the death of Dubinina was caused by massive hemorrhage into the right ventricle of the heart, multiple bilateral rib fractures, and internal bleeding. The trauma was caused during life and is the result of a high-force impact with subsequent fall or throw to the chest of Dubinina."
So it's not like there was rescuers, searchers, investigators in the area who were unknowingly stepping on top of her. They think it happened when she was alive.
Yes, they know it happened when she was alive based off of blood flow and how it ended up in her body. This is the worst part. There is no tongue. Yes.
Was not ready for that.
Yep. There was blood found in the stomach. Probably this is a quote from the medical examiner. Quote, "There is no tongue. Blood was found in the stomach. Probably, I am not sure, but probably her tongue was torn or cut off."
Okay.
The fact that is a direct quote from the autopsy is absolutely fucking insane to me.
Especially autopsy in Soviet Russia at the time.
That it said probably so many times. And he concluded it by saying the death of Dubinina was through violence. He was asked how long could Dubinina and Zolotaryov have lived. He answered, "Dubinina died 10 to 20 minutes after the trauma. She could have been conscious. Sometimes it happens that a person with a wound to the heart, for example, a serious knife wound, can talk, run, and ask for help. Dubinina's situation was one of complicated traumatic shock resulting from the bilateral rib fracture with subsequent internal hemorrhaging into the pleural cavity. Zolotaryov could have lived longer. It needs to be taken into account that they were all trained, physically fit, and strong people."
And kind of indistinguishable before the trip, right? I mean, all students.
Yes. There's a few more things I want to get through before we like really talk about it.
Okay.
There's abrasions on some of their eyelids, which leads people to believe that they may have been blindfolded. For the two Semyon and Lyuda that had the injuries to the chest and the like blunt force trauma, those had to have been caused. The amount of force required to cause those would have been the force of like a moving vehicle or a 60-foot fall, at least. The unique thing about the last 4 that were found is that they all had really unique blunt force trauma, except Sasha, who died of hypothermia.
Right.
So it really doesn't.
Only 3 of them really had intense physical trauma.
And it doesn't explain why Sasha was there, or
Right.
like how he died. You know, like did he live longer or whatever? The big thing here that the medical examiner noted is that there's extreme damage, but no external injuries. Like the thing that they were saying, like, could it have been caused by a rock thrown? They're like, no, because there's no soft tissue damage. It's just like cracked for no reason. So here's a quote. The lead prosecutor, Lev Ivanov, interrogated a medical expert on what they had found. During one exchange, he asked about the extreme damage to Thibault's skull. Thibault died of a severe skull fracture, and here's what the medical examiner said. I don't believe these wounds could have been the result of him simply falling and hitting his head. The extensive, depressed, multi-splintered, broken fornix and base of the skull fracture could be the result of an impact of an automobile moving at a high speed. This kind of trauma could have occurred if he had been thrown and fallen and hit his head against rocks, ice, etc. by a gust of strong wind. The expert was asked if he could have been hit with a rock, but the expert said that in this case, it would have caused damage to the soft tissue. Basically, his skull was completely shattered, and there was no indication of that on the outside of his body. The doctor's description of Lyuda and Zolotaryov's injuries were even more striking. Quote, I think the character of the wounds on Lyuda and Zolotaryov, a multi-splintered fracture of the ribs on Lyuda was bilateral and symmetrical on Zolotaryov's, and on Zolotaryov one-sided. And here's what's important. Both had hemorrhaging into the cardiac muscle and hemorrhaging into the pleural cavity, which is evidence of them having been alive when injured and is the result of the action of a large force similar to the example used for Thibault's wounds, especially appearing in such a way without any damage to the soft tissue of the chest, and are very similar to the type of trauma that results from the shockwave of a bomb.
Okay.
At this point in the interview, Lev Ivanov stopped asking questions about the death and condition of the bodies of these 4. Lev Ivanov changed the subject, and it was not readdressed. So we don't know anything more about the medical examiner thinking they died of the sonic boom of a bomb.
It's just alone. I'll get closer. Alone individually, you can explain each death through like a specific circumstance that could happen out there. But you cannot, there's not a common thread between the 9 of them. Mm-hmm. And they're so radically different. Like how, I mean, just timeline purposes, right? Like how are those 4 collecting the clothes of their deceased friends and then still dying in the vicinity, you know? Like how, if they were held hostage and they were blindfolded, right? Like it looks like a lot of these people passed away on their way back to the tent, right?
Yeah.
If they were blindfolded and held hostage, how did the final 4 whose bodies and remains were discovered, how'd they have time to build the den? Unless the den wasn't for somebody else. And then was Igor leading the group to there, you know? And if so, I mean, like, where did it go south for Igor that he too would pass away? And also, like, clearly kind of loved Zena, who passed away in it too, you know? Like, like the sonic boom does explain some things, but because it so much doesn't explain other things. Like how does only 1 or 2 people of 9 have a sonic boom injury? And then beyond all of that, like if you want it to be nefarious, or if you think that's the most likely scenario, what are you doing? are you camped out there waiting for them to get there? Because like, I think even the Mansi people that would take like logistics to like stay out there and to then also stay undercovered.
How do you cause those injuries?
Right. How do you get to that tent? And then again, it's like if their deaths were maliciously planned, or someone in a bad way came upon them, right? How are they making their way back to the tent? Why are they walking?
But how do you also maliciously plan this when there's no evidence that Igor even sent the route in?
Right.
And even if he had sent the route in, he's not on the route.
Right. Right. They are realistically lost.
Yes.
I'm
yeah.
Like maybe Igor's a great actor and is intentionally trying to get the group turned around, but
even he dies.
Right.
Like, so, in the 2021 documentary, they interview a few people who I think provide some really interesting insight and analysis.
Okay.
One of which is Natalia Sakharova. She's she's an expert criminalist, which seems like a crime scene analyst to me. I'll mention her again a bit later. Another is Mike Fennerty. He's a FBI retired special agent. His opinion on the case is that they must have been forced out of the tent given that they didn't have their boots, because that doesn't make any sense that these experienced individuals would have left the tent without their boots.
Left a tent that looked set up for an evening still.
Yes, exactly. And he's also not buying that any of this was an accident, that it must have been a homicide. And he points the viewers of the documentary to consider Occam's razor, that what's the most simple answer that can explain this. His thing, he doesn't really answer what his version of Occam's razor is for this case. A lot of people think that the Occam's razor of this case is an avalanche or weather. In my opinion, the Occam's razor of this case is that we're missing the opinion of several people who are on site when this happened, because there's no explanation. There's no natural explanation for how this happened. He also acknowledges that we're missing a piece of the puzzle. Could be an Occam's razor. He agrees a lot with what this next person says. The next person that was interviewed in this documentary was Ken Holmes. He was the elected county coroner for 12 years in Marin County, California. And in looking at the case files, he disagrees with the conclusion of the reports of at least 7 of the victims. He thinks at least 7 of them didn't die in the way that the medical examiner said they died. The positioning of Semyon's chest collapse is too high on the ribs to align with any kind of fall. So some people think that maybe Semyon and Lydia fell the 60 feet and caused the caving of the chest. But the caving of the chest happened like farther up on the rib cage, that it doesn't make sense that like
it's not the first place your body would fall.
Yeah, naturally you would like protect yourself, right? So he disagrees with that. It's more likely that something fell or was dropped on top of him. For Lyuda, her ribs flexed after the blow, and he's only seen that from a 50+ foot fall or a car crash, meaning the ribs broke and then flexed back.
Oof.
And that's only because of a certain amount of force can cause that.
And how do you, I mean, it's not like they have a car out there in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly.
And if they do, there's
60s,
no way it's getting to that kind of speed.
Yes.
I mean, that's highway speed.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So it would require a big person putting in a lot of force for one person to do this to her. Also, the tongue being missing makes no sense. He can accept the eyes being missing because of the river and the decomposition of the face. The tongue is a huge muscle.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense that it doesn't make sense that it would be scavenged. It doesn't make sense that it would decompose in the river. Whatever.
Well, and what doesn't make sense, sorry, you still have
No, you're
to
good.
play out. What doesn't make sense to me, what feels like the only clear timeline thing is that the final 4 bodies who were discovered passed away later than the first 2 that are discovered.
We think.
Because they have their clothes still.
Yes.
So that's like, Okay, so at one point you were around them
Mm-hmm.
and they passed before you, and then you took the stuff and then clearly left their bodies where they were, which, I mean, I wasn't in that, obviously in that moment, tried to, appears to go back to the tent.
Yeah.
Why didn't you try to go back to the tent sooner before they passed away?
Exactly.
And did the other three, were they already that way? Like, were they already headed that way?
Yeah.
And the rest of the group
have
stayed
no
down?
idea.
What was the decision to move? And why did they wait until those people passed away?
Yeah.
And what forces them out of the tent, but not out of the area?
Exactly. And I realized I never did the like summary for those of you who might have skipped the autopsy descriptions. Basically, the last 4 that were found, I think it was it Thibault? Jesus. Sasha. So it's Sasha, Thibault, Semyon, and Ludmila. Sasha is the only one who died officially of hypothermia. The other 3 had extensive blunt force trauma to various body parts, and the medical examiner said they died of violence. And a few of them were wearing clothing from Yuri Durashenko or Krivanashenko.
Were they all discovered without boots on?
Semyon and Krivanashenko. I think Krivanashenko had boots. There was also evidence that maybe at the time that they left the tent, one of them was out relieving themselves.
Oh.
So that person probably had boots. And
So if they're being forced out, one of their friends is out urinating?
yeah, theoretically. Isn't that insane though?
Like, I'm not buying the sonic boom aspect of their death.
Yes.
Unless you're telling me that like 6 of them passed away from hypothermia, and then the 3 survivors got hit with this second crazy rare way to pass away.
Exactly.
If it's like a double whammy of strange and unique situations.
So I'm
And
gonna.
it doesn't even sound like this night was the worst night that they experienced out there. It sounds like it was kind of weather-wise par for the course.
It makes like it was cold,
Wait,
but they
hold
had
on.
stuff.
Go back to the start of the story. How does the snow pattern from Frozen play into all of this?
We'll talk about it. They think that there could have been an avalanche.
Okay.
I'll talk about why that does and does not
It
make
would
sense.
move a rock at a speed fast enough to maybe crush someone.
Yeah,
But-
maybe.
Okay.
Then
how does the tent stay
Exactly.
so unburied?
And why did they walk away and
Right.
not walk back?
Does the avalanche kill them by the fire first, and then they raid the clothes?
I have no fucking clue.
And why are they out of the tent?
We're gonna get into it.
Okay. Aren't we in it right now?
We
thought
are.
we are in it.
We
Okay.
are. But I'm gonna talk about the other 2 things that Ken Holmes.
How many more notes do you think you have?
We're nearing the end for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And the last notes go a lot faster.
Part
than
of
the
me is
beginning.
like, what other pieces out there are floating around?
No. So the other 2 things from Ken Holmes, who is the county coroner for Marin County, he said that the injuries on Thibault, he was one of the last 4 that was found, and he was the one without the cave chest. So he had like a fracture to the skull.
Right.
He said the only way that particular injury could have happened is if Thibault's head was supported so that it could not move away from the force. So it had to have been like laying down,
Okay.
essentially, to get that force. Ken is also adamant that because of the range of injuries and the where the bodies were left, there had to have been at least more than one other person involved. He's thinking at least 3 to 4.
So he thinks it's a homicide conducted by 3 or 4 people.
Not everyone, a lot of people think that it's a homicide. We don't know how or why.
Right, because all of them die without bullet wounds.
Yes.
Most of them die because of the elements.
Yes. Yeah. It's anyway. Okay. So May 5th that they were found.
And how do you plan a homicide like that?
How? I don't know. Yeah. So
Maybe
they were
one thing if they were staying at like the state campground of this area, right? And it's like, oh, someone will be here and that's who we'll get.
Mhm.
And then it's also too, and I obviously know like murders can be random and there doesn't need to be a
Mhm.
reason, but for the most part, there is a motive, especially for an organized group like that.
Yeah.
And these are broke, like geology students or graduates.
Yeah. So they were all found May 10th, May 5th. They all go through the autopsy and everything. They're all flown back to wherever. May 11th, Ludmila and Sasha are buried in the cemetery that is like associated with UPI. Semyon is buried in the other one, Ivamakov. Oh my God, Ivamakov Cemetery. I can't say it. And then the following day, Thibaut Nicolay is buried in the UPI associated cemetery, the Mihailovsko Cemetery. The interesting difference about these 4 to the first 5 is that these 4 are given closed casket ceremonies.
Okay.
Again, you can see the postmortem photos on dyatlovpass.com. They are there. The photos of Ludmila and Semyon specifically are very traumatizing. These last 4 that are found are in bad shape. And so it makes sense why they would give them closed casket ceremonies, except when you're considering that it's Soviet Russia and that Soviet Russia only gives closed casket ceremonies to military people that had served in the military.
Okay.
Military people that had served in the military. The only one of the family members that was like truly allowed to see their children was Lyuda's father, and maybe that's because of his loyalty to the Communist Party or whatever. He was allowed to see his daughter privately, and he reportedly fainted upon seeing her.
Oh.
She was arguably in the worst shape, like basically a skull on a body. So otherwise, beyond Luda's father, the families of these 4 are not informed of their
Anything.
children's state. They're all told their kids died of hypothermia. Here's a quote from Luda's father. I'll just give it to you. It's in the box.
Till the day, I still can believe that this could happen in the Soviet Union, that in this large industrial and cultural center of the country could exist such a criminal disregard for preserving the lives of the whole group of people. Those heartless leaders were never concerned that 8 days after the planned return date to Vichy, there was no contact. Yet nobody did anything, and search and rescue operations start on the 21st of February.
Yeah. So he's like,
No one cared.
No one cared. So at this point, Lev Ivanov is like, something is going on. And he has an idea that there could be a military test involved. And so he asks to have the hikers' bodies tested for radiation. So he has them tested on May 27th, 1959. Lyudmila Dubinina and Alexander Kolevatov both come back positive.
Okay.
Of the 4 that were found. Particularly a sweater that Lyuda is wearing. One of Lyuda's sweaters was Yuri Krivonoshenko's. Yuri Krivonoshenko, if you'll remember, worked at a nuclear facility.
Right.
This nuclear facility had experienced a nuclear explosion the previous year. It was the Kishtim disaster. It was, at the time, the largest nuclear disaster of its kind. And today, it is only the 3rd largest nuclear disaster of its kind, behind Chernobyl and Fukushima.
Okay.
It was kept tightly under wraps by the Soviets at the time. And so Krivonoshenko was trusted implicitly with the cleanup.
Right.
And so it could explain why the sweater tested positive for radiation. Alexander, aka Sasha, also worked, if you'll remember, at a secret nuclear facility in Moscow. He worked at the medium
Right. Ministry or whatever.
Yeah, the Ministry of Medium Machines or something. And it's possible that he could have worn Krivonashenko's sweater before Lyuda did.
Right.
Since these bodies have been found essentially in the running water of the river, the radioactivity detected must have been much higher before, like, they were left to decompose for months. And the radioactivity was already exceptionally high, like higher than what someone would experience interacting, like, one-on-one with a nuclear disaster.
But, like, how do you just impact two individuals? Unless you're bringing them back to the scene of the crime later, and then how are you pinpointing them so precisely?
So at this point, he was only able to test the 4.
Okay.
Because the other 5 had already been buried. And so of those 4, only Sasha and Lyuda tested positive. But it was because Krivonashenko had his sweater, like,
right.
Lyuda had his sweater. May 28th, the case is officially closed by Lev Ivanov.
Okay.
Basically, I'll let you read this. Yeah, don't read top or bottom. It's in the square.
Okay. Lev Ivanov conclusion. The deaths of the expedition members were due to a series of mistakes by Dyatlov.
Dyatlov. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On February 1st, he began the ascent to the summit at 3 p.m. Every Coloradan knows you can't get to the summit if you start afternoon.
Yeah.
At 3 p.m., even though he knew about the difficulty of the terrain. Furthermore, this was his next mistake. He chose a line 500 meters to the left of the planned pass that lies between peak 1079 and peak 880. So the group found themselves.
Quickly, 1079 is Kolatsiakal.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
So the group found themselves on the eastern slope of the mountain.
Kolatsiakal.
Thank you. They used what was left of the daylight to ascend to the summit in strong winds, which are typical for this area, and low temperatures of minus 25 degrees centigrade. He found himself in bad conditions for the night, so he decided to pitch his tent on the slope of that mountain called
Kolatsiakal.
So as to start in the morning without adding the distance from the forest to the remaining trek of about 10 kilometers to the summit. Considering the absence of external injuries to the bodies or signs of a fight, the presence of all the valuables of the group, and also taking into account the conclusion of the medical examinations for the cause of the death of the hikers, it is concluded that the cause of their demise was overwhelming force, which the hikers were not able to overcome. So he was like, they died hiking. They made a mistake hiking.
Literally, quote, trust me, bro. Like, what is an overwhelming force that they couldn't overcome?
Right. In their bare feet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like, and we never found their boots, or like the boots disintegrated first.
They were
the
there.
boots are in the tent.
Yeah, we know where they were. Yeah. So the entire case at this point, so Lev asks for the radiation test. The radiation test comes back positive. The next day, Lev is called to headquarters or whatever and essentially told, close the case.
Yep.
And Lev comes back 30 years later when it's eventually declassified and said, I was pressured into closing this case and saying what I said. After this, the case is classified. The area surrounding what would eventually be called Dyatlov Pass, based off of Igor Dyatlov, is closed off to the public for like 4 to 5 years.
Okay.
Total.
And I'm sure the Soviet Union's just like, it's too dangerous. Like, it's public safety.
It's too dangerous. Yeah. The tent is stored, eventually thrown out because it got like moldy or whatever. The saddle of the mountain, which the skiers were heading but never reached, was named Dyatlov Pass, which just feels ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Despite the family's demanding further investigation, nothing more was done. The true severity of these 4 injuries were classified and kept from public knowledge, including the families, until it was eventually declassified. So then we talk about modern investigation. The fall of the Soviet Union happens about 30 years later, and at that point, the original case files are released, and it sparks a new round of investigation. In 1990, Lev Ivanov, who's now retired, publishes an article, book or whatever, in which he said that he had been pressured not to include his actual opinion in the case. The article is titled, quote, The Enigma of the Fireballs, which we'll talk about more in a second. This will make sense when we start talking about theories in a second. Lev favored the fireball theory. Yuri Kuntsevich, who is the founder of the Dyatlov Foundation in Yekaterinburg. He was a 12-year-old at the time of the funerals of the Dyatlov 9, and he ended up seeing, I think, the first funeral, maybe some of the later ones, but he remembers distinctly seeing the red brick color of their skin. And he ended up attending UPI, which is now known as the Ural State Technical University, and he joined its sports club. He is now in his 70s or 80s, and he still leads tours to Dyatlov Pass. His home office has essentially become a museum for this event and the hikers. He has a lot of their personal artifacts and artifacts of the hike and artifacts of people that were surrounded by the hike. He also actually owns now the flashlight that was found by the search group that was resting on top of the tent, and the camera of Zolotaryov, specifically the 34th frame. He has confirmed from experts that the 34th frame that I showed you, the one with like the weird bouquet, is not lens flare. It is a real shot, and it is just out of focus, and it seems like it's something falling at a high rate of speed. He is pretty adamant that they were scared of something, or else why would they not return to the tent after the event? There is a woman named Svetlana Oss. She currently lives in Oregon as of 2021, and she is the author of Don't Go There, which is, at the time that she published it, one of the most researched books about this topic. I think now probably 1079 is the most researched because it was released more recently, and it's based off of the information that's on dyatlovpass.com written by those people. But Svetlana Oss is definitely an expert on it. I think she is the reason that like North America knows about this case. She's Russian, and wrote an English book about it. She knows a lot about the criminal case files. She has debunked a lot of the like theories that don't make any sense. There is a theory that the criminal case file has a start date in Russian of February 6th. 1959, which doesn't make any sense.
Because it means they know that they're gone before they are even supposed to be known as missing.
Exactly. She thinks that this was probably just a misrepresentation, that February 6th was translated onto the case file because it was the earliest date seen in all the files, and whoever conducted a certain interview wrote February 6th instead of March 6th.
And they're not suggesting necessarily that that was date of death.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. So a lot of people consider this to be evidence of a government cover-up, but she's not totally convinced. She thinks it was a clerical error. In 2018, the Russian government reopened the case to investigate further about the Dyatlov Pass. When the reopening was announced, it was announced that they would only investigate 3 of the 75 explanations.
Oh, okay. There's 75 explanations.
Some of them don't make a lot of sense. They're only considering an avalanche, a hurricane,
what,
and a slab of snow, which is another word for a small avalanche.
Right.
So that's the only 3 they're thinking.
So I bet they think it's an avalanche.
They actually think it's a slab of snow. So this is a quote from that announcement. Quote, "A large class of these 75 versions are conspiracy theories alleging that the authorities were somehow involved in the incident. We have already proved that this is absolutely false." No, I think the authorities were absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. Well, especially in a centralized state like that.
And also in Soviet Russia, but that's whatever.
Right. That's what I meant by so.
Yeah.
But But we're Americans. We don't believe in the Soviets ever.
We only believe in hurricanes in Arctic conditions.
And we believe we can win that one hockey game in the semifinals of that one tournament, like in the 80s. That was a big deal. Miracle on Ice. Sports podcast episode. I'm ready.
What's that? Do you know that movie about the Jamaicans?
The Mighty Ducks. Oh, you mean Cool Running?
Cool Runnings.
Yeah.
That's what we should have a movie night for.
Which I think sounds low-key kind of boring, but also a movie about an up-and-coming jazz band.
Have you watched the movie, though?
I've seen bits of it, and
Okay.
I'm like,
It's really funny.
Okay.
Actually. Yeah, we should watch it. Okay. Anyway, so the report that the 2018 investigation released says that they all died as a result of a slab of snow. The report claims essentially that when they set up the tent, they dug into it. They dug
Right.
into the snow to create a flat surface to set up the tent, and then that loosened up the snow. So they're like the slab of snow above them essentially like slid over, made them all panic. Essentially, they escaped the tent thinking that there was a bigger avalanche coming.
Right, they were about to be crushed.
And they escaped, and then that led to whatever else happened.
Oh, cool. That's my theory now.
It's just like,
Sorry.
it's like it explains 5% of what happened.
Sure.
It feels like
That's pretty high considering how much these theories struggle to explain how everything happened.
It's just like it's infuriating actually. So the theory is that the slab of snow came over. They panicked. They fled the tent because they thought there was a bigger avalanche coming, and died while escaping down to the tree line, which doesn't make sense because they're all pointing up towards it. Whatever. The group made their camp by digging the snow out and creating a hollow of sorts that created a slab of snow to detach from the slope above, and buried most of the tent, causing panic and injuries by the occupants because they feared a full-scale avalanche. They ran down the slope, but when the avalanche didn't come, they couldn't find their way back. There's a lot of mathematical theories that do explain that a slab of snow avalanche, which is actually relatively rare, especially given the grade of the hill that they were on, depending on where you think it is, it could be between like 15 degrees and 30 degrees, and 30 degrees of like a slope is where an avalanche could happen.
Okay.
Initially, they thought it was a much shallower slope. This 2018 investigation insinuates that it was a much steeper slope, which then allows an avalanche to happen. But again, like, then why the caved-in chest? Then why did they walk an hour or 45 minutes calmly without their boots? Like, none of it totally makes sense. The person who tested the theory by blindfolding a man and a woman and led them 90 feet downhill from where they think the tent was and asked them to find their way back. And of course they couldn't.
Okay.
And they were like, therefore, must have been a slab of snow. What? Jesus Christ.
Talking about fireballs, though, I feel like that's been...
We're going to get there.
Okay.
So here's the thing about the 2018 investigation. I'm going to give you a really quick rundown of the dates of this investigation. April 12th, 2018, they exhumed the body of Semyon Zolotaryov because he was never positively identified by family. May 16th, 2018, Russian Channel 1 airs the DNA results that the remains exhumed from Semyon's grave do not show a positive match with his blood-related niece, Tatiana Skolbeda, who was the daughter of his sister. July 16th, 2018, there's a second DNA test done at the Russian Center of Forensic Expertise of the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation. And this also happened at like 12:30 at night because I made the acronym for it. It's RFMNR. This organization, obviously run by the Russian government, does find a match with Tatiana.
Sure.
Of course. August 31st, 2018, the courts decide to refuse the application to reopen the case. In September, the prosecutor's office of the Sverdlovsk region initiate a new investigation. So somehow a new investigation is still started despite Semyon's DNA matching or not matching his niece. March 15th, 2019, the prosecutor's office undergoes an expedition to Dyatlov Pass to test their three theories: avalanche, snow slab, hurricane. January 22nd of 2020, Yuri Cheka is fired. He's one of the head honchos of this thing. A new prosecutor general of Russia is appointed, Igor Krasnov. July 11th, so we went from January to July. July 11th, 2020, Andrei Kuryakov announces the investigation is closed. It was an avalanche.
Solved it.
Solved it. August 10th, 2020, Krasnov reprimands Kuryakov. The investigation was warned of incomplete official compliance. This is the maximum possible punishment before dismissal. Kuryakov had held the press conference announcing the results that it was like, it was an avalanche. He held that press conference without approval.
Okay.
And so was removed from his post. So, of course, this whole situation does not help the public's opinion.
Right. Trust of the situation.
Yeah. They're all like, okay, well, clearly you don't even trust the opinion.
Right.
The families of the Dyatlov group absolutely still did not buy the avalanche theory because it doesn't explain so much. It seems like while the mathematical models developed by the investigation support the snow slab theory, no one who is familiar with the members of the group, other hikers, career expeditionists, and the Mansi themselves don't buy it. In the 2021 documentary, they interview the Mansi. They go to the settlement that's near the Dyatlov Pass. There is a man that's interviewed, Valery Aniamov. His theory is that there was an explosion and it provoked an avalanche, causing the hikers to flee. So he thinks it was an avalanche, but there was an explosion that caused it.
Okay.
And then therefore...
Kind of combining his favorite theories together.
Yeah, whatever. And then they also interview Kaibina Alexandrovna, and she's like a really old lady. When they interview her, she's just the cutest woman. She seems like I would get a beer with her in an instant. She was around 5 at the time of the incident, and she remembers that her father joined the search party. In the interview, she's asked, "Do you like living here?" And she says, "Yeah, it's pretty good living in the forest. It's cold though."
Yes.
And they said, and they say, "It's cold though. Like, it's cold here." And she says, "Is it cold? No, we're used to it." She's so cool.
She's badass.
Yeah. She was born in 1954. She also remembers that a lot of the people that she is like grew up with went on the reindeer to help with the missing hikers. So why, if they were guilty, why would they have gone? They're like a very small reclusive society. So like, why would they have gone out?
Who seem to be providing help a little bit.
Yeah. So Natalia Sakharova, I mentioned her earlier. She's the expert criminalist, basically a crime scene analyst. She says that there are problems with the analysis of the tent. It's determined that the tent was cut from the inside. This fact alone made investigators turn away from the fact that the hikers may have been attacked.
Right.
She says that the tent is not just cut, it is torn to shreds. Just like, don't look at the text around. This is the tent when they brought it back. That's like the canvas that it's made out of. You can see it's like...
I don't know if I would say torn to shreds, but it's more than just one cut. Too.
Yeah, it's not like... It's not useful anymore.
It's a big tent.
Yeah, it is.
And you are right. It's not useful anymore.
Yeah.
And then, is this the door right here?
I'm not even sure. I think that what you see on the far left is where they were escaping from.
Sure.
So probably.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah. Yeah. So she says in her analysis of the fibers of the fabric that whoever analyzed it and said that it had been cut from the inside out was not looking in the right places. And that her analysis of it shows that it could be that it was cut from the outside in, which would then re-enter the possibility that they had been attacked from the outside.
Right.
Basically they had analyzed the incorrect areas of the cut. Like they had analyzed, so if you're cutting through a piece of canvas, you're going to stab through and then cut down.
Right.
She said that the analysis in the crime scene investigation was the cut down instead of the cut through.
Okay.
And so her analysis of the cut through is that it could have been from the outside in instead of the outside from the inside out.
Okay.
So essentially what was initially thought as like solid evidence that they had escaped their own tent is no longer valid. But like who fucking knows?
Why would they escape their own tent without any shoes on?
Exactly. And then she also believes that Sasha was strangled. He was the one with the deformed neck. There's also a Bulgarian expert forensic scientist that was given photographs of the footprints leaving the tent, and he was asked with no information. He was not told that this was related to the Dyatlov Pass. He was not told any information. He was given like 3 photos that I'll show you in a second, and he was asked, were the feet of those who left the footprints in shoes or barefoot? He was also asked how many people left the footprints, and then in what direction did the people who left the footprints move?
Right.
And he took the photographs, he like put like markings on them to show the direction that they moved. Basically, he concluded that he's not 100% certain, but he is almost certain that the people that left the footprints had shoes. Which then doesn't make sense because the bodies were not found without shoes and shoes were found. So then the footprints may not have been left by the people who left the tent. These are the 4 images that he was given. And then
So he's like, these are boots.
he thinks because of the weight distribution of the feet in the snow that it's too equal to not be in shoes.
I mean, it feels very much to me like you can see toes in some of these photos.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. But like, there's just so much information in this case that it feels like every time a new piece is introduced, it just confuses everything.
Right.
There's a prosecutor. One of the sources for this episode was the prosecutor's podcast, which I used for Scott Peterson, and it. One of the women said that, or the woman in the podcast said that, like, this feels like a Mad Libs episode. Like, people trying to solve the case are
100%.
solving every piece in the most insane way that they can, you know? And it's just like...
Nothing about this is, like, simple or clear or universally agreed upon.
Yes. So, coming back to the beginning of the episode, I talked about Johann Guame and how Frozen inspired him to use Disney's snow modeling software. So most recently, he did a analysis of the potential for an avalanche in this area.
Right.
Initially, it was thought it was impossible because of the grade of the slope and whatever. He did this with so he continued his research with another researcher from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, Alexander Puzrin. These findings were published in Communications, Earth, and Environment in January of 2021, just to show you like how deep people are in this case. Like people are like really fucking invested in trying to figure out what's going on.
This has the chance of being our first 4-hour episode.
It's already gotten there. Well, I mean, we had a couple. Anyway, so the conclusion that he came to was in conjunction with data from General Motors. So
what?
Yeah, General Motors does crash testing, and sometimes they will do crash testing with cadavers.
Okay.
And basically, the data that they had gotten from cadavers combined with the data that Guame had gotten from this like avalanche simulation or whatever shows that those hikers that had really severe blunt force trauma, that blunt force trauma could have been caused by an avalanche if those hikers were like sleeping on or laying on a hard surface that would not give. Remember how I said Thibaut could have gotten that head trauma if his head wasn't supported? It's the same thing with the chest trauma. So the hikers oftentimes slept on their skis, which would have provided like a firm background. So the snow falling on top of them would have provided enough force for the 60-foot fall or the SUV crashing into them or whatever. And so they said that the injuries experienced by the final four would have killed them in 10 to 15 minutes. So then how would they have made it down the mountain without being carried? And it's just
how are
like...
they making it down the mountain if their like chest is crushed? Like they have to be in that area when that happened. But, like
Yes.
outside of the tent and the den that they might have built.
Exactly. So
I mean, they're dressed in their friends' clothes. So, like, you know, it's not like that was happening in the tent.
it's all fucking insane. Guame and Puzrin both kind of acknowledge that, like, their theory, while it answers a lot of questions, doesn't answer all of them.
Right. Like everything else.
Literally. Like, how did Krivonishenko and Doroshenko pass essentially without reason? Like,
Right.
like, yeah, they probably passed from hypothermia, but compared to the others, like, why did the others have these severe injuries and then they seem to pass first?
Right.
You know? This is the last section.
Is this the fireball section?
These are the theories.
Okay.
Yes.
You know that of everything that you are going to talk about today,
Oh, you're going to love this.
that this is going to be the one that I am deeply the most skeptical of.
Yes.
Okay.
100. I don't know if
You
you're
just
going to
know
be
me
as
enough.
skeptical of the fireballs, because I think it'll hit you in a way that you're not expecting.
I'm open. I'm ears.
I'm kind of organizing them, not super like strictly, but like the first theory I'm going to tell you is the one that I least believe.
Okay.
And then I'm going to slowly trickle down into ones that like seem a little bit more usable.
Okay.
The first theory, the supernatural.
Told you.
Yeah. So they saw lights in the sky. The Blinov group or whatever also saw lights in the sky that
Right.
they knew were in the direction of Dyatlov's group because they knew where Dyatlov was supposed to be. They think that this could be UFOs. And that's all I'm really going to say about that because
Okay.
like Fermi paradox, like could be aliens. Sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm a mouse
Could
on an
be.
airplane.
Could not be. Thank you. A perfect analogy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is frame 17 from Thibault's camera. It is the last frame on Thibault's camera. And so people take way more stock in this. But given this photo I'm about to show you, combined with the evening at Torton and the talk of the Russian Yeti,
Right.
people believe that maybe a Yeti could have caused this.
Oh, come on. I mean, sure. I mean, that's clearly one of his friends.
It's actually Thibault.
Yeah.
But it is such a great photo. It's like out of focus. You're looking into like the snowy forested wood and you just see this like dark kind of like out of
Yeah.
focus figure that looks like it's walking.
It does look menacing, but it looks menacing if that was on like totally flat and empty land, not if it was on 3 feet of snow and your arms have to be out just to create a center of gravity and balance.
Yeah, or like a image of you walking.
Right.
You know? And so those are the arguments for the supernatural. Against, as for the lights in the sky in frame 34, this could be a lot of things. From a rocket to an accidental frame created by the person who processed the photo
Right.
After the fact. Like that photo could have not even been taken by
From him,
Krivonishenko. But that doesn't stop sensationalists from running with the theory. They're like, obviously it was a rocket because of this photo. And like, it is a creepy photo, like understanding the scenario.
Right.
As far as frame 17 from Thibault's photos, these are frame 13, 14, 15, and 16 leading up to that. And it's pretty clear that they were just like fucking around taking photos
Yeah.
in the snow.
My friends have these photos posted on their Instagram.
Yes. Like it's just,
He's eating snow in this
it's
photo.
Thibault. And
Yeah.
like it's Thibault. He just walked farther and it was out of focus. And I'm sorry if like you're a strong proponent of the Yeti and if you have better evidence, I'm more than willing to believe it, except I don't want to because the thought of a Yeti in the snow while I'm skiing and stuck makes me have hives.
I'm not sorry. You know I'm a skeptic around this kind of stuff, right? Like
I'm a skeptic until you give me like an ounce of confidence around a theory and I'm then suddenly like, oh my God.
I just can't get over how just relatable and clear these photos look.
The photos are just like, I would take these of a friend.
Yes.
Like you have taken these of me on the sunrise hike.
Correct.
Like in the last
Our
week.
dear friend Tyler takes photos like that all the time of people. Yes.
Yeah. I took a photo of that of my sorority sister on the top of Bierstadt one time. Okay.
Who would have thought? The girl? Go ahead.
The next theory, I'm actually a little sad didn't pan out the way I wanted to. It's the infrasound theory. This is the theory that there was the way that the wind hit the mountain and everything created a sound wave that is below the level of human hearing that can cause the brain to kind of not understand what's going on and create a sense of panic, and you can act irrationally. So it can be caused by wind turbines, avalanches, earthquakes, nuclear explosions. It can be caused by a whole lot of things. This was proposed in, I think, Death Mountain. It's one of the books about this. So the proponent for infrasound is that, like, what could possibly make all of these people act like this when they're so experienced, and like maybe this kind of infrasound that would like cause people to lose their minds caused it. However, against all 9 people reacted in the exact same way to this sound all at the same time doesn't make sense. If infrasound was common in this area, because mountains don't move really, Rempel probably would have warned Igor about it. Yeah, knowing that Koletsiakal, like, hey, there's like this like crazy thing that happens that like maybe don't go up that. And I also did
do the Mansi people talk about that? I mean, the people who live there?
Literally, because they don't. Right. Because they haven't experienced this. I did some scientific research on some scientific journals on this, and here's the conclusion from one of them. Our study broadly suggests that inaudible 6 Hz infrasound does not affect human behavior per se, including a range of health-related and psychological variables, i.e. self-reports of sound sensitivity, sleep, psychiatric symptoms or stress, and cognitive functions, i.e. alertness, sustained attention, cognitive flexibility, divided attention, shift of attention, inhibition. Based on our brain structural analysis, it seems that infrasound exposure relates to gray matter decline in brain areas that are associated with somatomotor. Jesus, I'm tired. Okay, and cognitive functions that are working memory, bilateral cerebellum. Jesus. It's a long thing. I have it linked in my sources towards the end. It's a source. Anyway, their conclusion is that infrasound will not affect you consistently in that way that will cause errors in your general cognitive function. Next is the avalanche theory. The argument for, because they said so. Obviously. There could have been a small avalanche which covers the tent, causing the group to panic, cut their way out of the tent because they thought a bigger avalanche was coming.
Check so far.
Yeah, then the theory goes that they tried to escape down to the Ospia River Valley, but instead made the mistake of going to the Lozva River Valley. Not sure why this is the mistake. Seems like neither were a good idea. That's my parentheses note. Probably made it 12:30 in the morning. Then a wind came and blew the loose snow away, leaving no trace of the avalanche, which is possible.
Okay.
There is another Swiss scientist. Oh, yeah, I already mentioned this. The investigation, Johann Guame, with the snow slab and the GM Motors experiment, that if they had all been laying on their skis, they could have experienced those injuries.
Yeah.
And then also the paradoxical undressing. Theoretically, when you're experiencing hypothermia, you undress, and so that could explain the undress state of Yuri Krivonashenko and Doroshenko.
Right.
The argument against the avalanche, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't explain the footprints that seem to be calmly walking away. It doesn't explain the hysteria and the ski pole still standing. So, I showed you one photo of them putting the tent together. This is a slightly different one, but you can see there's a ski pole standing. This is a photo taken from the search party.
Oh, wow.
That ski pole is still standing.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that this tent that was made to stand in a forest condition that was held up by skis didn't fall over when it was hit by some snow? Like, the sides of it are still up. There's skis still up.
Yeah.
Like,
But the tent is collapsed.
The tent is collapsed, but it doesn't make sense how certain things in the tent weren't disturbed. Like, it doesn't make sense why the cup of cocoa hadn't been knocked over. And
the crackers are still there.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't explain the injuries that happened clearly while they were downhill. Like, those medical examiner reports said that like those certain individuals could not have lived past 10 to 15 minutes after these injuries happened. And even if they were lying on skis, even if their chest caved into the avalanche, there's no indication that they had been dragged downhill.
Right.
And like, how did they
Those
end up?
injuries have to happen outside the tent.
Exactly. And it's just, okay. So also this is not an avalanche prone area because of the like, not the angle of the slope is not steep enough. Even the Mansi people themselves said, quote, "As far as I know, no one has ever seen an avalanche on these mountains."
Okay.
Carolyn, one of the other hiker that saw the lights in the sky, and he had been helicoptered in as part of the search party, said that he's seen a lot of avalanches. He's seen the effects of them. He didn't see any effect of this here. A lot of other friends said that no one believes that this was caused by an avalanche. And the fact that the footprints were still present, I mean, they were like iced over, but if there was an avalanche that same night, wouldn't they have been blown away before they would have gotten
like if everything's sliding down the mountain?
Yeah, why would they still be there? If they were rushing to get out, why were they walking?
Right.
You know, it just doesn't totally make sense. Lev Ivanov even is adamant about that he doesn't believe it was an avalanche. Other inclement weather. Here's where we get into the fireball. The fireball is not actually a fireball. It's something called ball lightning. Okay. It's an incredibly rare phenomenon that scientists still don't totally understand. Do you know the phrase like out of the blue?
Yeah.
Do you know where that comes from?
No.
It's from lightning out of the blue. So when a storm passes over you, lightning can still strike you from like 40 miles away, essentially. And that's what out of the blue is from. It's lightning out of the blue. Ball lightning is not dissimilar to that. It's just some weather phenomenon where it's just a ball of lightning, essentially, and it can strike out from this ball of whatever electro energy. We still don't understand how it happens, and there's only been like a handful of occasions where it has been caught on camera. And what makes it harder to believe is that a number of the times it has been caught on camera, it's been fake.
Right.
It's been someone editing it. But there have been a few instances where it has been genuinely caught on camera.
And what's ball lightning? Like, what is it?
Literally just like a ball of light in the sky that shoots lightning out. It's not dissimilar to like lightning out of the blue. It's just like lightning that some kind of reaction with like, I don't know, the pressures.
But how is that killing people? How is that forcing people out of their homes?
That it doesn't answer that, but it does explain perhaps the burns. It does explain the light in the sky that people had seen. And it does explain the pictures that were on those cameras. Okay. So it explains like some of it.
Everything but the deaths.
Literally. It doesn't explain the den. It doesn't explain the potential explosion near the den. The tongue missing. Theoretically, people think that the 4 that were found later had been thrown from the den by an explosion. Because they were not found in the den. They were found like 10 feet away in the ravine. So the theory is that there was a lightning strike near the tent that Igor and the rest of the group were so freaked out by, which would, like, I have never seen ball lightning in person. Like, I would also be freaked out by that. And that would explain why I would run for an hour downhill. But they walked downhill. And then they began cutting branches for firewood. And then maybe there was a lightning strike that killed Doroshenko and Krivonoshenko. And then they continued digging the den. But Rustam had a head injury. And so he needed to get back to the tent. Zena was like, I'll take you back to the tent. They both tried to get back. Rustam passed away on the way up. Zena died on the way up. And then Igor, still loving Zena, was like, I need to check on her because she hasn't come back. But he had been staying back to check on or to keep track of the other 4 that maybe had experienced injuries from a snow slab or whatever. Right. And then finally, once maybe like they were like too far gone or whatever, he decided to go after Xena. And then maybe lightning strikes the den or whatever, and that's how the other 4 died. But cold weather lightning in and of itself is rare, and then
Right.
ball lightning is so
is so
rare that
rare
we
already.
literally don't even know if it's a real thing.
Right.
But this is the theory that's favored by Lev Ivanov based off of like other groups in the area. The Blinov group had seen lights in the sky in the direction of the Dyatlov group, and then there's that other group that I mentioned that saw like something that they thought was a rocket that had seen
Right.
lights in the sky. With any of these weather-related theories, they assume that the last 4 fell or something causing those injuries that they attained. But that would require that they were hit by a car or fell off a cliff of like 50 feet. But not Alexander, because he died of hypothermia.
Right.
Which still doesn't, like, yes, maybe those 4 died separately, but then why did Alexander or Sasha die
And how
of...
does Toby get strangled? Or
Yeah,
Thibaut?
yeah, exactly. And so the next theory is the Mansi people. The Mansi and Conti people, there's 2 types of indigenous people that live in the area. They experienced a lot of similar persecution that the American or North American indigenous people did. They probably still harbor some ill will towards outsiders, particularly Russians. The Mansi and the Russians had a number of deadly conflicts in the 1930s because their cultural practices were outlawed. There is a Mansi village about 25 miles from the Dyatlov Pass. Specifically, there was a Mansi chum found kind of nearby the Dyatlov Pass, but then in analysis, that chum that they think it's a tent structure, essentially.
Right.
It doesn't really match what the Mansi chum actually look like. Like the structure of it is
chum?
wrong. Like the tent, essentially.
okay.
Yeah. And so it would be like the wood poles that would support the tent. It just doesn't look like the way that the Mansis set up their chum. And so the group did have a photo on their camera roll of a sacred Mansi site.
Okay.
And the Mansi did not believe in women
being there.
So I mean, it's possible that the Mansi saw women in their sacred site and
got upset
and then killed them, and then they protected their own because of the Russian and Mansi like disagreements in the past. And it's also a little suspicious because people had asked the Mansi like, hey, do you have any sacred sites in this area? And they all said like no. And also like we do have sacred sites, but they're not guarded, and we also don't preclude like outsiders from going to those sacred sites.
Right.
And then other Mansi people said we do have sacred sites, and then other Mansi people said we have sacred sites and women aren't allowed.
Right.
So I don't blame them for being like, I'm not telling the Russians or I'm not telling the media about our sacred sites, but it's also like I don't know if I believe you.
Right.
But also 25 kilometers is like kind of a long way to travel. But Kolat Siakal apparently,
and 9's kind of a lot of people.
a lot of people, and like the theory is maybe they like wanted to like get them off of the mountain or some, I don't know. I don't like this theory because it seems to add a certain amount of prejudice towards the indigenous, like kind of grouping them all together in a way that doesn't make sense, especially when the Mansi were like open to answering questions from everyone.
Right.
It seemed like
the people that help search for them are then being, and there's a lot of harmful stereotypes around that were created to make indigenous people look more violent. That was then immediately used to justify their persecution.
It's hard though because this was in the early 60s, and in the 1930s was when there was like some deadly encounters between the Russians and Mansi because the Russians were outlawing their culture.
But I mean, you look at U.S. culture, and it's like you have Navajo talkers serving in the Pacific in the 1940s, and
it genuinely seems like none of them were like upset about any of it. But at the same time, there is another like group called the Conti people who are far less social and also are like maybe more nomadic than the Mansi are. And there are reports that maybe there were like a group of like 5 or 6 of them in the area around the time that the Dyatlov group was there.
But 6 of the 9 don't have violent deaths. 6 of the 9 are just, I mean, they die from freezing.
Exactly. But so we don't really know what happened. And also if we believe the tent was cut from the outside, from the inside out, then it doesn't make sense that they were attacked. And also, where are their footprints?
Because if you were trying to freeze them out and you dragged them out, that's one thing.
Yes.
To then be like, we're going to watch you like shiver and die of hypothermia.
Mm-hmm.
Why let them build a fire? And why haul them an hour away from the tent downhill?
Exactly. It doesn't. Why were their footprints not? It just
and
doesn't
not
make
to be
sense.
that like all murders are premeditated, but like the death of these hikers meant way more Russians in the valley.
Yes. And that could be why maybe they're lying to protect each other, being like, no, we don't have any sacred site. Anyway,
But just like all the other theories,
I personally don't
apart.
think it makes sense, especially given the severity of the last 4's injuries.
Yeah.
It doesn't, like, if it were just the first 5, like, maybe.
Right.
But after that, yeah. Government involvement is the last theory that we'll talk about, because I think it is probably the most likely, given that I don't think we have all of the information.
Okay.
In general, people believe that the government was overly involved in the investigation. For example, everyone who attended the funerals, even Yuri Yudin, were required to sign 25-year NDAs.
Wow.
Yes. Like seeing the red color of the skin and everything like that, they didn't want that getting out. Many people involved in the case were fired and punished during the investigation and after. This includes the director of the university, the chairman of the sports club, the local Communist Party secretary, the chairman of the 2 workers' unions, and the union inspector, and more. High-level officials were involved in the investigation, which you might think, like, yeah, they care about their people, but mountaineering is dangerous, especially in Russia.
Right.
In this particular year, 50 hikers died. In 1959, and it doesn't seem higher level officials were involved in those deaths. There is the potential that Yuri Krivonishenko and or Semyon were involved in the KGB, which we'll talk about in a second. One of the theories involved in the government involvement is radioactivity. Why did Lev Ivanov think to test for radioactivity? Like, why did he think that was necessary? Why were the pilots worried about like radioactive poison because they like demanded the zinc coffins or whatever? Why would someone think that could be a factor unless you know something? And then when they were asked why they tested for radiation, everyone dodged the question. There was no distinct answer. The color of the skin is a symptom of like radioactive poisoning, but not everyone tested positive for radioactivity. It was mainly the clothing that was taken off of Krivonishenko and then also Sasha, who were both working in radioactive areas. Interestingly, Yuri Krivonishenko actually tried to quit his job where he was working to clean up that Kurstum disaster. He tried to quit the job in August of the previous year, citing in the letter, quote, his incomplete unwillingness to work in this system. So we still don't know what that is in reference to. His resignation was denied, and he was afterwards sent to the most polluted site out of all of them. Cold War hijinks is another theory for government involvement. It's very possible, in fact, like almost certain, that the Soviets had tested weapons in that area.
Sure.
The lights in the sky spotted by others, and theoretically the camera in frame 34 or the first frame of Semyon's secret camera. But it's also very possible that given the last 4 bodies weren't uncovered for several months, that the Soviets were more worried that those 4 were spies and that they had escaped to another country. And so maybe they were trying to cover it up.
Right.
But Luda is like a known communist supporter. And then when
you said they're in the Urals too, which is pretty central Russia.
Yeah, it's like divides Russia from Asia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't like maybe, but like what?
Right.
The The cover for Kirstum, which I think makes the most sense. So Krivonischenko worked at a nuclear plant, Kistum. He worked in the nuclear disaster. On the scale of what we know now, Chernobyl and Fukushima would be a level 7 disaster on the International Nuclear Event Scale. And the event of Kirstum was a level 6 on that scale.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so it's bad.
It's a big deal.
But the Soviet Russia covered it up so fast and so diligently that I don't
Right.
think they wanted that information getting out. And maybe the fact that Krivonischenko had worked there and that his clothing tested positive for radioactivity, they didn't want that information getting out to CIA.
Right.
But then it's already out.
Right.
It's been out by 2018. So why continue to try and hide it? Like, the Cold War's over, babes. Like, it just doesn't. I mean, like, government is government,
Especially
I guess.
when it's a communist government, and that communist government is the Soviet Union.
But it's also, yeah, and I guess they're still facing issues with, like, cancer diagnoses and everything
Right.
from
That area.
that because of they didn't tell anyone about it, so maybe they're not ready to talk about it. I don't know. The KGB theory. This one I find a lot of interest in. I think the secrecy of this one makes it the most interesting in terms of it answers a lot of questions.
Right.
And the areas that we can't answer the questions, like it seems able to maybe like flex into that area. Semyon Zolotaryov must have had something to do with it in terms of the KGB theory, because he was a World War II vet.
Okay.
And he could have been on assignment to meet with the CIA to give them deliberately misleading information.
In the Ural Mountains?
At this point, any contamination of any radioactive material from the other side. So we're in the Cold War, right? So
Right.
they know that Krivonischenko has clothing that are radioactive. If he were somehow able to get that clothing to the CIA, they could analyze it and understand what the Soviets are testing.
I mean, that sounds like a poorly written James Bond movie.
It really does, but it's absolutely true. Like they were trying to trade traces of what each other were testing.
Okay.
It's also possible that Krivonischenko, who also worked at the medium machine whatever in ministry, was a member of the KGB. That Semyon was added later on because he was potentially Krivonischenko's handler.
Right.
Or something. And it's not unknown that the CIA or there's operatives working in the Ural Mountains because it was such a dangerous area. And why the fuck would you go there? And that's exactly why the people said that. I think I saw a source that said, like, when these people in the sports club were like training to go to this area, they were warned that like this could be a hotspot for like
activity.
Yeah, war intel,
Yeah.
essentially. And so it's thought that perhaps Semyon was trying to give some of Krivonischenko's clothing to the CIA. It's also possible that the clothing with radioactivity was part of the plan. It was bait for the CIA. If you'll remember, Krivonischenko was actually arrested in Sarov.
Right.
And the police are one of the few people or one of the few groups in the Soviet Union that have like unrestricted communications. And so that could have all just been a bait, like, hey, arrest the guy that's singing
Right.
in this train station when it's illegal. And because he needs to communicate with whoever. And that group had 2 interactions with
Law enforcement. Right.
at that one town, which is, I mean, it makes sense given the story, but
Right. and then they let him go into the school.
it could all be a cover for him being able to communicate with whatever.
This
And
is the problem that it gets with conspiracy theories.
Yes.
Is you start off with a question that's really hard to answer, and at the end you're like, and that's why the singing at the train station was actually so important and a false flag.
Exactly.
And you're like, oh boy, how did we get
God.
here?
But if you think about it, Krivonischenko's camera is the one that was cocked, which doesn't
Sure.
make sense. And Semyon is the one that had the extra camera, which doesn't make sense. So
I continue to insist that the extra camera didn't strike me as weird as it did other reporters.
I don't know if it struck me as weird. I think it's just like the combination of all of it where I'm just like, what happened? And so it's thought that maybe like either Krivonischenko was like taken back and he was like, here's what you need to do, like as part of your job or whatever, and then
I love your CIA voice.
I don't know, and so he was like, okay, I have to take a picture of this thing, and then as a backup, Semyon was sent in as like, in case Krivonischenko doesn't catch a picture of whatever this fucking is, like you take a picture of it. The other theories, we're at the close to the very, very end. The other theories are carbon monoxide poisoning from the heater stove.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, that could be top billing. Yeah. They don't open the vent and then they poison themselves.
But then they walk for 45 minutes. I mean, yeah, fair enough. A bad alcohol, also it. Hallucinogenic mushrooms from the Monsi, which I could believe if it weren't for the fact that the entire group was trying to abstain from nicotine.
Right.
Yeah. But the Monsi did try and, like, they would hang their, like, hallucinogenic mushrooms that were used in their spiritual rituals from trees.
Right.
So, like, it's possible. I don't know.
You come across it and you're like, oh, fun.
Yeah. So there's a lot of general disagreement, even among Russians. It seems the 2021 documentary asked the expedition team what they think happened. And even those experienced locals are split. One of them thinks avalanche. One of them thinks the government was working on a new weapon. And another one believes it was the Monsi. Yuri Kunsevich, that the 12-year-old boy that saw everything and now like runs the foundation for this whole thing, says that Russians generally favor two theories: that it was a government cover-up because the group stumbled onto an area where secret weapons were being tested, or they were killed by mercenaries, aka American spies. In general, it seems that most believe that the public does not have all the information. The author of Don't Go There, Svetlana Oss, says notably, there's a famous saying in Russian that says, if there is no body, there is no crime. So if it was the government, why would they allow the bodies to be found?
Sure. Especially when there's so many questions tied to the different ways the bodies present.
Exactly. So for final thoughts, there are memorials to the Dyatlov 9 on the pass where they died, as well as the cemeteries where they are buried. Here are those pictures. The top set is from the Mihailovsko Cemetery, erected at, I don't know what year that was. I didn't see it before I gave it to you. But they have pictures of all 9 of them that died. And then there is also a...
Is this at the site itself?
That's on the pass, yeah. So maybe a little farther up on Kolatsyakal. But yes, that last memorial is on the pass.
Soviet memorials loved a side profile picture.
They really did. It's just like such a Soviet.
Was that you?
It's my like throat. Yeah. Okay. So there's a memorial at the cemetery, and then that was erected in 1962, and then in 1963 on the pass there was another memorial erected that says in Russian, quote, "In memory of those who left and did not return, we name this pass after the Dyatlov group." Every few months or years, a new article comes out claiming that the case has been solved.
Sure.
Usually citing paradoxical undressing and an avalanche, completely ignoring all of the weird other facts of the case, which is why you thought they had been just buried by snow.
Right. That they died in an avalanche.
Yes. Remember Yuri Yudin?
Yes, the one that survived.
The one that survived. He survived the incident. He was called in to identify 5 of the bodies. He was able to give insight into the group's belongings and their travel plans and potentially how they moved. He never bought the accidental death theory. He believed until he died in 2013 that they fell victim to a test of super powerful weapons as the group was close-ish to a military testing ground. In the 2010s, he believed that his teammates had been taken from the tent at gunpoint and murdered, and that Lyuda's tongue had been cut out by the killers because she tended to be the most outspoken of the group. After the events, he finished his degree in economics. He was appointed deputy head of the city for economic policy in the 90s, and he eventually started his own hiking club called Polyus and continued hiking for the rest of his days. Even as he approached 70, his friends reported that he never complained about difficulties along the way. A quote from one of his friends, "On the contrary, he was always ready to help weaker comrades. We, of course, felt sorry for him and did not allow him to carry our luggage as he wanted." Yuri Yudin passed in 2013 at the age of 75 and was buried next to some of the group in probably Mihailovsko.
Sure. What a homie.
Yes. People noted that he worked hard his whole life, likely in order, quote, to be left alone less with the ghost of those 9. Shortly before his death, he became reclusive and explained this to his friends, saying, quote, "I am writing a novel about the Dyatlov Pass." When his body was found in his house, the manuscript for this novel was never found. Only newspaper clippings about the pass and the incident and attempts to determine what had happened. When he was interviewed by Svetlana Oss for her book Don't Go There, he said, and I quote, "If I could ask God one question, that would be what happened to my friends." Yuri kept the mascot teddy bear that Lyuda gave him the last time he saw her until the day he died. There are still rumors that he had a crush on her and vice versa. He never married, but still did deny those romantic feelings. A quote from the New Yorker. "All the Dyatlov theories share a basic assumption that the full story has not been told. In a place where information has been as tightly controlled as in the former Soviet Union, mistrust of official narratives is natural, and nothing in the record can explain why people would leave a tent undressed in near suicidal fashion." And while I think the answer to why these people died is most likely in or a combination of one of the ones that we've talked about, I think the Russian government has lost any and all credibility.
Right.
So even if they do a real investigation, it won't.
Right. Who's to believe what they come up with?
Who's to believe? And I think they did such a shitty job investigating initially that they don't even have the evidence to come up with a correct answer as it is now. Ultimately, the family and Yuri Yudin deserved and deserve answers. And the sense of guilt from the government is apparent, closing the mountain for 4 years after the incident, and the fact that the last 4 bodies' families were not informed of the actual causes of their death for 30 years.
Right.
You're
According
hiding
to the
something.
Autopsies.
Here is the last thing I will have you read. It's a letter from Xena
Okay.
to not Lydia, but her other friend, Valentina Tokarova. It's written on January 24th, so at the very beginning of the trip, and it's sent to this person while in Sarov.
Okay. My dearest Valia, here we are on our way to the mountains. You want to hear a surprise? Yuri Doroshenko is coming with us. I really don't know how I'll feel. I'm treating him like anyone else, but it is really hard because we are together and yet we're not together. Everybody is asleep now. Next to me is Yudin, a couple other names, and they send their greetings to you. And Rustem is here too. The train is going. In 3 hours, we will be in Sarov. Behind the window stands the Ural Taiga. Taiga. Taiga.
I don't know. Taiga, yeah.
All the same, it feels great to be alive in this world, my dear. You know this mood when you are sad and happy at the same time. Somewhere Kamensk is waiting for me to go to work. So far, I'm finishing writing since we just left, and it seems the controller came, and we, as always, do not all have tickets. You want me to read the bold part too?
Go for it.
Live, Valishuka. Rejoice in the good. What if there is sadness sometimes? After all, one must live. True? We need to see only the good in life, and then it will be more fun to live. I give you my word that everything will be all right. And then in parentheses, today I am very sad because he walks hand by hand with one of the girls. I am jealous.
So don't let it go. Obviously.
I'm trying not to draw parables with that last letter to the book I'm literally reading right now.
And we're at like 5 hours and 20 minutes.
We
so.
survived by far the longest episode. I don't even think our two-parters have risen to this.
And if it weren't for Jacob coming in for the third part of this, I would have made this a two-party. Maybe I'll make this like a 2.5 or something like that.
Fun. Love
Yeah.
it.
Isn't that story crazy though?
It is crazy. I'm like afraid to is there another thing? Like,
No,
I don't
that's
know.
it. I closed. That was the last note. I think my last note was a stupid pun on "let it go" again.
I
So,
love it.
Yeah.
I don't think they were murdered. And I don't think
Yeah.
it was supernatural forces.
I don't think it was supernatural.
I think something terrible environmentally happened on that mountain that caused them to make erratic decisions.
I don't understand the force. I think that's true for the first 5. I don't understand the last 4. I think the eyes missing is a red herring. I think Rempel is a red herring. I think the military testing and the photos might be a red herring. I don't understand the chests being caved in, like the sheer force that requires. I think maybe the skull fractures could have been exacerbated by the cold weather. The Liuda and Semyon don't make sense to me. I can see like anything else. I don't understand why they would walk from their tent.
But if it was the government, I don't understand why that would happen and then they wouldn't collect the bodies. Why they would have such a public search.
There is a theory that the bodies were found a lot earlier on. There is okay, so the theory from 1079, that book, is that it's like a bunch of geologists essentially, and that because Igor Dyatlov did not correctly file his route with the government, that they didn't know he was going to be there. And so that they were running tests in that area and didn't know that they had affected those people. And then when the reason that they figured out that they had affected this group, whatever had happened, they made it down to the cedar tree. Those 3 made it back up, not to make it back to the tent, but in order to be seen by pilots flying over. And that they had been seen by pilots flying over, and then that like whatever group was researching, theoretically geologists, were like, fuck, we really fucked up. That actually those 3 that climbed up the mountain were the last 3 to die, and that the 4 or that the 3 with like the intense injuries were actually the first to die, or maybe the second, because Doroshenko and Krivonoshenko, but they died early on because of whatever tests that they were running. I don't know. That is the theory that feels like Mad Libs,
right?
Where it
all feels like Mad Libs.
It really does, but there's none of the theories make all of the facts make sense, but you know that all of the facts don't add up.
I'm not even sure if we have all the facts.
I don't think we do.
If we specifically have facts that have been altered or narratives that are intentionally counter to each other. That the answer is simpler.
At some point,
they have intended not to make it simple.
At some point, I will cover the American version of this story, because
not tonight, though.
God no, I like literally found the link and then left it right there, because I think it'll be more interesting, because I think with this story specifically, we have an untrustworthy narrator, which is the Soviet
Union.
Yeah.
If you enjoyed today's episode, you can find us on social media, where we are Well I Laughed Podcast. If you are looking for additional content, as well as a way to support us, you can find us on Patreon, where we are Well I Laughed Podcast. And you can always send in listener stories. Maya, do you know what the next theme's going to be?
No, but I will know by Sunday.
Sweet. So check the Instagram story and send in your listener episodes to wellilaughdpod@gmail.com.
It is almost 1 a.m.
We've been awake for 21 hours.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I've been awake for 21 hours.
I need to go to bed.
I do too. This has been wonderful.
Goodbye.
Though. Bye.